Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Good morning, everybody. That was some uh, National Archive footage of the March on Washington back in 1964. A pretty short clip, but I don't know. It's a good opener, and every now and again, we have to be reminded of the past. So this is Stanley versus the World, brought to you by Portia J, and we want to do $20 a day for Portia J starting now. Please make sure you support your host, thereby supporting the show. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000 over there. It's my personal channel. I do the occasional video essay, and I'm overdue. I've got a couple ideas that I've been procrastinating on working on, but they'll get done eventually. And I do have the live shows over there. They get streamed over there as well as the John Galt channel. Also, there's video shorts over there that are kind of stockpiled from over the last month or two that I've been operating the channel. Actually, time has flown. It's been going since January. The other thing I've noticed, I've got to figure out why my computer keeps wanting to buffer. It hadn't been doing it up until the other night. I forgot to plug the damn thing in, and it just went completely dead. And it's been acting weird ever since. So, at some point I'll get in there and try and figure it out. Could be that I have so many tabs open on this browser. So I'll get that squared away at some point. The footage that you're looking at right here is live. Well, it's a little bit delayed now, but it's a live feed that I found on YouTube of some satellite. It's just kind of, doing whatever the satellite's tasked to do. And it's got a couple cameras on board. So it streams live footage. And, I'll add that to my collection of walking tours and random cameras throughout the world. But I think it's a pretty cool thing to have. Right now, it says it's over the North Pacific. So that's kind of our general conversation view. I've got a bunch of news stories. Of course, towards the end, I've got a couple opinion pieces, kind of editorials. And then if we have time towards the end, if you'll notice the title of the show, Be Brave's show yesterday, many of you are aware. Zhang, the CPU usage per tab, they all look not too bad right now. I might just, I don't ever reboot this computer. I might just wind up doing that after the show. But either that or I'll figure it out. I think part of it is I've got a bunch of YouTube tabs open, and I find that they even use CPU when you have the video pause. There's some sort of, I don't know whether it's a memory leak or just what, but if you leave a tab sitting, eventually it just kind of grabs resources. And that's a problem that I don't understand why. But anyway, we'll figure it out. So Be Brave show yesterday, I grabbed his video, and I'm going to go back and review his review of my show from yesterday because it got totally mangled. I do not know what's up with that, but it's like what I intended. He just totally got wrong. And I don't know whether it's intentional or whether it's just some sort of, I don't know what to think. So I'll deal with that towards the end of the show. Stanley was conceived on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. No, that happened a little bit before I was born. I didn't come around for a couple years. So, nope, I was not. So let us sally forth into the first news story, which is Department of Homeland Security revokes parole for hundreds of thousands who entered via the CBP One app. Basically, these are the illegals that have claimed, I believe it's illegals who have claimed asylum. However, because the system is so backed up, they basically are given some sort of parole. Hey, you come back and you report at this date for your asylum hearing, and those are going to be outright revoked. Now, to be honest, this probably should have happened a couple months ago. While they were rounding up criminals, they probably should have done this as a second step. And then instead of going directly after the colleges, there's a picture, and I forgot to actually cover that story yesterday. I got distracted, but Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security secretary, was literally out with ICE agents. She had on an ICE vest, the bulletproof vest. And she was actually out there, on the front lines, rounding up people they wanted to deport, which in my opinion is unseemly. I, as a former naval officer, yes, there have been some times when I would go, hey, I want to see what my guys are doing. And much against the advice of my chiefs and, senior enlisted, but, I'm like, hey, if my guys are going to do it, I'm not too good to do it. So I understand her spirit, but I wasn't impressed, quite frankly. So there we go. So let's see. I guess I'm going to have to read this. DHS revokes parole for hundreds of thousands who entered via the CBP One app. The move could leave over 900,000 immigrants vulnerable to deportation unless they self deport, DHS said. And I'm not exactly sure. Hopefully, they describe it's some. I'm sure the P stands for parole. So it says here the Trump administration is revoking parole status for immigrants who entered the U.S. via the Biden era CBP One app in a push to get immigrants to voluntarily leave the country. Under federal law, Secretary Kristi Noem, in support of the president, has full authority to revoke parole. This is a quote. Canceling these paroles is a promise kept to the American people to secure our borders and protect national security. The Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Politico in a statement. Some immigrants began receiving formal email notices from the DHS on Tuesday stating that the department would be using its discretionary authority to revoke parole. The move could leave over 900,000 immigrants vulnerable to deportation. The CBP One app, launched in January 2023, was one of the Biden administration's key efforts to control illegal immigration by organizing appointments at different ports of entry along the southern border for immigrants seeking asylum. The parole designation protected immigrants from deportation and also issued work authorizations for up to 2 years. This is one of those things that the MAGA folks had been railing about for years. Basically, and it's one of the things I've been railing about at the far right MAGA folks. If they, for some reason or another, want to secure the border but can't walk and chew gum while doing immigration reform, it is law that if someone crosses the border, even if it's illegally, and declares that they want asylum or declare themselves a refugee, by law, the country has to provide food, shelter, etc. So that's one of the things that attracts people to the country. You change the law, and it's at least a less attractive option to cross the border illegally. But I have not heard anything about going in and changing the asylum law. And it might be tied up in international law, something like that. But since when has the United States really cared about international law? So, to continue with this story, formal termination notices have been issued, and affected aliens are urged to voluntarily self-deport using the CBP Home app. The DHS spokesman said, those who refuse will be found, removed, and permanently barred from reentry. So that's the invitation. Self-deport, and you might be able to try again. This is interesting. The parolees designated under United for Ukraine, which provided legal status for Ukrainians affected by the war, and Operation Allies Welcome, which resettled Afghans following the U.S. exit from Afghanistan, will not be affected. However, there is a story out there that Ukrainians were accidentally told they had to leave, and then that was kind of fixed. So, this the chaos that the Trump administration wants to take advantage of, it's kind of a mixed bag, to be honest. A lot of mistakes. It's sloppy, if anything. Anytime you're running a big bureaucracy, there are going to be errors, but you want to minimize them. And in my opinion, the Trump administration embraces them. So let's see what's next. This is a ground news story. which it's kind of my news aggregator, my new news toy. It's got right publications, it's got left publications, it's got center publications. And you do have the opportunity to go and look at individual articles, but this aggregator basically sums up into bullet points. Left newspapers, right newspapers, center newspapers. So this story, U.S. to take back Panama Canal from Chinese influence, visiting Pentagon chief says. So this is basically the center bullet points. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth visited Panama on Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, amid tensions over the Panama Canal. President Trump has repeatedly asserted China's undue influence over the canal's operation, causing tension. Hegseth met with President Molino and Minister Abrego and spoke at the Panama Canal and a dock ribbon cutting. I guess it's a ceremony. Together, Hegseth stated, "Together we will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. The U.S. and Panama aim to strengthen defense cooperation and deter threats to the canal's operation and security." That's rather vague. Let's see what the right folks are saying. Let's see. During his visit to Panama, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth asserted that the U.S. will counter China's influence over the Panama Canal, declaring, "We will take it back." Panama has opted to withdraw from its agreements with China's Belt and Road Initiative, indicating a shift towards the Trump administration's position. Hegseth warned that China-based companies involved in the canal could conduct surveillance, making both Panama and the U.S. less secure. Hegseth emphasized that the United States of America will not allow communist China or any other country to threaten the canal's operation or integrity. Monroe Doctrine. I'm surprised that the U.S. hasn't used it more aggressively, in the past. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, this Panama Canal stuff. Let's see. Just out of curiosity, what are the left publications saying? Hegseth stated anything different? Not really. And the center and the right, by the way, seems to have covered this a lot more than the left did. And then, as you can see, you can go down and you can look at individual publications if you want to get, if you want to drill down that far. So that is that. Next story: Judge orders White House to restore Associated Press access after Gulf of America dispute. If you'll recall, Trump somehow or another, I don't even know the mechanism, wants to basically rename the Gulf of Mexico. He wants to call it the Gulf of America. And the Associated Press, for some reason or another, decided that they did not want to comply. It's been called the Gulf of Mexico, like for quite some time, at least during my lifetime. It's always been the Gulf of Mexico. And a judge Trump basically decided, well, hey, if the AP, who is notoriously neutral, they are about as neutral as you can get, along with Reuters. They're kind of a gold standard for, straight news reporting. They don't do a lot of editorializing. But anyway, Trump basically said, and he's doing it with everybody, if you don't bend to his will, he will punish you. That goes for judges, colleges, his own officials. And again, this was telegraphed for years before he even campaigned, definitely during his campaign for president, that basically you will either be a loyalist and pledge allegiance to Trump versus the Constitution. The Constitution no longer matters. It is Trump's will that is actually his Constitution. And America better yield or else. So yep, that's editorializing, but that's the long and short of it. So judge orders White House to restore Associated Press access after Gulf of America dispute. I actually don't expect Trump to honor. They're going to say, hey, you don't control the executive, unitary executive. Basically, the legal theory is that the executive, basically the judicial system and the legislative branch, they're too slow and deliberative, which is what the founders intended, especially the legislative branch. They're too slow. In a modern world, we need basically a rapid reaction branch of the government. It should be the executive because it's basically one person, with a bunch of help. So they're basically going to assert that the judicial cannot tell the executive what to do under any circumstances. Very Jacksonian, by the way. Now, the legislative branch, I'm not sure how they're going to say, hey, Congress, you can't tell the executive what to do. That confrontation is yet to happen. Currently, Trump and the judiciary are at loggerheads. And I have some thoughts on that, some deeper thoughts on that, which I'll get to in another story. We'll go ahead and have the auto reader read this. By the way, it's a Washington Examiner story, but MSN is the news aggregator. So let's go ahead and play this, and let me take a sip of water.
A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the White House to restore the Associated Press's access to key presidential events, ruling the Trump administration violated the First Amendment by barring the outlet over its refusal to adopt the name Gulf of America, formerly the Gulf of Mexico. U.S. District Judge Trevor McFadden, a Trump appointee to the D.C. Circuit, said the government cannot deny access to journalists because of their viewpoints, siding with the AP in a 41-page opinion that hammered down on long-standing principles of press freedom. About 2 months ago, President Donald Trump renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, McFadden said. The Associated Press did not follow suit. For that editorial choice, the White House sharply curtailed the AP's access to coveted, tightly controlled media events with the president. The AP now sues the White House Chief of Staff, her communications deputy, and the press secretary. McFadden continued, seeking a preliminary injunction enjoining the government from excluding it because of its viewpoint. Today, the court grants that relief. The decision came after weeks of escalating tensions between the AP and Trump's press operation, which barred the wire service from entering the Oval Office, boarding Air Force One, and attending pool events after the outlet disputed the recently renamed Gulf of America by including its former title in its reporting on the subject. The Associated Press will refer to it by its original name while acknowledging the new name Trump has chosen, the news organization said in a January 23rd announcement on its webpage. Still, McFadden clarified that the administration can continue to choose which journalists it engages with for interviews and questions, but not bar them from the same pool of events open to other news outlets. This injunction does not limit the various permissible reasons the government may have for excluding journalists from limited access events, he said. It does not mandate that all eligible journalists, or indeed any journalists at all, be given access to the president or non-public government spaces. It does not prohibit government officials from freely choosing which journalists to sit down with for interviews or which ones' questions they answer. In essence, McFadden's order suggested the White House could bar the AP from press events if it barred all reporters from access. He court simply holds that under the First Amendment, if the government opens its doors to some journalists, be it to the Oval Office, the East Room, or elsewhere, it cannot then shut those doors to other journalists because of their viewpoints. The Constitution requires no less, McFadden said. The decision followed an earlier ruling in February when McFadden initially denied the AP's emergency request for immediate access, but fast-tracked proceedings due to the serious constitutional questions involved. In that ruling, he acknowledged the news outlet's competitive disadvantage, but questioned whether it faced irreparable harm, noting it still had access to press pool notes. Since then, the outlet has maintained a more limited level of access to the White House, such as attending press briefings. The AP's lawsuit names 3 Trump aides, including Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Chief of Staff Susan Wiles, and Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budowich, alleging violations of both First and Fifth Amendment protections. Lawyers for the Trump administration argued that no outlet has a constitutional right to special access, citing examples such as former President Joe Biden not being required to sit down with controversial figures. However, McFadden suggested at a February hearing that the administration's rationale for banning the AP was problematic and may not be supported under existing case law. Support for the AP has come from the White House Correspondents Association and outlets, including Reuters, which warned that the ban could distort coverage of the presidency and threaten press freedoms. Judge rejects Associated Press's emergency bid to restore Trump press access. Meanwhile, White House officials such as Leavitt have defended themselves as one of the most transparent administrations in recent history, touting its accessibility to independent media groups and podcasters. The Washington Examiner contacted the White House for a response.
In a way, I kind of see where they're going with this. I think, at least for now, traditional media is dying a fairly prolonged death. And quite frankly, traditional media, one of the problems I have with it is the way it's consolidating in billionaires, oligarchs, Trump's buddies. He kind of rails against the quote mainstream media, but the mainstream media is slowly being consolidated under, like, Rupert Murdoch owns a bunch. Bezos owns the Washington Post. I think it's the Salzburgers. They're fairly liberal, but all these big news outlets are actually being consolidated under more or less Trump allies. So, eventually he's going to kind of lose that moral high ground or moral high horse that he's astride. And I do appreciate that podcasters and, more independent media are getting more access. But what Trump, again, doesn't seem to understand is that, the Constitution is kind of the glue, that rule of law, that democratic norms. He doesn't seem to get that this country is not a business. He doesn't get to decide independently how it's run, or even the direction for that matter. But he will learn, or he won't. But that is that. It's going to be interesting to see if he actually follows that. I would be disappointed if he doesn't basically go, nope, make me allow the AP, which is just going to be, one more thing for me to go, I told you so. We've got a president who does not respect the Constitution. And when freedom of speech, the government cannot curtail freedom of access to speech, for that matter, or to speech, for that matter. And that is the true definition of censorship. I won't put the cart before the horse, but I fully expect Trump to defy this. I'll almost be disappointed if he doesn't. Assholes are going to be asses. So, yeah, Clue, that Soros bullshit. You can just, that's passe. That's like talking, that's like as soon as you criticize Trump, Biden's name comes up. It's all bullshit and it doesn't work with me. You can keep that shit in the chat. Don't bring it up here if you decide to come up here. And I'm not going to encourage that. Next story, Trump's assault against elite colleges continues. He will be freezing $1 billion for Cornell. I guess it's research money, and almost $1 billion for Northwestern. The funding pause amid civil rights investigations into both universities sharply escalates the Trump administration's campaign against elite colleges. Yeah, he's pretty much completing, a decades-long campaign against elite colleges and just education in general. The right, and MAGA in particular, is anti-intellectual. They want patriotic education, which, in my opinion, is just propagandistic or just basically indoctrination. There's a story I have coming up, about 10 stories down the line that kind of backs up this point. These guys want to basically go in and censor or control how history in particular is taught, all for the sake of, they don't want, kids' feelings to be hurt. Like education hurts. Kind of sad in a way, but it all comes out in the wash. They'll go too far, which is what, extremists do. And MAGA, make no mistake, in my opinion, is an extremist movement. Let's see what is next. This kind of adds on to the story I just looked at. Trump administration ends $4 million in funding to Princeton's climate-related programs. So apparently Princeton's doing some sort of research into. Can you mute up until you're ready to talk, Solid Snake, or do I?
Am I making noise?
Yeah, you're opening something. I don't know whether it's a beer can or just what that is.
No, man, my bad.
Trump administration ends $4 million in funding to Princeton's climate-related programs. Let's see. The U.S. Commerce Department on Tuesday ended about $4 million in funding to Princeton University for assessing climate-related risks, saying those programs were not aligned with Trump administration priorities, which is fine. It's his right to say that. Again, the president does not have the constitutional authority to decide not to spend money that's appropriated by Congress. So that's another thing. Someone, and I haven't had a chance to do it because frankly I forgot, but at some point I'm going to go to whitehouse.gov. They have a list, excuse me, of accomplishments. And I may even get a chance to do it today, but I doubt it. But my contention is that the only thing that Trump has really accomplished is on the immigration front. As far as the cuts in the savings and all that, that's all like rhetoric. That's usurping legislative branch authority. President spends the money, make sure it gets to where it should go. And he does sign legislation. So arguably he is part of the legislative process. But if you decide not to spend $4 million at Princeton, it's not money saved. It's actually money not spent. It'll just sit there, in a treasury account somewhere. It doesn't do anything until Congress decides to reappropriate it. And folks need to understand that and talk about transparency. Basically, saying that you cut something or save something, that's politician speak. They're not really saving much of anything. It's just not being spent. So wait for those $5,000 checks, folks. They're in the mail. Let's see. So that's Trump's war on elite education, and by extension, just education in general. So next story. Acting IRS chief to depart, extending turmoil at the agency. Now, this is, my opinion again. This is basically by design. One of the things that a MAGA and the right in general, like the libertarian right, and probably just the right in general, if you can throw government agencies into turmoil so they're not functioning as they're intended, that's the same thing as shutting them down. And that's a lot of what Trump and Doge in particular is doing. They're just being disruptive. A disrupted agency can't function or, enforce enforce regulations or anything like that. And a dysfunctional government is the next best thing to, actually eliminating a department. He can't eliminate the IRS without congressional support. He can't get rid of the education department without support. But if you refuse to spend the money and cut the staffing down to the bare minimum where they can't function, as intended, that's the next best thing to actually eliminating them. So the IRS, all the billionaires kind of hate the IRS. Just, it's a kind of like a natural, it's like a natural enemy. One other thing, and I don't know that I have a story covering this, but I read an editorial today by Robert Reich. He was Clinton's labor secretary or commerce secretary. He's an economist, fairly famous economist, a liberal economist out at, he teaches at Berkeley. I think he still does. But his theory is that, one of the reasons that, Trump is okay with, markets basically tanking, he's thinking that, the oligarchs are basically, Trump is basically creating a buying opportunity for, the people, the oligarchs who can afford this stuff. You buy it cheap, and then, once the markets recover and things start heading back into a positive direction, that's basically generating profits. Now, he is a famous economist. He probably has, reasons for thinking that. I just found it, if there's going to be conspiracy theories, this one is as good as any. Basically, the markets tanking is by design, and who knows? Could be. Sounds plausible.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
anyway, this story here, the IRS chief to depart, extending turmoil at agency. What are you saying, Solid Snake?
Oh no, I was just saying I agree with you. Do I got a lag? Because I'm on my iPhone, and I want to know.
I don't think you do.
Okay, because you moving pretty smoothly through this, and you ain't asking me nothing. Like I ain't got nothing to say. I don't appreciate that, Stanley. I don't appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll get to you at some point. But
Well, Stanley, it ain't like I can remember.
Okay, well, you know what? Don't you have a notebook and a pen? Just take notes.
Stanley, I got an iPhone in my hand. You think I feel like taking notes? I need a LG stylus or something. Take notes of
Uh,
Stanley while I'm scribbling over the
well,
screen. Yeah.
some point
Oh
I
man, that'd be so tight. I'm gonna give you one of those stylos, the Motorola. I'm gonna get that
styluses.
Motorola.
Yep. Well, I mean, paper and pen is pretty cheap.
Yeah, but you already got a phone in your hand and it got that little thing that you just pick down at the
You know
bottom.
what? Let me take a quick diversion here to show you something. If I can, I
I want to talk about this story though. That was a good story. I read it earlier. I read it early when I got off work.
which story is this?
The IRS chief. I was like, wow, who did that story? The
Well, I think the
conservative did
temporary
one.
chief is a Trump. Maybe he's not a Trump appointee, but I wanted to show you something. Speaking of taking notes, this is something I did for my son years ago. If I can find it. Oh, here it is. This is something years ago. I bought this box set of these notebooks here. That and I got like writing paper and matching envelopes. um, my mother, and I used to hate it as a kid. She was a thing. She was a person like, if I tell you to do something, and you don't think you're going to remember it, you need to write it down.
Yep.
And if I forgot to do something, the first thing she would say is, "Did you write it down?" She would go so she would go so far as to excuse me. She would go so far as to like put a board up on the refrigerator and make you write down, things, chores. And if you didn't write it down, it was probably even worse than you just not doing it. So anyway, I never thought I would find myself doing this, but I bought this little set of little 8 by, what are they, 5 by 7 notebooks, and I would inflict the same punishment on my son, or should I say torture. Like, you know what? We need to sit down and have a talk. Bring your notebook and pen, because you need to, I've got things to talk about. I've got things I need for you to accomplish. I need you to bring your notebook and pen so you can write them down. And basically, it's a way of teaching, kids that, what, you write it down because I'm going to hold you accountable for getting these things done. And, if you write them down and don't do them, that's going to be a problem. And it's there in black and white. You wrote it. You need to tell me why it couldn't be done. And I found that to be extremely effective. So when I say take notes, it's a habit that I started in 10th grade, believe it or not. Father Bryant, he was my English teacher. He was like, always take a note. If you find you don't need it, just ball it up and throw it away. But you should always be taking notes. So that's my kind of my thing for the day. Especially I find as I've gotten older, I have my little notebook and that little big pen with the 4 different colors, that fat big pen. I take a lot more notes. Because in my 20s and 30s,
Oh, when you
I
talk
did
about the blue and white one with the red, white, the red,
right.
blue,
It's
yellow, green. Oh man, I
red.
used to
Well,
love
it's
that
red,
pen.
green, blue, and black.
Yeah, I used to love that ink pen, boy. You
I
can hit that one
find
type, boy. Ooh,
I
man,
find
I
that
promise.
in my late 40s to now, I don't remember as well as I did in my 20s and 30s. My joke back in my 20s was that, what, if I don't remember, it wasn't important in the first place.
Yeah,
So I can't do that anymore. So if I
nah.
know it's important, I write it down. So enough of that, my pedantry. Um, so this is the IRS story. Let me play it right quick.
Washington, acting IRS Commissioner Melanie Krause plans to leave the agency soon, said people familiar with her decision, extending an extraordinary period of turmoil at the Internal Revenue Service as the Trump administration shrinks and reshapes the agency. The development comes a week before the individual income tax filing deadline in the IRS's busiest time of year. The move happened right after an unusual data sharing agreement between the IRS and immigration authorities became official, a step that required weeks of negotiations as agency attorneys tried to structure the deal to avoid violating taxpayer privacy laws. Krause took a deferred resignation offer available to many federal employees and is expected to depart the government April 28th. She is concerned about the consequences of recent Trump administration decisions about the IRS and doesn't think she can affect those decisions, one of the people said. Krause will become the third IRS chief to exit this year, and her replacement would be the agency's fourth leader in 4 months. Danny Werfel, who had been nominated and confirmed to the job under President Joe Biden, left on Inauguration Day. His successor, longtime agency official Douglas O'Donnell, exited in late February. President Trump has nominated Billy Long to run the IRS, but he hasn't yet had a Senate confirmation hearing. Other IRS executives, including Chief Financial Officer Teresa Hunter and Chief Privacy Officer Kathleen Walters, are leaving the government or planning to leave, the people familiar with the matter said. Mike Wetclow, the Chief Risk Officer, is also leaving the IRS. 6 weeks ago, when Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced Krause as the interim IRS leader, he said the agency's former chief operating officer and chief data and analytics officer would be an outstanding steward for the agency. A Treasury Department representative said Tuesday that Krause had been leading the agency through extraordinary change. We are also in the midst of breaking down data silos that for too long have stood in the way of identifying waste, fraud, and abuse and bringing criminals to justice, an agency statement said. We wish Melanie well on her next endeavor. It wasn't clear late Tuesday whether Krause would remain acting commissioner until she leaves the government. The Washington Post earlier reported Krause's expected departure. Since Trump took office, his administration has cut thousands of jobs at the IRS and could be aiming for thousands more layoffs in the months ahead, more than reversing a Biden-era expansion. Those changes have paused or ended some audits, and future personnel reductions after tax filing season could affect taxpayer assistance. The Trump administration has paused some information technology contracts and is pursuing a rethinking of the agency's modernization efforts, contending that the IRS has been too reliant on outside contractors and can accomplish some of its aims much more cheaply. The Trump administration also has moved to use IRS data to help authorities locate people who have violated criminal immigration laws. On Monday, Bessent and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem signed an agreement allowing data sharing between the IRS and immigration and customs enforcement officials. The agreement, disclosed in partially redacted form in court filings, would let the IRS give IC certain address information. Taxpayer privacy law generally prohibits the IRS from sharing taxpayer data. It's bedrock belief at the IRS, said Lawrence Gibbs, who was IRS commissioner in the 1980s. This is what encourages taxpayers to tell you their private and confidential information. The taxpayer privacy law does contain limited exceptions, including one for criminal investigations when agencies request information about specific people. For years, the IRS has been encouraging people living and working illegally in the U.S. to file tax returns and comply with the tax law, promising not to share that information with immigration authorities. The idea was to encourage tax compliance, and those taxpayers use special identification numbers that aren't Social Security numbers. Using immigrants' tax data against them should send chills down the spine of every U.S. taxpayer who disagrees with this administration, said Lisa Gilbert, co-president of Public Citizen, which is representing immigration groups suing over the potential disclosures. Undermining the legal protections for sensitive taxpayer information is dangerous, and Krause's resignation signals the severity of this unconscionable move by the Trump administration. Administration officials said it was important to use the government's data to enforce the laws, and they said the agreement complied with the law. They highlighted that the taxpayer privacy statute has an explicit exception for the IRS to provide information for certain criminal proceedings. Willfully refusing to leave the U.S. after receiving a removal order is a crime. Under President Trump's leadership, the government is finally doing what it should have all along, sharing information across the federal government to solve problems, said DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. Write to Richard Rubin at wsj.com.
Yeah, Trump is creating a lot of slippery slopes. I don't even know what to say more than that. I think that this is going to be a slippery slope, and it's all to get at immigrants. However, the next step is to basically once the illegal / I don't like you because you used your First Amendment rights, but you said something I didn't like. Once that group is gone, the next group is naturally going to be naturalized citizens.
That's what I was thinking.
You do come across people, who somehow or another filled out their naturalization, their citizenship stuff. I think the most common, because a few months ago, there are actually attorneys who handle the naturalization process. And if someone, for instance, lies about, a criminal record in their country of origin, that's grounds to revoke citizenship. I predict what's going to happen is naturalized citizens, especially recent naturalized citizens who exercise their free speech. Now it's going to be harder to do because courts will, defend free speech. At least I think they will. But I can foresee, or it would not surprise me to see naturalized citizens basically having citizenship revoked.
Okay, see, Stanley.
Hold on one second. I'm not done.
Okay.
I think it's a natural step. If I were going to be, a wannabe dictator, that's a direction I would move.
Hey,
so what are you going to say?
I was going to say, good Jesus. You just said something about grabbing an ink pen and a pad so you can ask the question you want to ask later, right? But anyway, yeah. So I'm looking for an ink pen, like, God damn it, let me write this down. But anyway, now, okay. See, because I always forget because I be smoking and drinking and shit. But I know I be on point, Stanley, but I just don't think like
Oh, do you? You sure?
See, Stanley, that ain't cool. But anyway, now, here go what I was thinking. Do you think, I had asked you this question like probably a couple of weeks ago about the Naturalization of Citizenship Act. And I was thinking, okay, not so far as going past the amendment, but do you think that they can reinvigorate the Naturalization of Citizen Act to just affect descendants of slaves? Do you think that's actually possible for the Supreme Court to administrate a legislate or encourage a legislature for the Congress or the Senate to look at to where they can say, hey, you know what? We don't want these Black Americans here talking about reparations and all these ADOs and FBAs. And hey, let's send them on back to Africa. And see, and I also said when I said that Africa wouldn't want you back, because one thing Africa got in their back pocket is what happened in Liberia. See, Liberia, there was a big civil war going on. A lot of Africans lost their lives because a lot of African Americans coming over there buying slaves. So,
well,
I'm just saying, I don't know, man. I don't know, Stanley.
In a word, no. On paper, I mean,
I know I talk a lot. My bad.
Just to use an example, I mean, excuse me, my family's roots, especially on my father's side, I'm not so sure about my mother's side, but it's probably true too. My family on both sides go back. I think my mother's probably pre-Civil War, because her family's from the Sea Islands of South Carolina, and those Africans have been in that area for 300 years. My father's side of the family, at least his father's side of the family, I know at least pre-Civil War, because he told me, but I don't remember the years, but at least since Reconstruction, if not before the Civil War. So I don't know. I mean, my roots go back as deep as, someone who say,
Yeah,
has an
but
immigrant.
Stanley, see, that's what I'm
Hold
trying.
on one second. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. They're African Americans, Black Americans, whatever they want to call themselves, with roots that go back farther than some white people's roots. So I don't know how you do it. Basically, a person who literally was born here, a birthright citizenship. If they start doing that, then white people, we're all in trouble. It won't matter your color if they start like revoking, birthright citizenship, which I don't expect they'll ever do.
I don't know, man.
Naturalized citizenship, I could see that happening, especially for people who are recently naturalized. So the word is no. I don't foresee that as something. But you know what? Never say never. What's
Okay,
up,
now,
lasagna?
hey, what's up, Lasagna Killer in the house? Everybody hit
What's
that
up,
like button,
Stanley?
man.
And what's up, Snake?
Golly, why you have to
Nothing
say it
much.
like that with no color
So
in the wind? You could have at
Well,
least said it.
wait. Okay, well, Snake.
You could have said, "What up, Snake?" Like, golly, with some
uh,
kind of excitement.
Okay,
I'm
well, I'm sorry, Snake. Well, I'm sorry, Snake. I'm not black, so I don't have
do
that
you
black
have a
snake to
do
me.
you have a particular comment on
You
any of
not
these
lame.
stories
Oh,
so
you
far?
dirty.
Lasagna?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Any takes on any of the stories I've done up to now?
Okay, I do have a take, Stanley, and I'm kind of So you're like scrolling through a lot of like blonde white women, so I might be kind of fucked up in the sense that I
Well,
don't
hey,
know.
that's the Trump
Come on,
administration. If
Lasagna.
if you're not blonde, or Christy Noam, who's pretty good looking, you're not
Uh-uh.
going to be there. So,
Wait, who's pretty good looking?
Thirsty.
Are you talking about the first
can
one or the
we?
second one?
Do you have any takes on the stories?
I plead the fifth. Can we? I
Okay.
don't want.
Well, let's go ahead and move on then. I
Hold on,
actually just
Stanley.
okay, Snake. I will not be deterred. We can
Okay,
converse
but we were
later.
talking about the naturalization aspect of it
Oh,
all.
okay. I thought I answered your question.
Oh, well, yeah, somewhat, but here go what I was saying. Okay, what I'm saying is about the Naturalization Act. How far will it go back?
I don't know. I don't have answers to
That's what I'm
that.
saying. Like you
All
saying, like if
the
they
only
start taking
thing,
white
and you
people
know
away,
what? I hope I'm wrong, but I could foresee naturalized citizens, especially ones who are very recent. I could see them coming under scrutiny and having citizenships
that's what I'm
revoked.
saying.
Now,
That's what I'm saying.
I hope I'm wrong, but it would not surprise me. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, think about it. When they invaded the Social Security Administration and they stole everybody's Social Security numbers,
Who is they?
funds,
Who did the stealing?
well, the deep state. That's all I'm gonna say right now.
Okay, I don't. You know
Okay,
what?
but I
Let's
have this
stop.
running theory,
Oh,
Stanley.
whoa! Let's stop right there. I'm not getting into deep state because I think that's conspiracy theory. The
So you
administrative
think
state
you
exists. There is not a deep, dark, deep state. That's be brave level conspiracy theory,
well,
and
no,
I
it's
don't.
not because Be Brave
I
don't want
don't.
to hear.
And
He don't
whoa,
even want
I
to hear.
don't indulge. I don't indulge that foolishness. Take it
Well,
somewhere
no,
else.
no, Stanley. Wait a minute now,
Okay,
Stanley.
yes, Solid Snake. You heard what I said.
I understand you don't.
Okay,
Okay, I
well, if you
understand that.
understand that, how about go ahead and table it for someone who will entertain that stuff.
You gonna subscribe to my channel?
I am literally being polite for now.
Well, I'm just
I
saying,
don't
but you gonna subscribe
I
to my
don't
channel?
subscribe to that. I do not I don't ascribe or subscribe to that deep state foolishness. I
It's
don't
not a
even want
deep
to
fake
I don't
foolishness.
even want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yo,
I
Snake.
do.
Yo, Snake. Deep Steak is fake, though. That is fake. I'm gonna have to agree with Stanley, even though I don't like agreeing with Stanley. He is right about this. The Deep Steak is fake.
Good. Well, I
Okay,
thank
yeah,
you for your
okay. I
support.
didn't say the
Can we
deep
move
state was
on to this
real.
story now? This kind of surprised me. I just discovered this a few minutes ago. Carolyn Levitt, Trump's press secretary, takes swipe at Amy Coney Barrett betrayal. I wasn't aware that she had betrayed anybody. So let me listen to
Stanley,
this right quick. It's
can we
just
get
a
a
couple
can we
minutes.
get a full body pic of her?
Ooh.
You have a thing. You have a thing for 50-year-old Supreme Court justices.
Hell yeah, she look good now, Stanley. Come on
Yep.
now, stop
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Well, you can
Stop it.
keep that. You can keep it in your pants. Let's go ahead and play this
We're
story.
not doing all that.
The White
Amy
House took
Coney
a veiled
is
dig at
Amy
Supreme
Coney
Court
pretty hot.
Justice Amy
Can
Coney
we hear
Barrett
this, please?
after she sided with liberals to oppose Donald Trump's deportation flights to El Salvador. Press Secretary Caroline Levitt called the 5-4 SCOTUS decision to allow the administration to resume the deportations a massive legal victory. But she added, "Certainly, we wish this was a 9-0 decision because we firmly believe that the president was well within his constitutional authority. The Supreme Court made that very clear last night, and they put Judge Boasberg in his place," she added. Levitt didn't mention Coney Barrett by name, but she made it clear that Trump wasn't happy with her decision to split with her conservative colleagues on the panel. "We called on the Supreme Court to rein in these judges who are acting as judicial activists and not real arbiters of the truth and the law. And that's exactly what we saw the Supreme Court do yesterday," Levitt added in another pointed remark about the decision. She said the ruling would allow the administration to keep removing foreign terrorist invaders using the Alien Enemies Act. Levitt called the tight decision a smackdown to James Boasberg, the judge who called a halt to the deportation flights amid questions over their legality. Levitt branded him a rogue, low-level district court judge who has relentlessly tried to prevent President Trump from using his constitutional powers as head of the executive branch and as commander-in-chief. She added that the highest court in the land backed the administration and thanked them for protecting the Constitution. Despite Levitt's claims of a Supreme Court victory, the ruling came with an important caveat. Any alleged gang members who are detained must be given a chance to seek judicial review before they are deported. Read more at the Daily Beast.
Okay. Well, the problem is that's all hype. They did not win a massive legal victory. Basically, the flights and the the due process stuff, it's still in the courts. Okay. The only thing they're saying, I think the only thing they're saying is that this one guy, and actually that was yesterday. Well, the two issues with these flights to El Salvador, the Alien and Sedition Act, what they're saying is that, hey, you can do it if you have actual evidence. They're flying people down there without proving that they are enemies. Okay, the president reading the Alien and Enemies Act, the president can't. I guess he can say, hey, this group of people I deem as dangerous, but during a wartime, during war with a declared war, it's easy, to say, hey, or easier that, hey, we're at war with Japan. I declare all, citizens who are Japanese. Now, racist, yes, but it has worked. It worked during the World War II. The problem is we are not at war. Okay, we are not at war with El Salvador. We are not at war with Venezuela. You can't just be picking people up without some form of due process, even if there's an Alien and Enemies Act in place. And what they don't understand is what they didn't say is this is still in the courts. Um, at bottom, Trump has a problem with district courts being able to make nationwide injunctions. That's really what they're winning. That's the war they're winning.
Wait,
And it
wait.
happened. No, 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 no. Don't interrupt. The same thing happened today with Justice Roberts, basically saying that one guy that they picked up uh, sent him to El Salvador, which is his home country, but they did it without any shred of evidence that he'd committed no crimes in El Salvador, no crimes in the United States, had a wife and kids who were U.S. citizens, had a job, and they just picked him up and sent him down. He had
Exactly.
actually, God damn it, Snake, do not interrupt.
Snake, don't interrupt, or he will,
Basically
or he will
all
eat your
their
asshole.
basically all they're winning is, and I think they're going to win this eventually, but it's going to come back and it's going to boomerang when Democrats get back in power, and at this rate they will.
No.
Everybody has a problem with a federal district judge basically doing nationwide injunctions. So something, in Texas, it's a Texas issue, but they can basically say no one in the country can do it. Trump is having a real problem with that. That's what the Supreme Court is supporting. I foresee that they're going to take power away from the district courts. They're going to neuter the ability to do these nationwide injunctions. The Alien and Enemies Act stuff, it still needs to be adjudicated. That one guy that they deported for no apparent reason, that's still adjudicated. They have not won a massive victory yet. It's going to be a two-stage process. So, that's what I want to emphasize. They have won, they've won the war.
Yeah.
They've won the battle, but they haven't won the war. I'll leave it at that. Now, what do you have to say very quickly, Solid Snake?
I don't think they just won the war. I think they won public perception, and I think that's the
I
problem.
don't agree with that.
Day, I think at the end
So,
of the day, it's going to be public perception that's going to.
Okay, I don't. No. At the end of the day, public perception will sway the actual judiciary, but public perception, I don't even agree that they're winning that. And if you go to the polls, you will see that tide is kind of turning. So we'll wait and see. I'm not saying you're totally wrong, but I don't agree with you on that point. Lasagna, anything?
No.
Okay, Tom, how you doing? Good to see you.
Ain't it though?
I'm doing fine. How you doing?
Pretty good. I actually got rest.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that here shortly.
Yeah, obviously, because old people need rest. You both need to die. Like,
it was a good show you had last night. I really actually enjoyed
awesome
seeing
show.
Virgo up there. It was depending on how you look at it, it was either what do they call it when was it a cross episode, when two shows in the same universe, they some characters from one show, I forget, there's a term for it. Crossover. So it was a crossover episode of Let Me Tell You About. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
so
yes,
let us move on.
Your biggest hit right there, man. Rodney Dangerfield. I know it's gonna be a slow creeper, but I promise you, your number's gonna go up within the next maybe 3 months. Just look at your statistics, man. I be trying to get that advertised. That Rodney Dangerfield, that Richard Pryor, and the one you got coming up, because that's the one. I don't know the
well
name,
today's
but
today's show.
Yeah, the one that's coming up today.
And before you go, Tom,
I want to hear that one today.
before
Because
you
there's so
go,
many old school actresses
we need
we
to
forgot
do
about.
your
Never mind.
get the proper advertising and hyping and stuff before you if you leave early.
Yeah,
Just to make sure that
it's a pretty common,
And
well-known
then we had
fact.
talked about Marianne tonight. I listened to Marianne when you were talking about Gilligan's Island, and I always thought about the Ginger versus Marianne controversy. Because I always loved Marianne, but it was always about this type of stuff back in the 70s and the 80s, man. When I was growing up, that's what I concerned myself about. Because I always thought Daisy Duke was the baddest bitch in the world up until I seen
Oh,
Christopher
boy.
Three's Company.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Well, really, it's a commonly known fact. I mean, it's universally recognized by doctors and scientists that anyone from a politician to a business leader to an athlete, a good amount of sleep is necessary for optimum performance. Now, if I was a nobody, nothing in the world that was really counting on my pocketbook to sequester the attention of women, well, then I might not need as much sleep. But it is important to get, the proper amount of sleep.
Yeah. All right. So next. Oh, wait, hold it. DiCapriono. I'm not sure I get this. Is invasion war? We're not being invaded, and we
Oh
weren't
my
being
God,
invaded.
Stanley.
Now, that's a rhetorical position that MAGA takes, and I just don't agree with it. It's an immigration problem, but I don't think if they're not crossing the border looking to take over territory with weapons and tools of
There
war,
is a
then
giant
it's
sucking
not an
sound.
invasion.
Sound
So
like
next story, and
giant
I think I
sucking
have a
sound.
couple stories on this. Markets. Oh, Solid Snake, I'm glad you're here. This story's for you. Because you made the comment yesterday that the markets were up. Well, they wound up down again, down 1.6% yesterday.
They just shorting stocks at this point. Didn't you hear my boy talking
I
about
don't care.
putting options?
I don't. I'm not the highfalutin, high flying
I
trader
wonder what
like
Get
you
Crack
and
was tonight, because I sure was
King
going to join that
Chenard and
panel
Crack.
tonight.
So
I was gonna join it.
again, I'll reemphasize, Robert Wright's
You know what?
theory.
I
God damn it,
anticipate a
Solid
King
Snake.
Chenard. Hold on. I anticipate a King Chenard versus Get Crack. Hold on. I want
Okay,
them
dude,
to.
you're about to
I'm
be
with.
holding on.
Well, I'm just saying,
Okay, I
because you
just made a
afraid
random
y'all
comment.
taking
We
forever.
don't need to get deep
So
into
we
it.
might well get Crack and King Chenard on the panel together, and they just talk about stock trades during the stock market
Okay,
hour.
I
think
talked
that'll be the
about that.
biggest thing
I
in
talked
YouTube
with King
history.
Chenard. I talked with King Chenard about that yesterday.
Yeah.
He doesn't think highly enough of Crack to do something like that.
Oh, that sucks.
So, Robert Reich's markets slide again in afternoon slump as trade tensions escalate. Robert Reich, the guy I just talked about, the liberal, I guess, economist, teaches at Berkeley. His theory is that this is a planned thing, basically tanking the markets to make stuff cheap, so billionaires can go and do their shopping, at a discount, and then once things ease up and markets get adjusted, they will ride these stocks back up, for profit. And hey, one conspiracy theory is as good as another, I guess.
And that's what I'm saying, Stanley. I think they shorten the markets on purpose. I think they leveraging. Never mind.
Okay, well, you make money in an up market or down market if you're savvy enough. They may be, it could very well be that they're shorting and then they'll ride it back up. All I'm saying is that my contention has been that MAGA is basically oligarchs dressed in in populist clothing. So, his conspiracy theory is kind of in line with my thinking on what MAGA actually is, at a philosophical level, a political philosophical level. So, anyway, I don't want to get too deep into this, but, the markets are
Hold on,
still.
can I ask Tom?
Actually, I saw something really interesting and I should have saved it, but there was a little short. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me see. Can I find it? There was a little short. There's a guy named Matt Lewis, and he did a actual YouTube short. He did a show with some economist guy talking about why the markets have reacted so negatively. His reasoning was that the markets, and he's some sort of analyst, prognosticator of some sort. His contention is that they knew that Trump was going to do tariffs because he'd been talking about it on the campaign
Yeah.
trail last year. But they did not know he was going to go this far. That's why the markets are kind of reacting the way they are. They knew he was going to do it. They didn't think he was going to have the balls to take it that far. Let me see, can I find it? If I can't, that's fine. Oh, there it is.
But Tom. Hey, Tom, remember that movie Pretty Woman, right?
Yes.
Okay, remember that scene where Richard Gere was riding through the scene and they had that little clippy or that little monologue with him where he was talking about how he was getting ready to short the stocks?
Yes.
Yeah. You think that's relevant to today?
I know that he was a what's the term for it? Hostile takeover guy. So
Yeah.
that's why he was shorting the stocks so that he could get a lower price and buy a higher share of the company and take over their business.
So do you think
All right,
that
so
with the influence of propaganda and influence within this artificial intelligence technology and all this high information and propaganda we can do today, how easy do you think that'll be to pull a scene off like that in a movie today and make it happen?
No, Solid Snake. Solid Snake. You are popping my balloon of patience here.
I know, I'm sorry.
I want to go ahead and this was basically talking about why the markets are reacting as what would the word be, as hysterically as they are.
The market's freaked out is because if you're a dork like me and you get all the investment bank newsletters and the, from the big guys like Goldman and JP Morgan and the rest, markets are all about expectations, right? What's going to happen in the future for a specific company or for a market. And most of these guys just did not have this last volley of tariffs in any of their scenarios, not in their base case scenario, but in any of their scenarios. And you're now seeing market bulls, investment banks basically saying, yeah, we got this wrong. We got it wrong. We actually thought Trump would do a little bit on semiconductors and autos and some steel and aluminum and definitely do something on China. And we totally got wrong. And I'll say for the record, I got it wrong too. Even applying Occam's razor, I just did not think they would be so willing, or at least the president would be so willing, to rattle markets, rattle foreign governments, disrupt manufacturing supply chains, potentially increase prices so that, with Americans still upset about inflation, all of these things. I just didn't see that as possible. Yeah. I think that's why markets freaked out, is because if you're a dork like me and you get all the investment bank newsletters and the, from the big guys like Goldman and JP Morgan and the rest.
So that was basically something I saw earlier today, and it makes sense. They just didn't know that that Trump would go so far. But they'll be okay. People are still going to make their money, and we'll see how it all turns out. The traders are probably happy. They'll ride the market down and make a profit. They'll ride it back up and make a profit. The more sophisticated investors. So this is Andrew Sullivan. I don't know if you folks know who he is, but he's a fairly famous. Used to run the New Republic. Fairly famous Substacker now. You know, he had some tweets about Trump in particular. And yeah, I'm probably going to just go ahead and read these because I found him. He is, I guess he would call himself a classical liberal, but a lot of more traditional establishment type Republicans are somewhat aghast at what Trump's doing. Classical liberals like their peace and tranquility, their Pax Americana, and let's see. This is let me try and enlarge this so it's a little bit more readable for everybody on the screen. Let's see. Can I enlarge that? No. I don't often go and this is a Substack's version of tweeting. So
Hold on, you can't click what you want. What operating system you running?
what do you mean? What operating system? It's Windows.
I'm just saying you can't click your mouse and scroll the wheel up and zoom in and out on the picture.
I don't know. Is all that necessary?
No, I'm just saying you asked to enlarge the text, right?
Yeah, I can do that, but I'm not that concerned with it. He basically went out and did a bunch of Substack, whatever they call their posts. And I'm just going to read a couple comments. Now, this is a guy who is right of center, but not necessarily MAGA. He's basically saying this whole debate is so fundamentally backwards and upside down. It's based on a fallacy, and the fallacy is this: that somehow in a trade, someone must lose. That somehow when you trade with someone, there's a loser and someone's taking advantage of you. China is ripping you off or Japan is ripping you off. It's absolutely a fallacy. Every trade that occurs in the marketplace is mutually beneficial. That's Rand Paul. Rand Paul is heading up, the Republican objection to the way Trump is doing tariffs, specifically on Canada, but I think they've got a larger point as well. Rand Paul, what's the lady from Canada? I can't think of her name right now, but there's some more centrist Republicans in the Senate that are starting to become a little bit more oppositional to Trump's style of tariffing everything. China, for instance, he's thinking they're going to get up to 104% tariffs. And Andrew Sullivan, basically, the global economy is a closed system. Okay. People can retaliate against the United States. It's not like a pure,
I wonder
like,
why that's possible, Stanley.
it's not like a pure system. It's not like it's a pure system. There's only so much money in the world. And if you are going to tack tariffs on a country, they can retaliate, and it's not going to be a pure win-win. And I read an article, a Harvard Business School article that Paul Krugman did about 30 years ago, where he talks about tariffs. Tariffs aren't basically, his premise is that countries are not like businesses because they don't operate under the same principles. Countries run economic policies. Businesses basically run for profit, and the two styles cannot be interchanged. They're not mutually Their business, running a business is not like running a country, because businesses operate for profit. Countries basically set economic policy. They're not profit making institutions. So Andrew Sullivan has, comments on not only the trade part of it, but also, basically, he's thinking Trump is resurrecting the dynamics of monarchy in America. And then he quotes another Substacker, Emily Chamley Wright. She says the founders were not only concerned with monarchy in name, that is true, they feared monarchy in function. At the Constitutional Convention, some worried that the president would become the fetus of monarchy. That's why the Constitution sought to guard against precisely this kind of concentration of power. She's talking about a unitary executive theory. It vests the authority to regulate commerce with foreign nations in Congress, not the executive. And, Trump basically is doing this tariff policy by declaring an emergency, specifically with Canada, Mexico, and China, but he's kind of extending it out to the world, basically. And it is not the executive's job in the Constitution to regulate commerce. So at some point, the Senate is going to have, well, they're already starting, to pair up with Democrats. The problem is going to be the House. The House is much more Trumpian than the Senate is. So it's a looming battle. I'll put it that way. It's a battle that's gonna happen in the courts and the legislature, and it's going to be interesting to see if the Constitution is to be followed. Trump should be checked. I don't think that's going to happen though, because the check that he's got against the legislature is he will primary your ass if you don't bow to his executive authority. Now let's see. His ghetto point of view asks. His ghetto point of view is my chat nemesis here. He says, "How is China not ripping us off?" I didn't say they weren't. Did you not hear Nancy Pelosi speak about this in the early 2000s? No, I don't remember what she said in the early 2000s. Remind me. Saying Trump exact words during Obama and Clinton's administration. Who cares? Where was all this complaining? That's whataboutism. Ghetto, you are the prince of whataboutism. Where are all the issues about Doge well, the reason Obama, there was no Doge when Obama never had a version of Doge. That is bullshit. If you do your homework, you will know that there was no Doge or any version of Doge under Obama. So I don't even want to. That's like, I don't know where you get that from. John tried that bullshit, and I shot him down. You'll be the second bird I get with one stone if you keep up that foolishness. Any thoughts on this trade stuff, tariff stuff? I'm sorry. I know I breezed through it and threw a bunch of stuff out there. So
I think a lot of people have made the point that Trump's sort of business attitude is there needs to be a winner and loser. And most trade is mutually beneficial. That's the reason for the trade.
Exactly. And if you want to tariff, they can tariff back. And, thinking that, the thing is not only is there a finite amount of money, even though you can print more, it essentially is finite. There are also a finite number of jobs in the world. So if you're thinking of taking jobs from one country, bringing them back to America, it all winds up balancing out. Creating jobs here is basically going to create a problem when you have to pay American workers because they're going to make more money. You're going to have to pay them more than you would if you take those jobs back from, say, Vietnam. So, one of the things Trump has said, and I have to give him credit, is that part of this strategy is to force countries. Vietnam is the one that I know of right off the top of my head. He wants to force these countries to the negotiating table and hammer out, deals. Maybe they're mutually beneficial. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Again, I don't have a problem with what Trump is doing in some cases. I have a problem with his method. And, the shock and awe, that he wants to do, I think it's error prone. The shoot from the hip, shock and awe stuff, I don't know that it's going to work. I think in the meantime, you piss people off. In some ways, you wind up driving people from the negotiating table. They'll just sit it out and wait for the next president, someone who's more reasonable. Speaking of which, apparently Iran, this is off the topic, and I don't think I even have a story. Iran and the U.S. are supposed to be holding direct talks, which is a move in the right direction. So I don't think I have a story on that. But anyway, we'll move on if nobody has any more comments on the tariffs and trade and that sort of stuff. Sorry if I'm moving too fast, but you can always slow me down. Idaho becomes the first state, and we're shifting gears here, first state to authorize firing squads as execution method for convicted pedophiles. And I know there'll be some comments on this. This is ground news again. This is more, bullet points from the right-wing press, or right-leaning press. Idaho Governor Brad Little signed a law allowing the death penalty for individuals convicted of aggregated lewd conduct with children aged 12 and younger. And I've heard it said a lot in this space that pedophiles ought to be, given the death penalty. Well, Uncle Fatty's state has decided to take you up on your desires. The law requires prosecutors to prove specific factors to seek the death penalty. Brad Little stated that sexual abuse of children requires the highest punishment, emphasizing that such crimes devastate victims and families. I don't disagree with that. Idaho becomes the first state to authorize firing squads as the primary execution method for convicted pedophiles. So, any thoughts on that? Oh, I see Solid Snake. I figured Solid Snake would have a bunch to say about it. So, any thoughts, Lasagna or Tom?
No.
Okay, let's see. Ghetto says, "You're a liar, Stanley. Pull up the clip. It's right on YouTube of Obama talking about his own version of government efficiency." Again, whataboutism? You said Doge. There was no version of Doge in the Obama administration. His own version of Doge? Did he call it Doge? People have been talking about government efficiency forever. Okay, just because you say government efficiency doesn't mean there's a whole agency created for government efficiency. It used to be that Congress was the Doge. So call me liar all you want. You just sound like a child throwing a temper tantrum, Ghetto. I'm the adult in the room. Please make sure that you use your words and bring me examples that a thinking man would want to think about, not these little, own version of Doge. And I'm not going to YouTube to pull up a clip. Well, you know how to get up here. You've been up here before. Find the clip, come up, put it in the back, and we can discuss it. So, anyway, let's see. We've blown through some. Yep, got a few more. This next item is an opinion piece. And I tend to agree. I haven't read it. Most of the stuff that I bring up here, I don't read because I kind of want to do a first blush reaction with you all. This is titled, it's Matt Johnson, a Substack site called Persuasion. This is called Authoritarianism Without Ideology. Let's listen to it. I'm not sure that Trump doesn't have an ideology. America First seems as much an ideology as anything. So let's hear what he has to say. And why are you not working? I've had all kinds of trouble with these Substack readers.
Without ideology.
There we go.
America is joining a new world order where power trumps principle. By Matt Johnson. This is not about Ukraine at all, said Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov a month after the invasion in early 2022, but the world order. For nearly 3 years, the United States took Lavrov's declaration seriously. Washington worked with European allies to impose severe sanctions on Russia, while NATO doubled the number of forces on its eastern flank and welcomed 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. The United States authorized $175 billion in aid to Ukraine. President Joe Biden often argued that Ukraine was the front line in a global battle between democracy and autocracy, which was an animating principle of U.S. foreign policy. That all came to an end on January 20th, when Donald Trump returned to the Oval Office. The idea of upholding certain rules and norms in the international system is foreign to Trump. After he and Vice President J.D. Vance berated Volodymyr Zelensky during an Oval Office meeting in February, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov declared that the Trump administration's foreign policy largely aligns with our vision. When Lavrov declared that the war was about building a new world order, he couldn't have known that the United States would soon be such a willing participant in this process. Deals, not ideals. But what will that new order look like? While China and Russia want to undermine liberal democracy, they don't offer much in the way of an ideological alternative. During the Cold War, Soviet communism was an expansionist ideology that purported to be a replacement for liberal capitalist democracy. Beyond the Iron Curtain in Eastern Europe, there were communist or Marxist governments everywhere from Southeast Asia to Africa to South America. The Soviet Union fought proxy wars with the United States around the globe and sought to install communist governments as widely as possible. This ideological conflict finally ended once it became clear that the cumbersome and authoritarian Soviet system simply couldn't compete with the democratic West economically, politically, or culturally. Today, by contrast, plenty of states have friendly relations with Beijing and Moscow, but these relationships are largely transactional. When China builds infrastructure across Asia and Africa as part of its Belt and Road Initiative, it doesn't expect partner governments to adopt Xi Jinping thought or emulate the Chinese political system. Other countries aren't capable of replicating the unique Chinese model, which combines a partial market economy with heavy state control and an increasingly totalitarian form of government. Meanwhile, although Putin wants to reconstitute as much of the Russian Empire as possible, he realizes that the populations of other countries aren't clamoring to live under their own decaying petro-dictatorships. When Lavrov announces the dawn of a new world order, he isn't talking about a grand plan to remake the world in Russia's image. Unlike the Soviet Union, Moscow doesn't have a positive or coherent vision for how the world should be organized. Its ideological project is built entirely around opposition to the US-led international order. Putin is bitter that former Soviet states across Eastern Europe lined up to join the Western system of political, economic, and Security Organization after the Cold War. This is why he has special contempt for globalism and constantly demands a return to a world order that respects sovereignty. Never mind that he is waging the largest conflict in Europe since World War II to destroy Ukrainian sovereignty. China and Russia are part of a loose but increasingly consolidated authoritarian axis, which includes Iran, North Korea, and other anti-Western dictatorships like Venezuela, Belarus, and Zimbabwe. In her book Autocracy Incorporated, the historian and Applebaum demonstrates how the various members in this nexus of autocracies support each other financially and politically. China provides diplomatic support to Venezuela and imports oil from the country. North Korea sends Russia weapons, and now soldiers. China provides a vital export market for Russia while enabling Moscow to circumvent sanctions and import military components and technology. Applebaum explains that these relationships are cemented not through ideals but through deals. Deals designed to take the edge off sanctions, to exchange surveillance technology, to help one another get rich. Like other transactional authoritarian leaders, Trump doesn't believe the United States' relationships with other countries should be based on shared values or the maintenance of international institutions. He thinks those relationships should be conditional and impermanent like business agreements. This is why he says allies should treat the United States like an insurance company. Trump's recent scattershot tariffs are a perfect example of his transactionalism. Beyond the fact that these massive tariffs, the most significant attack on global trade in a century, ignore basic economic principles like comparative advantage, they also target the United States' closest allies and partners. The Trump administration dramatically overstated the tariffs other countries have imposed on the United States and developed an arbitrary formula to produce stratospheric rates that will have a crippling economic impact on many of America's closest friends. There's nothing reciprocal about these tariffs, which were imposed as a form of economic coercion, not as a good faith attempt to maximize the value of trading relationships. While the administration wages economic warfare on the United States allies, Russia was conspicuously exempted from the tariff list. Trump's transactionalism is particularly dangerous because he has such a narrow and distorted conception of what's in the United States' interests. For example, he's pushing for closer relations with Moscow while intentionally alienating the United States' traditional allies by abandoning security arrangements and waging economic warfare on them. Trump administration officials have told European leaders that they will have no say in negotiations to end the war, while simultaneously demanding that they provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. This isn't just a reassessment of the United States' traditional alliances. It's a conscious effort to undermine them. Twilight of ideology. This shift away from America's oldest allies and toward its most implacable enemy makes no sense economically. Russia has a $2.2 trillion economy, while the EU economy is worth $20 trillion. And it makes no sense geopolitically. Russia has long sought to expand its own sphere of influence by force, which inevitably means shrinking the Western sphere of influence that grew because free countries across Europe chose to join. There's no explanation for this shift apart from Trump's desire to dismantle the liberal international order that the United States helped to build after World War II. But the reason so many countries agreed to be part of the global order America helped to build after World War II is that this order has always been based on ideals, not just deals. Over the past 80 years, we have become so accustomed to those ideals that they have faded into the background. We take it for granted that the idea of Germany and France fighting a war is almost impossible to imagine, even though this status quo is one of the greatest political achievements in European history. We assume that the Western victory over Soviet tyranny in the Cold War was inevitable, even though that victory looked far from assured right up until the moment the Berlin Wall collapsed. We barely register the fact that war in Western Europe became obsolete while global GDP, adjusted for inflation, increased nearly 16-fold after World War II. Persuasion is also the home of American Purpose, Francis Fukuyama's blog, and the Bookstack podcast. To receive all of this great content, simply click on email preferences.
Anne Applebaum, I've read a few things by her. Twilight of Democracy was one of them. She's an expert on authoritarianism, at least kind of like on a world scale. She started out as a Russia expert. And anyway, if you ever run across anything she's written, I highly recommend her. Um, for some reason or another, is it um, I'll think of the name of the book in a minute, but I kind of see seems to me that the world is kind of coalescing into um, is it Brave New World? I, one of those high school books you read where, they're basically Russia, China, and I think there was a European like entity where basically there were like spheres of influence. I think it's Brave New World, um, where there's a Russia influenced portion of the world. There's a China influenced portion of the world, and I guess there'll be a um, U.S. /European area of influence, and it just seems to be that's where Trump and the world's authoritarians want to take this. Um, and the transactional, there is no real global order. They're just spheres of influence, and they war with each other, they trade with each other, they're just basically adversarial in general. And I wonder if there's some grand vision like that Trump is wanting the US to kind of either cooperate or create. I think it's Brave New World. I'd have to. It's been so long since I've read anything like that.
Yeah,
So
there's a number of futuristic works that posit what you're saying. Now, Brave New World predominantly dealt with the world state, and the only difference from the world state was what they called the savage reservation, which was
okay,
anything that
yeah, then
wasn't
that's not it.
wasn't part of the world state. But there's a number of them that have like even rollerball, the world coalesced into sort of corporate entities, which were kind of nationally based on whatever the predominant product from that area was. And so, but there's a number of them that do what you're talking about.
Yeah, um, yeah, Aldous Huxley. I would have sworn. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I just think that the authoritarianism part of it is real. And I'm a liberal democracy guy, and I don't mean liberal as in conservative versus liberal. I mean as in, you know, um, I'm I'm sad to say kind of an enlightenment guy or a post enlightenment guy, and hearing a black person say that is kind of scary because the enlightenment basically formed um, American slavery in particular. It was very tolerant of that. I mentioned the other day that John Locke was one of the principals behind the Royal Charter of South Carolina colony. He had his fingerprints in the Caribbean. The sugar trade, all that sort of stuff, and the Enlightenment was a principal author of racism. So but I'm a big Constitution fan, and I really prefer that you know there is there's a country that's able to debate with itself and um, hammer out its differences. um, and I think Trump is wanting to move away from that. Essentially, as I said, that unitary executive theory um, is where Trump wants to go, and it's a little bit too authoritarian for my taste. And you know what? I guess if I want to be ridiculous about it, if there were a smarter guy, I might have less objection to it. Trump is not a thinking man, in my opinion. Very transactional. Kind of the same reason I think economists make the worst social critics, because everything is transactional, you know, um, with economists and businessmen. And I'm kind of utopian in that I like philosopher kings. So next, and I'm kind of redoing this from last night or rehashing this from last night. I have a huge problem with, this patriotic education sort of stuff that MAGA wants to move towards. And the left has its own version. But in the MAGA version, and oddly enough, if you're a left progressive, um, they are basically wanting to either pretend or force the idea that America is post-racial. And in my opinion, America can't become post-racial without actually dealing with its past and acknowledging it. And you might have a few kids who feel bad about stuff that happened in the past in America, and in my opinion, that's okay. Um, kids need to know the reality, and I think a patriotic education is the far right and the far left version of a utopia. So, this particular story, the National Park Service removed references to Harriet Tubman from the Underground Railroad um, uh, website. Now, the interesting thing is that they counter, MAGA basically counters that there are a couple national parks, I think, that are named after Harriet Tubman. Their counter is basically, hey, she gets her due in other parts, with the parks and everything named after her. Um, and what they're doing, and there's a specific part here, right here, the new page that reads. It says here the new page does not mention slavery until the third paragraph. You know what? It mentions it and cuts a reference to the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Now that's unacceptable. That is actually a hard coded example of where America was in 1850. It says here previously the article stated that started with a description of enslaved people's efforts to free themselves and the organization of the Underground Railroad after the Fugitive Slave Act. The article now starts with two paragraphs that emphasize the American ideals of liberty and freedom. So, there are two counterbalancing, ways of looking at American history. Um, somebody like you're familiar, Tom. I don't know about you, Lasagna. My buddy SKC, who likes to emphasize that black people could not be free without white people. And he basically wants to say, hey, black people needed white people. And he's not wrong. However, he's just a little bit too into that theory. He roasted me pretty hard when I said that, black people, slaves, African slaves, it begins with the desire to be free. Okay. And, nobody, white people did not control, the natural desire to not be a slave. So step one to African slaves wanting freedom in the United States was wanting to be free. And people like SKC can't seem to wrap their head around it. And most people in this space are probably more in the SKC camp than they are in my camp. But I'm pretty sure of my position. Once you express your desire to be free, you go out and you seek allies. But it's got to start. It's got to be self-directed, and I don't know why that's so hard to fathom. But in any case, counterbalancing, you can either emphasize that, oh, hey, America was a slave state, or you can emphasize that hey, the slaves would have never been freed had there not been, people who wanted that sort of racial cooperation. And I think both sides are valid. But the better example I want to give is a guy named Sean Willentz, who's a historian, fairly famous historian. I think he's still at Princeton. He wrote a book called No. What was it called? No slavery. What is it called? No slavery in men, or No property in man, I think is the name of it. And he emphasizes, the whole book is basically a counterpoint to the 1619 Project. He emphasizes, and I think he uses Frederick Douglass prominently, that the Constitution was a freedom document. Basically, the seeds of American slavery ended were in that document, and I find that just naive or kind of utopian. And there are equally good arguments, and I think better arguments for, opposite that point. At a minimum, the Constitution was a compromise. And Georgia and South Carolina, during that convention, basically held, all the cards, because they literally said, if you even talk about ending slavery, and I went to school, the Pinckneys, I actually went to school with them. There were two Charles Pinckneys that were at the Constitutional Convention, and they're like great, great, great grandchildren happened to go to school, grade school with me. So there's some random connection there. But anyway, it was a compromise, and Georgia and South Carolina held the cards. I think the South in general held the cards. Up until the Civil War, the South pretty much got its way, at least as far as slavery and some other issues, states' rights type issues. And I argue that actually the South got the better of the Civil War. They won. They lost the hot war, but they won the culture war. And I think up until today, most of the swing states are Southern states. Nixon, Reagan, all the way up to now. In my opinion, the South still kind of runs this country, or has an outsized influence, which, it is what it is. But I think, I just don't agree with the big cooperation point. I think that slavery was something to be overcome. I don't think the seeds of African, slavery ending were in the Constitution. There was a compromise. And I think the tell is it took a war to end it. Okay. It did not end of its own accord. There had to be a war and bloodshed. So I'll leave it at that. That's my diatribe, and I'm going way too far with it. So
well, I would say, as it affects the actual story, it's fine that they created a separate page for Harriet Tubman, but first of all, you cannot discuss the Underground Railroad without mentioning the Fugitive Slave Act. There is absolutely no
absolutely
separation there. It's you can't talk about one without talking about the other, and I don't think you can talk about the Underground Railroad without talking about Harriet Tubman. So I would say that the viewpoint there should be and plus. She should have her own page, and she should also be mentioned on the Underground Railroad page. And you can't divorce the Underground Railroad from the Fugitive Slave Act. One does not exist.
They're going to try. And excuse me. This is actually, why I'm so adamant. And I actually live this because my mother, I've mentioned several times, was a history buff. So, a lot of the history I learned literally from, books on their shelf. That bookshelf, it's a it's a huge like recessed bookshelf into the wall that my father actually custom built or had custom built for my mother. Those books are still there. And when I'm home, I still pull down a book or two every now and again to read. Her books are still there. So
I'm going to have to check out of here.
Okay, well, before you go, let's go ahead and hype your show. Let me bring it up right quick. Tonight, everybody, the Tom Gully Show. He is featuring a major star of the stage and screen, Ruta Lee. Let me bring this up right quick. And I'll drop the link also. Here we go. So this is Tom's show tonight, folks. Special guest star, the amazing Ruta Lee. She has been. It's kind of funny because I didn't know the name until Tom started mentioning all the stuff she's been in. She's been in like Twilight Zone episodes. She's been in mention some of her movies. I'm not the movie.
Oh, well, she was
anymore.
in Seven Brides for Seven Brothers,
That's right.
Witness for the Prosecution, Funny Face. She, as far as television is concerned, very famous episode of the Twilight Zone. Gosh, you want to get into Westerns, Gunsmoke, Bonanza, Rawhide, Wagon Train. If you want to talk about Mannix, if you want to talk about, Perry Mason, Love Boat, Fantasy Island, Roseanne. I mean, you name one, she's probably been in it. And if you said today that there was an actress that was in Breaking Bad, Mad Men, Sopranos, Severance, Ted Lasso, name the most popular shows of the last 10 or 20 years, every single one of them, you'd say, no, that's impossible. Well, no, it's not impossible. She did it. And she's still performing to this day to sold out shows. So I'm pretty excited to have her on. I consider her to be the greatest actress in the history of episodic television. There's nobody that did as much as she did, and
Right.
So I'm very excited to speak with her. Incidentally, Stanley, it'll interest you. She personally called Nikita Khrushchev and arranged.
Oh yeah, I heard that this Sunday.
The release of her grandmother from an internment camp in Siberia, and that was international news. She's done quite a few things. So
I can't believe her grandmother was in her 80s. My God,
yes,
you're an 80-year-old woman in Siberian work camps.
That was the Iron Curtain.
Wow.
So. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big show. So I'm very excited about it, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, I will definitely be there.
Yes, we'll see how many.
Yeah, y'all support Tom, and let's all make a special effort to be there. The show's going to be incredible, and this lady's going to be 90 soon. and she has an upcoming one-woman show at a theater in, did you say North Hollywood?
Yes. As a
So,
matter of fact, she just sold out 4 shows, 10 days ago in the El Porto Theater in North Hollywood, and
right.
a one-woman show. So, I mean, she was the female star of a Rat Pack movie called Sergeants 3. I mean, the list is endless. You almost forget. I mean, Jake and the Fat Man, Murder, She Wrote. I mean, she's been on everything.
Oh, shoot, I'd forgotten about Jake and the Fat Man.
Yeah, I mean,
Another.
she was, I mean, I forget all the stuff that she's been, The Fugitive, for crying out loud.
Right.
Everything, you name it, she was on it. And not just on these programs, but even if it was a super popular show, or even a show that you really liked, her episode was always a cut above the rest because she was on it. She's just a tremendous actress. The Twilight Zone episode that she's on, she plays a just heartless gold digger. I watched an episode of Bonanza today where she played an alcoholic. She did Gomer Pyle, which was a comedic role. She was great at comedy. She did everything. So I've long admired her work. Ed Robertson, who is a good friend of mine and a well-known television author, is the one that said, "Hey, I can point you to the right people to make this happen." So when he made that offer, I jumped on the chance. So it'll be great to talk to her. She's got a million hilarious stories and stories of Hollywood. She was on High Rollers, the game show, and Alex Trebek was the host at the time. And her entrance onto the stage, and you can see this online, the sort of glittering piece of stage work that ascended and descended to allow people onto the stage actually crashed down on her when she was coming onto the stage once. She's got great stories. On Gunsmoke, James Arness knocked her out cold by mistake. She was in a scene where he was to throw her over his shoulder and exit a room, and he did it too quickly and knocked her head against the frame of the door and knocked her unconscious. And she's got great stories about all this stuff. I don't want to, include too many spoilers. Her first job, she was working at Grauman's. I think it was at Grauman's, but she was working at a theater, and she was just kind of a hat check girl kind of a thing. And the cashier didn't show up. She was accused of shorting the drawer, and she got fired. And she told the guy, one of these days, I'm going to be, famous. And, she retold that story while they were putting her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, which is really kind of funny. So, she was on Cheyenne, Bronco, Sugarfoot. I mean, Bat Masterson. You almost can't name a show from that era that she was not on. And so this is going to be a big, exciting thing, and I'm gonna get.
Well, these sorts of interviews actually help you get other big interviews, right?
They can, certainly, if they go well and the publicist is happy. Yes, that they can. I generally, if I wanted to do nothing but an interview show, I could do that. I mean, I've gotten Gary Hart and a lot of other people. But I don't choose to do them too often. But when it's somebody really, really interesting, then yes, I love to interview people. So I should really do more interviews, but I'm not going to miss this one. And one of the things is I have the same birthday as her. So
that's right. Yeah.
When she does that one-woman show on her birthday, turning 90, that's my birthday too. So I'll probably bring that up.
Maybe she'll give you tickets. You might have to make a special trip to the show.
Oh, I just don't fly anymore. But I'd be honored to be there. But I think somebody else is going to get those seats, but she's quite an icon. One of the things about her is she founded an organization with Debbie Reynolds, who was an extremely close friend of hers, called the Thalians, that for over 60 years now has benefited mental health. And I think they're focusing on veterans currently, but she was the chairman of that organization for half a century. So she's also quite a philanthropist, which is great. So anyway, I will let you go and get some
All
sleep
right.
here. And we'll
All right, well, get your rest. You need to be looking good for Ruta.
oh, you know I do. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Ghetto. Let's see here. Your point, the South makes the money. Agriculture is a money maker, sir. Yeah, agriculture is a money maker. And I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm gonna guess that agriculture, while a major source of revenue, is not the biggest. So, cotton is no longer king, Ghetto. Bring yourself up from antebellum uh, economics to present day. We're a service economy, sir. And this thing about Lincoln didn't give a damn about freeing slaves. Well, you can make that argument, and it is a valid argument, but there are people who think, the meetings with Frederick Douglass and other, quote, black leaders of the time humanized it to a point to where I think he cared about ending slavery. What he didn't care about is making former slaves or, black people in general social and political equals. Okay, slavery and equal citizenship are two different things. I think I would argue that he cared about ending slavery because it was a source of revenue and economic power for the South. He also saw it as a morally corrupting, thing on society, as did people like Jefferson. But I think had there not been a Civil War, Lincoln would have objected to it, but he would not have tried to end it. However, I think you're getting confused because you're not good at subtlety, Ghetto. It was more the social and political stuff that Lincoln didn't give a damn about, and hardly anyone did. So you might want to go back and reread some stuff, maybe slower this time, just to get an idea of context and perspective. All right. Let's see. What else do you have? Lincoln out his own mouth stated he didn't get. Yeah, but see, the problem is, Ghetto, Lincoln said more than that. Okay. You're stuck on one quote. You need to broaden. People often contradict themselves. There's plenty enough in Lincoln's, books, or well, not books, books about Lincoln, speeches and stuff like that. There's plenty to support my point of view too. Politicians and human beings in general tend to contradict themselves as well as change over time. So again, you need to know more than one or two quotes. So anyway, this is where I'm going next. This kind of dovetails with that point about Harriet, the story about Harriet Tubman being kind of whitewashed out of the government, the National Park Service's website. Under the, she's basically been kind of taken out or her role lessened. in the website's Underground Railroad page. And this is an interview with it kind of dovetails in, but it's a little bit of a goal shift. This is a guy that we listened to earlier, and what is his name? Damn it! As I'm getting older, I'm getting really bad about names. This website is a guy. The site is called Eugene from Kenya. Not a huge fan of his, and I couldn't find the original interview that he's listing on his website. This guy teaches at Yale. I can't recall his name. They'll probably bring it up, and I apologize for that. Names sometimes escape me in my old age. We're not going to play the whole thing, but he talks about meritocracy as it applies to blacks in America. And this interview's from a few days ago. I think it's from a few days ago. So we'll listen to a little bit of it, not the whole thing, because it's kind of longish, and you'll get the gist early. Oops.
So this starts long before people are even born. If you look at the family structure of rich families and the family structure of middle class and poor families, rich kids are much, much more likely to be born into families with both parents still in the household. If you are a woman without a high school degree, or even with a high school degree but no college degree in the United States today, you will have roughly 60% of your children outside of wedlock. If you're a woman with a graduate degree, you'll have only 5% of your children outside of wedlock. So right from the get-go, kids of rich, educated parents have both parents in the household, and other kids usually don't. And then the rich parents just start spending money on their kids. You know, a typical public high school in the United States spends maybe $15,000 a year per child to educate the kids. A really poor high school might spend $8,000 or $10,000 a year, so that's a gap of about $5,000. But the top 20 private schools, as measured by poor, spend on average $75,000 a year per child to educate their kids. And all that money buys results. It buys training, it buys teacher attention, it buys careful educational programs. And when it comes time to take the SAT, for example, kids whose parents earn more than $200,000 a year have 250-point higher scores on average than middle-class kids, even as middle-class kids have just 125 points higher on average than kids below the poverty line.
So the gap between the very wealthy and the middle class is much higher than the middle class and the poor.
Much higher, twice as big on the SAT. And on other measures, the gap is even bigger. And the gap between the rich and the poor is truly enormous.
You know, culturally, we seem to have bought into it. Some cultures more than others. Indian parents, Asian parents, they are into the meritocracy from the get-go. You know, look, if you just work hard, we were immigrant parents here. We want you to get this best opportunity. The way through is to hit the books, right?
Hey, what's up, you all? How you doing? How are you doing? Super great. From wherever you're watching us from, this is presenter J Stories, and I'm hoping you are great. Now, there's something.
Now, this is a little jarring here, and like I said, I couldn't find the original interview. It's easier if I find the original interview. That way, I don't have to deal with someone else's ideas. I'm going to play a little bit of it because he's not bad, but I don't know that him stating the obvious, from an immigrant point of view, makes for a great hammer to hammer these points home.
That has been going on in history, right? There's this lie that if you work hard, you're going to get everything you want. If you work hard, you're going to get everything you want. That is in school, in life, and it applies in everything. Now, when you talk about meritocracy, specifically in the United States, there is so much debate around this topic. And in today's video, it's being hosted by American law professor from Yale University, that's Daniel Markovits, who talks about how the idea of meritocracy has led disillusionment to people. Disillusionment is a state of hopelessness. This is a situation where people are told lies. And when they try to apply the same procedures that the people told them so that they can be successful, they fail. And often they're left disillusioned, right? A person tells you that if you work hard, you're going to achieve everything you want. But that doesn't seem to be happening to everyone. When we talk about the United States,
Okay. Let's just put it like in English that's intelligible. The point is that we all know that, you know, being able to afford things like tutors and SAT prep as early as possible, as well as being able to afford, smaller schools with smaller class sizes so kids get individual attention. That's going to prepare you better to take things like the SAT to, more, give you a better chance to, working your way up the meritocracy, getting good jobs, etc. Um, I still contend that education is basically the icing on a cake that starts with parenting and at home. Okay. For instance, the love of learning, the curiosity, all that stuff is developed in a child before they ever get to school. For instance, my son, the public schools he went to were perfectly good, actually, as good as some private schools. Um, However, tell the story about one day him coming home with a C, and I just basically laughed. He said, "Hey, it's a passing grade," and I laughed and said, "No, that's a failing grade," etc. So, um, I know plenty of people who have gone to fancy private schools and still not done well. So the school is not the end all and be all. You have to, start the process before kids ever get to school. It is obvious that people whose parents are already, well off and able to afford every educational opportunity are going to wind up better off and maybe a bigger chance of them getting into really good state schools or elite private schools or what have you, versus someone who's not as economically well off or just outright poor. So it's equality of opportunity that America basically wasn't designed to give in the first place. Um, that equality of opportunity is the entrance to the meritocracy that no one ever wants to talk about. The far right and MAGA and all those folks want to whine and basically do whataboutism, about the left wanting equality of outcome. That's passe. It's bullshit. Uh, is a talking point in 2025. What they don't want to talk about is the equality of opportunity, which our meritocracy does not provide, has no intention of providing, and neither do the politicians. I don't know why people keep falling for this bullshit. So it's incumbent upon parents not to leave it up to the system to educate their kids or, that sort of thing. Parents have to be proactive, especially if you're not particularly well off. If you're middle class, you need to be driving that process as a parent. If you're working class, same thing. And, I don't think that the current system actually makes it easier for middle class and working class parents to spend enough time with their kids. That's another thing that I never hear MAGA talk about. How do we get more parent child time together? I hear these natalists in family first and all that bullshit. I never hear them talk about how do we get more time for parents and kids to be together. They barely even want to give, maternity leave or paternity leave. They barely want to do that. So I love shitting on people who want to talk about, meritocracy and, you know, um, um, work hard and you'll get somewhere or all that bullshit. Those guys are just way off. They don't actually like talking about the real problem, which is building families, which is getting, family time to be a family. It's hard to do it if you have to work 3 or 4 jobs, and even harder if you're a single parent. So until, the far right MAGA folks want to start talking, the fundamentals, you're a family and a stronger family if you spend time together. I want to hear talk on that. What's the solution to that fundamental problem? So, and the reason I even bring up families and education, you know what? If the schools aren't going to teach you American history, then that's something a parent can do at home. Not all learning takes place in school, and parents who basically depend on the school to do all the educating, um, they're not facing reality. And quite frankly, even private schools, I went to a very good college prep private school, and a lot of stuff I still learned on my own. They can't teach, they only have so much time in a high school history class or what have you. Some of that stuff, especially if you're curious about a topic, you need to be doing on your own, on a Saturday or during the summers when you have time off. And parents need to make those summers, that time off, productive. So enough of that diatribe. What's up, Lupin? Looks like you're catching up to us. So good to see you. Stanley, I hope your school choice and parents getting the money directly, even from homeschool, use them. I'm for good education. Whatever. I'm not against homeschooling. I'll put it that way. I wouldn't do it. And, my wife was a stay-at-home mom. I guess she could have done it. But I think a good school helps with socialization. I've known parents who homeschooled their kids, and those kids are creepy. They're always like kind of shy. Like if I remember my sister and I going to visit a new neighbor of mine when I moved up to the mountain, and those kids, they were practically hiding behind their mother and father. We got invited in, and those kids were a little jumpy. And so if whatever a parent decides as far as education for their kids, I will support. Me personally, I don't want to be around my kids all the time. They need some socializing time. And you know what? Kids need time away from their parents to grow their own personalities, to, develop their independence, etc. So but if a parent wants to homeschool, go for it. I will even be proud to donate my tax dollars to support those folks. And I also think that teachers tend to be a little, or can be a little bit more objective about their kids. I shudder to think the parents who will go, well, my Johnny could never do something like that. He could never act up in school or hit somebody or start a fight. I shudder to think of those parents educating their kids. I think that, parents like that will educate their kids not to understand personal responsibility, that sort of thing. So, we got a lot of shitty parents out there, and I think homeschooling, at least in the short term, will perpetuate us making another generation of shitty parents. So I'd be interested to know your thoughts on that, Ghetto. Not all parents are equal either. So moving on, we're going to get a little bit. You know what? Let's do this story first because I should have. I got that one out of order. This is Elon Musk's brother urges Trump to fire Peter Navarro. That is a bizarro story. So I want to listen to this. I don't understand what Kimball Musk, why he is talking about firing a Trump administration official. Peter Navarro is a special advisor, something to the president. He's an economist who wound up doing some jail time. I can't remember exactly why, but he's done some jail time, and of course, he is back into the Trump administration. I think jail time is actually, one of those things the Trump administration looks for in hiring officials. So anyway, let's listen to this.
Musk's brother urges Trump to fire Navarro. By Lauren Irwin. Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk, urged President Trump to fire his senior trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on Tuesday night. At Real Donald Trump, Mr. President, if Peter Navarro has lied to you about Ron Vara, what else has he lied to you about? Kimball Musk said in a post on X, "Put America first and fire him." The post follows a fight between tech billionaire and Department of Government Efficiency Doge leader Elon Musk and Navarro over the impact of Trump's tariffs. Musk called Navarro a moron in response to the claims the trade advisor made about Tesla's manufacturing and assembly process. Navarro is truly a moron. What he says here is demonstrably false, Musk said on X in response to a video where Navarro claimed Tesla is not a car manufacturer, but a car assembler. Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks, Musk added. He also poked at Navarro, telling him to ask the fake expert he invented, Ron Vara. The clash came as Trump has announced sweeping new tariffs, including a 25% tariff on imported vehicles. Navarro said parts used in his Teslas were imported from Japan, China, and Taiwan. He argued the administration's tariffs were aiming to use American manufacturing. Musk has advocated for a zero-tariff situation between the U.S. and Europe, which prompted Navarro's criticism that the Tesla CEO didn't understand. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defended Musk and Navarro's spat, arguing that boys will be boys.
Yep, more petty squabbling in the Trump administration. I love it. Let's see. Ghetto point of view. You know what? I was typing this. I'm actually not all over the place. I think what's happening is you probably being at work or getting the kids ready for school, you step away or don't have time to concentrate on what I'm talking about. So, if you leave for 5 minutes and you come back to the conversation, of course you're going to think I'm all over the place because you're only catching snippets of what I'm saying. I don't ever recall saying we don't need better public schools. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? I don't think, okay, you seem to, schooling is not quality time with kids. I don't know what, you know what? You are very interesting. Your thought process is very interesting. This is probably why kids shouldn't be homeschooled. Okay, schooling and education is not quality parent time. Okay, if you're going to take the role of teacher, you can't mother and teach at the same time, though I guess you could argue against it. My way of education is you actually teach kids, okay, which means school time is school time. We're not going to be doing nurturing when you're learning. The nurturing time can come after the school time. This is maybe why kids should go to a school And I mentioned the word objectivity. Teachers probably would be um, a better opportunity to have objective assessments of your kids' abilities versus parents. When I say quality time, I mean like quality bonding time. Education is education. Bonding time is bonding time. There will be people who want to mix the two. I'm not one of them. If it's time to crack open your book and learn something, I'm not going to be patting you on the head and being soothing. I'm going to expect you to be learning shit. So, not all parents are going to be equally as good at preparing their kids for entrance into, the meat grinder / meritocracy. And I think, Ghetto, you just made my point. I've had my phone in my hand the entire time, sir. Stop lying. You're inconsistent. No, I think your understanding is inconsistent. Like you telling me you've got Nancy Pelosi clips. I haven't seen them. And I don't have time to be constantly monitoring the chat. If you have links, click the link at the top of the chat. You don't have to come up to the panel. You can drop the links off and go back down. I will show the links. I'm trying to run a show. I'm not seeing every chat post that comes. If you've been dropping links, I haven't noticed them. You, sir, are full of shit. Drop the links. I'll look at them. Don't drop the links, and that's fine too. But you need to stop your little kindergarten shit, Ghetto. Act like an adult. So anyway, this is actually I just subscribed at least to alerts from this magazine. This is called Madame Noir. Never heard of it, but there have been a couple articles that are not news articles that have been kind of interesting. The problem is I've got to figure out what I'm going to do about my auto reader situation. May have to just do a subscription service because I'm getting old and reading these news articles is a strain on my eyes. So Ghetto, are you dropping articles or do you want to come up to the panel? What's going on, Ghetto?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. How you been? You still there? If you're talking, I can't. Oh, wait, where'd he go? All right. Well, this article, The Future of Relationships, this smart ring promises to spot infidelity. Now, I have to read this. This is, I'm old enough to remember mood rings back in the 70s. My mother had one. And it was this liquid that in a like a little glass crystal thing attached to a ring. And I guess according to your body heat or something, it would change colors. It I think it kind of went the way of pet rocks. It was kind of a 70s fad. Excuse me. So I guess this is like a 21st century version of a mood ring. But this is saying that this ring can spot infidelity. So I'm going to read a little bit of it. Imagine being able to tell if your partner is emotionally disconnected, contemplating infidelity, or even considering ending the relationship. Soon, this could be a reality with a groundbreaking new device called The Ring. Currently being developed by dating platform Raw. Oh, that's a good name for a dating platform. And tech startup called Queens Tech. So I definitely have to got curious about this. The ring, sold in pairs, leverages artificial intelligence and cutting edge biofusion sensors to monitor both you and your partner's physical and emotional states. According to the ring's website, which we will look at next, these smart rings track a range of vital signs, emotional cues, and even vocal tone, providing insights into the health of your relationship. As reported by the New York Post, the ring can detect shifts in emotions like stress, arousal, and anxiety by analyzing such data as heart rate, skin temperature, and movement patterns throughout the day. Uh, let's see, a subtle line on the ring changes color to signal your partner's emotional state, turning pink or red when they're stressed, anxious, or aroused. Oh boy, I can imagine. I can imagine the phone calls from the wife at work. Uh, what sets the ring apart is its ability to understand context. It can differentiate between an increase in heart rate due to physical exertion or heightened emotional arousal, offering a more accurate reading of your partner's true feelings. As long as both partners are wearing the ring, the device can track emotional and physical cues, whether you're in the same room or miles apart. That means the ring can change color if your partner is near someone who unexpectedly arouses them, or if you are considering becoming emotionally or sexually involved. This sounds absolutely scary. So let's have a look at the website. The ring. Let's see, is there a video associated with this? So that's what it looks like. True love hits different with the ring. Keep you and your partner's hearts beating as one. Feel your emotions, share your vibe, and stay connected in ways that go beyond words. Powered by Raw Dating app, which we may have to look at their website too, and Queen's Tech for couples who keep it real. Marriage evolves, and so does loyalty. Sacred Vows Go Digital. Raw's mission, making true love trackable. Oh, that sounds like something that I would want. I want my love to be tracked. AI powered heart rate and temperature sensors and sleek AF. Any thoughts on this, Ghetto? Oh, damn. What is your connection unstable?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Lost him again. So I don't know what to think of this. Any thoughts out there in the chat? Would this be something that you and your lady or you and your man would want? You know, rings that will let you know if your partner is thinking naughty thoughts about someone at work. This,
I mean, I think that's very interesting, sir. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can. I think this is scary, and this is going to be something that is so fraught with like, I could imagine coming through the door and your wife going, "Well, hey, your ring went red. Who are you messing with at work?" Uh, I don't want that. Let's keep the mystery alive.
No, I could definitely concur with that. It definitely will break more hearts than it will heal or help.
It will definitely be adding to the chances or risk of domestic violence. Well, let's see what this raw site is. 'Cause I've never heard of the dating service, but a dating service called Raw. That
It's very
who is
interesting.
this? Who is this weird dude? Not another fake dating app. I wonder.
It
I
is
wonder if they
very
do.
interesting.
I wonder if they do like what you call it. If they do like Senior dating is it? Do they do senior dating?
Yeah, I'm
Is the
not
name?
too familiar with the app. I'm not sure, good sir. But yeah, I do apologize. My connection keeps going in and out. I'm traveling early this morning. That's why I was just
Oh,
in
are
the
you?
chat.
Oh, that's all right. So,
Um,
you don't have to have those Pelosi things today. I do want to see
Sir, I
them
put them in the chat like 3 times. The Obama and the
Yeah,
Pelosi one. I
but
put
I
it in the
I
chat three
don't I
times.
don't I mean, I occasionally, look over at the chat, but, if there are people up on the panel, I don't catch every message in the chat.
I can repost them to the chat. I have them.
Yeah, just put
It's
them
not
in
a
the back
problem.
chat. Put them in the back chat. That way I can bring them up or,
As you
if oh,
makes sense. I put them in the back chat.
okay. Um, let's see. Oh, wait. He dropped again. He's traveling, though, so we understand. So, enough of this frivolity. Now we come to the be brave part of this. I don't plan on doing a long extended thing, but as I said at the start of the show, you know, one of the things that I haven't been doing lately is even bothering, if my name, which I don't want Be Brave to do, happens to wind up in the title of his show. um, I oftentimes, at least of late, don't even bother watching it because his, his takes and basically misquotes, miscontextualizing. I don't know whether he does it on purpose or whether he actually just doesn't get it. But I suspect it's probably a mixture of both. But this take yesterday, just to be honest, and I'm sure Brave is probably lurking or something in the chat. um, I've always, we disagree on the race stuff, but there's some things we do agree on, like the importance of property or the priority of property, in one's life. Just to give you an example, and Ghetto, you'll be interested in this. Months ago, Brave and I were up on John's show, and John was ranting about property values. We were talking to Sir, and we were talking about, as usual, this comes up, blacks moving into a white neighborhood and the potential that property values get lowered because, and this is, more not my attitude, but, the attitude I perceive from, folks like John, that blacks can't behave no matter what. So, they will do something like throw loud parties or have misbehaved children or, dogs running wild that will lower their white neighbor's property value. So the question was asked, well, if you as a black person, because I think Sir or somebody made the point that, hey, if I move into a white neighborhood and another black family moves in, I'm gonna move because so if another black family moves into my white neighborhood, I'm gonna move because I don't want my property value lowered. And, if somebody asked me, well, Stanley, because I live in a mixed middle class neighborhood, but, in that scenario, if I was, say the only black on my street in a white neighborhood, kind of upscalish, and another black neighbor moved in, I'm like, me deciding to sell basically depends on if I like the home. I mean, homes are an investment, of course, but I'm not going to just buy a home, live in it for 2 years and then trade up. I want, the homiest home I can get for my money. One of the things that factors in, like my house now, I love the location. I'm 10 minutes away from a fishing hole. Um, the home to me has value beyond its market value. It is my home, not just a house. So, if some folks moved next door to me that were black, for instance, and I wouldn't, the first thought in my mind wouldn't be, hey, I need to sell because these black people probably can't behave, because they're black people who would think that. I'd be like, well, if it comes to that, I might, but I'm gonna be a little resistant to just instantly wanting to sell because I like where I live. I like the location. It's surrounded by trees. So in the summer, it's shaded. In the winter, all the leaves are, all the leaves fall. So I get sunlight. It's like a perfect house. It's shaded in the summer. So, my electric bill, my AC bill is helped. In the winter, my heating bill is helped because I get a lot of direct sunlight. And it's 10 minutes away from a decent fishing spot. It's a private pond. Um, that isn't next to a farm. So, if you want to keep those fish, you actually can. It's about a 10-minute drive from the beer store. It's in a part of the county because, this is fastly becoming a bedroom community to Atlanta. There's some urban sprawl heading out this way, but not in my section of the county. They would have to go some ways for, say, traffic increasing or anything like that. It's a great location. It's a great house. I'm here by myself. There's plenty of room for me. There was plenty of room for my son. Everything is going for it. I'm going to be reluctant to give it up. So all that being said, there's some things like property to me is more than just intrinsic value. Um, I don't look at my home as just an investment. I don't look at property as just investment. And you can call it sentimental, like my parents' home, where I grew up. I would have to be desperate to ever consider like selling that home, say 10 years from now. I'll probably never sell it. I'll probably wind up, passing it down, or, the family passes it down to the next generation. Um, Even if it doubled in value, I'd be reluctant because I like the house. Um, I'm not a real estate guy. So anyway, Brave and I kind of agree that property isn't everything. I'm not that materialistic. Brave isn't that materialistic. John tends to be a lot more business slash economics driven. I'm not a transactional person. I'd make a lousy business owner because, as long as I have enough money, to meet my very minimal desires, and I'm kind of a minimalist too. Um, as long as I have books, decent clothes, and a roof over my head, I'm good. And now I'm a little bit of a foodie. So, I want to be able to go to the grocery store and buy what I want. But I don't need fancy cars or, being at every event or, all that sort of stuff. So Brave and I agree on that, and we could probably chat for hours amicably on, that sort of stuff, but we just fundamentally disagree on race in America. And anyway, I was kind of okay with that. We just disagree on it. Yeah, if you want to debate it, it'll be okay. Some people will have some fun with it. All of that until yesterday, where he took my show, this guy that's pictured here, Aramiose Frimpong, and just took it so far out of context. He was so virulent in that critique, basically putting words in my mouth, taking, context that I didn't mean and shaping it into a virulently anti-black, um, venomous race diatribe that his stock in my mind actually went down. I really regret that I even hopped up there to listen to what he had to say. And the only reason I did is my name was in the title. So, I had some extra time at the end of the show. So I figured, hey, let's have some fun with it. We'll listen to what he's saying. And I was shocked. And I knew that what his core message was and his views on race in America, but this was a level or two above where I thought even he was. And I basically will say it disgusted me. I don't know that I even want to be associated with someone that's spouting that kind of virulence. And I know it may all be content. It may all be for his audience, but I don't really care. I even if it's performance, it's still racist. If a person who does a racist performance is a racist, even if it's an act, it's still something that you tolerate and you think is, worthy of presenting yourself as. It's racist. And I'm uncompromising when it comes to stuff like that. I'm zero tolerance. A joke is a joke. Yeah, I have a sense of humor, but nah, I have zero tolerance for this kind of performance. So anyway, I want to spend a few minutes. The title of the show is makes this self-evident. I think it was a wrong tack. I think it was something that, his audience, and I have a critique of his audience for that matter, which I may get into later. But I want to start with a side-by-side comparison from the show. I brought up Ira Miose Frimpong's actual the actual video clip that I ran, which is directly from Irony's site. Be Brave's show was of my show when I showed Irony's clip. And the other thing that I noted was that when I started commenting, Be Brave would skip over it and he would basically go directly to what Irony was saying and then, just kind of start and stop it sentence by sentence and just mangle what the guy was saying. This is why when I show a video, I like to show large chunks of it, if not the whole thing, so it can be taken as a whole and put into context. When you go sentence by sentence, it makes it easier to take what the video presenter or even a book. It's easier to take it out of context and insert your own context that way. It's a technique, and Be Brave, I must admit, is a master of that technique. What are you saying? Let's see. The biggest mansion I saw was owned by a brother, and he is of amazing character, and his neighbors all love him, both black and white. That's good to hear. I will say that lately I've seen another side of America in a person's character. It's far more important than skin color, and choosing which neighbors will ruin property values. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think we've always known that character matters. And I think that we're making that kind of progress. It's slow, but I can say, over my 60 years, and having a kid in college now, it is way better than it was even when I was growing up. So there's progress. It's very slow but steady. And in my opinion, groups like MAGA basically are albatrosses around the neck of racial progress. But again, that's my personal, opinion. There will be many in this John Galt space who will disagree. and oftentimes vehemently disagree. So anyway, let's get this ball rolling. I'm going to start with a little bit of Iremy's actual start. And this is basically Iremy talking about small towns and how they've changed over the years. Small towns, a lot of it because, of especially in the South, people coming from the North down to the South. And I remember living up in Virginia, up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. When I first moved up there, you would rarely see the police up there. And actually, it was the county sheriff. Back on them dirt roads, you could basically, fire weapons and all this stuff. It was kind of like a redneck heaven, and I loved the hell out of it. Well, as more city folk, as we called them, moved in, you started seeing more cops up there. Speed limits were enforced. I mean, you could rip and run up there. And drive those back roads drunk as a schlurious schlunk, and you didn't have to worry about the cops. And once people, they did clear cutting and built like actual housing developments up there. Speed limits started being enforced, and cops were setting up radar stops and license checks and all kinds of stuff. I lived up there for 5 years, and I can honestly say the only time I ever saw cops was if someone called the cops. Um, um, After 5 years, the cops were actually patrolling up there. And so small towns have progressed mostly because of people migrating to the South, for instance, or people in the cities wanting a more quiet, more ex-urban sort of lifestyle. So with the cops also come grocery stores and better schools, updated like new construction schools, just some of the things that, a city folk uh, like me might want. Like here in, this county in Georgia, we've got a nice performing arts center. My son's school, for instance, is fairly new. You go walking in there, it looks like you could eat off the floors. It is so clean and well maintained and all that stuff. So anyway, this is the stuff that Iremy's talking about, and he happens to live in a college town, Athens, Georgia. I know something about Athens, Georgia, because I went to college there, and it's a great town. I'm sure it's changed over the past 30 years, but he's basically saying, this isn't your granddaddy's old town. It is ready for families. And things like Amazon, mean that, if you're a book reader, you can just order it. You don't have to go all the way into Atlanta, to the bookstore. You can basically have it brought to you. With technology has come, a more amenable sort of small town living, where you get some of the big city stuff. That was basically what this was about. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing? Good morning. And Bray just mangled it. So let's take a few minutes of this so you kind of get the tenor. Then I'll switch over to Brave's show. Same video. In the Brave clip, he's starting from the beginning, like a couple seconds in, and that's where I'm starting this from. I'll play maybe 5 minutes of it or so, and then we'll switch over and see what Brave's mangle of this is.
And I'm going to talk
Oops.
a little bit about why small town America, medium-sized town America and medium-sized counties in America are actually making good moves. And I think you can blame the internet because the internet.
Okay. Towns making good moves. He talks about the internet. Amazon is, my example.
The internet is disseminating ideas in a way that makes people a little bit less parochial, or a little bit less, I don't want to say lame, a little bit less bumpkin, little the rubes. the very wealthy rubes that used to run over small town America and town America and out of city America, you don't have to deal with them as much because I think the internet's made people a little bit less rubish. Like now, cultural institutions are the product of judgment, not necessarily the product of inertia, just because we've always done it that way. Now, like people actually have access to books and learning, right? So I used to be a kind of a snob with respect to which kinds of American towns and cities I would live in. I would want bookstores and I would want people who are comfortable with books. But now Amazon allows everybody to have access to books. So I don't need a bookstore if I want to get a book. I can just go on Amazon. And like I said, it's disseminated ideas. So people are less parochial. It used to be that since I grew up in California, other places in the United States that weren't New York or some of the other coastal cities might have been a little bit behind, as it were, California. And I didn't want to deal with the backwardsness. But now that's not necessarily the case because the internet has created a kind of monoculture. So that there is cultural diversity in the United States. But like I said, it's a product of judgment, not evolution. Or it's a product of people deciding this is the kind of culture we want to be. This is our values. These are our values. These are not our values, as opposed to just kind of ignorance. So the cultural diversity.
Okay, now I will admit, that's a little bit of a snooty, way of saying that, hey, it's the internet that brought culture to these small towns versus like, some sort of natural evolution. That's a little snobbish, I'll admit. But the bottom line is that, the culture in these small towns has grown, has evolved. And part of it is, hey, the internet gives, people more access to things that will, quote, cosmopolitanize them. Okay, now the deal is that nowhere in this first few minutes has he talked about race or black people or white people or anything like that. He's basically making a culture argument. And the other thing I want to point out is, especially in the South, I live in Georgia, but black people have been living in rural towns for 400 years, starting with Jamestown. So this point that you're going to see about, the original title of Brave's show was, basically there goes the neighborhood in small towns because black people, this guy's advocating black people moving into small towns. And black people have always been in small towns, especially in the South. So maybe more black people might come in, but more white people might come in. In this first couple minutes, nowhere has he mentioned race. And if I can recall, nowhere in the video does he talk about black people moving to small towns. He's making culture arguments. And, black people read books too. He does. And Brave basically inserted race into this argument and in a very virulent way. Okay. Again, I have no clue. Black people already live in small towns, at least here in Georgia. Shit. I live in a small town. My father grew up in a small town in South Georgia. He was born in the 40s. So it is a false argument that black people are invading. Now, there is migration. People move from, places like New York to Phoenix or Florida or Georgia. This has been happening for decades. It's not a new phenomenon. What he's saying here is that for folks who read books or kind of like a little bit of culture, in their lives. You can find that in small towns too. And small towns are great places to raise kids. It's, definitely a viable alternative to, thinking you have to live in New York City or Los Angeles. So, yeah, you could take the argument as kind of snooty, but I take it for what it is. So far, in no way is it racial. And making it racial is basically obtuse. It's always been possible in Georgia. Like I said, my father, who's 81, grew up in a small town in South Georgia. So black people in the deep South and Florida especially have always been in small towns. It was basically that way until the 1920s with the Great Migration. So again, knowing American history can kind of debunk some of these bad arguments. So here is Be Brave about the same point that I started in. This is his take on that same video.
Yeah, when you're old, you sure as hell better stay hydrated. You don't want to forget that. Yeah, what's going on here is this is Irami Alsay Frimpong. Stanley was plays him quite often. You got to hear what this dirty, filthy fucking bastard said on his video. Stanley didn't disclaim it. He didn't say disassociate. He played the 20-minute version. You had to hear what this son of a bitch said. Folks, this is a man right here that J-Dub, tell me if I go over here. I'm going to come back. Tell me if I go over here, because since I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here, I'm going to do it the old Rube way, a bumpkin way, as Freem Pong calls us. And I'm going to go over there and read a little bit of this, but I want you to tell me right quick if I'm being heard on my channel here, if you would, J-Dub. Threatening violence, Frimpong was. Jose Frimpong was also banned for writing that killing some white people isn't genocide. It's killing some white people. We had to kill some white people to get out of slavery. Maybe if we'd have killed more during the 20th century, we still wouldn't talk about racialized voter disenfranchisement and housing, education, and employment discrimination. Just had to kill more white people in the 20th century. Let me go over here, back to the studio. Yes, sir. All right. Yeah, I know it. It's amazing. Stanley has him on all the time. J-Dub, it's amazing to me. This filthy piece of black 70% piece of human shit. You motherfucking piece of goddamn human dung. He also wrote, if we want racial justice without having to kill them, then all of our educational and media institutions should be preparing white people for the hit they are going to have to take so that we get racial justice without killing too many of them. 2019. This is who Stanley has on his show. He plays his videos all the time. He also says this includes drilling down the notion that in order to make the country whole, we are going to have to take some of their shit, whether it's their money, their illusion of safety, or their self-esteem. Illusion of safety? Yeah, he wants to take that. And at the end, he says, I'd rather not have to kill them, but like Tommy said, Curry, I think, not so much. In order to be equal, in order to be liberated, some white people may have to die. Yes, this is 2019, this guy. Now, this isn't his quote. He's quoting Tommy Curry. But he's but he's pointing it out. He's using a quote as if in agreement. You people think I'm fucking crazy when I talk about.
Okay, so let me see if we can get this clear. So this guy, Aramiose Frimpong, is quoting from a book. By the way, that book by Tommy Curry. He's a philosophy professor at the University of Edinburgh. He wrote a book called The Man Not. So Aramiose Frimpong is quoting from a book, and I guess he's not disavowing it. So Brave thinks that Irony agrees with the quote, and because I'm showing irony, and generally I will if there's something I find of interest I want to talk about, but because I show irony, Stanley agrees with what Tommy Curry says. Bullshit. Okay, that is kindergarten level thinking. Okay, not being able to separate a quote and just assuming that by quoting it you agree with it. It might be a safe assumption, it might not be. Maybe what you do is you ask someone, do they agree with the quote? But be brave. He was in my chat yesterday. He could have just as easily come up and asked me about it, but no, 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 no. He just decided to take things out of context and just run with it. And, hear the language he's using. He hasn't even played the video yet, and he's already calling a person all these names, and all that person is doing is quoting from a book. It's not him doing a video about it. It's not him even writing a book about it. He is quoting someone. It is a bad show, and this guy wants to debate someone. I don't know what to think about this, but this is so far out of context without actually doing clarifying. All this for content for a show. He hasn't even gotten to the video yet. And I showed the first couple minutes of the video. Nowhere is race mentioned or killing mentioned or anything like that. It's about quality of life and culture in a small town. So he's basically inserting his racist narrative into my show, which I do not appreciate. So let's play a little bit more of Be Brave.
Talk about when I goddamn talk about these fucking crazy 7%ers. These hold on, Nick Colodi. I'll drop the link here in just a minute. You ought to hear what he's saying on this fucking video I'm about to play. He wants to destroy small white towns. I told you, remember, because I'm kind of
Hopefully you were here for the first couple minutes. He said nothing about destroying. He said nothing about white. But all Be Brave is doing is inserting his racism or his racist attitudes into something that has nothing to do with race. So let's let him continue.
I'm kind of a seer in a spooky sort of way. I always have been with friends and things like that and markets and shit. I remember wanting to take back in 1973 a big old Schwinn balloon tired 10-speed and put or not 10-speed, but a old Schwinn balloon tired bike and put 10 gears on it instead of those stupid thin tired bikes that were out at the time. Shit, it wasn't 5 years later, bam, there were people making millions doing that. I'm telling you. Sometimes I just don't know about the things I passed up. But yeah, this is I'll drop this link, but I'm going to be on a roll here for a little bit unless somebody wants to come up and set through it. But make sure I'm doing it right.
I should
There's that
probably
gal
speed
Deborah,
this
boy, I'll
up.
tell you. Think I got her. Think I got her done right there, Nick.
Fred, that's what
Yeah,
Tommy
no, this
Curry.
son of a bitch is
Fred, that's what Tommy Curry's talking about. Plenty of white people died during the Civil War and post Civil War. You go and you look at places like Wilmington. You go and you look at Memphis, Tennessee, where there were race riots. Yeah. But again, not knowing some of this history just lets you be brave. Inserting race into something, the dude literally doesn't mention race when he talks about small towns, but Be Brave just inserts a racial narrative into it, all for content, I imagine.
this is what I'm saying, when Stanley says the 70% is all bullshit, I'm going,
The 70%,
these motherfuckers are all crazy.
the 70%
You got all
is
of
all
this large
bullshit.
number of crazy black people. And I think I'm being safe with 70%. There's other blacks that are saying it's 85, 90, 95. But anyway, and for the record, folks, again, Stanley, drop the 70% question then. We don't have to even discuss it. Any issue you want in this discussion or debate, whatever you want to call it. Anything. Call it anything you want. But this is amazing. This guy here, he says he calls up white people in small white. He talks about moving to small towns. He never says the word white. He never says the word white. He's too smart for that.
Oh, yeah. He never says the word white because he's not talking race. But no. He's a crafty black man. Again, he has not played any of the video yet. We are 10 minutes into Be Brave's show, and the guy has not played 1 second of the video yet.
Fuck you think runs these small farming communities across the nation? Eskimos. He calls them rubes and bumpkins.
Okay, and again, Irene lives in a small college town, Athens, Georgia. I don't know, maybe Be Brave has never been outside of his small town or something, but small towns, there are other types of small towns that are not necessarily farming towns. Out in the county, Clark County is where Athens is. Yeah, there's farming out there, but there's also, ranching and other stuff. But, Athens is primarily a small college town.
Calls white people with money in these. He calls people with money in these small towns rubes and bumpkins.
Okay, Irami does not talk about wealth or anything like that. And when he says in the past they were rubes and bumpkins, but they have culturally evolved. He's saying they are no longer rubes and bumpkins. And yeah, maybe when he thought that back in the day, yeah, maybe that was kind of insulting, but he's saying they are no longer that. But Be Brave, that won't fit Be Brave's racist, virulent narrative.
Never mind, they are successful businessmen and they've established a culture.
Okay, Irami literally says they have established a culture. Now, I somewhat disagree. Irami credits the internet for, that cultural evolution. I don't know. maybe he's right, maybe he's not. I'd like to think that there were there were other factors involved. Excuse me. Let me get some water here. I would like to think that it was more than just the internet. Some of it is people, going from, other parts. Some of it has to do with migration, just people from the north moving to warmer climates into the south. I have classmates years ago, whose parents, moved from New York or somewhere to these small towns because, a lot of companies open up factories and warehouses, distribution centers in these small towns. Front Royal, Virginia, is a place I used to work that is a good example of that. So, these small towns attract a lot of types of corporations into them as well. So, I literally moved to Front Royal, Virginia for a job, would have had no other reason to even be in the area. So it's more than I mean, there are reasons people move. They don't necessarily move, specifically to be in a small town. So Be Brave, I don't know where he's going with that. What I'm saying is that, for instance, me moving to Front Royal, whatever culture I might have had, I took to Front Royal. I wound up moving in the mountains because Front Royal's in the Shenandoah Valley. I just moved up onto a mountain, and whatever cityfied culture I had, I took up there with me, etc.
That everybody wants to move around, including this dumb black piece of shit. He's calling them rubes and bumpkins, the people that made the town, because he's concerned with a little bit of culture. Blacks hang on to culture. It's kind of a white thing. Blacks talk about culture so they can feel white. I guess that's what he's doing. What the hell importance is culture if a town is up and running with no crime at all in the streets, none in the streets, and very little inside the homes?
See, this is where
And he calls them rubes.
This is where Be Brave is inserting his narrative. Irami hasn't talked about crime. He hasn't talked about any of this bullshit. What Be Brave is doing is taking a video that is recommending small towns because they're no longer, kind of back-asswards country fucks. They are sophisticated now. You can get books there now via Amazon. The internet has helped small towns evolve into places people might want to be. And this guy's talking crime. And later he'll talk about blacks invading towns when in the South they've been there all along. Be Brave just does not get it. And I don't know whether it's a function of being 70 years old. He's just kind of in a rut and can't think outside of his rut. But he just mangles not only the video, but he mangles my intent for showing the video.
Rubes and bumpkins. He calls them wealthy and uncultured when he speaks of these small towns. Wealthy.
He does not call them wealthy. He doesn't talk about wealth, at least up to this point. And he does not call them rubes. He says they used to be. They are now culturally evolved. And he credits the internet. But see how Be Brave, he brings in the 70%. This video in my show was nothing about the 70%, but Be Brave has to take my intent and the intent of the video I'm showing it. I don't know whether it's just to have content of his own, but he certainly injects that virulent racist bullshit into something. I wasn't even thinking about race when I showed this video, but Be Brave has to take what I'm doing and just shove his racist foot up my rhetorical ass just to get content for his show.
Healthy and uncultured. But yet he's advising people to move there because he says,
Kim, I showed this video yesterday on my show. There was a young lady, who talked about Charlotte, Charlotte, North Carolina. How, she basically thought it was kind of a podunk city. And so her basically dumping on Charlotte made me think of small towns and how small towns have evolved to a point to where, people want to live in them, because the lifestyle is better. I moved to this small Georgia town because I like small towns. My son's public high school in this small town was excellent. The principals there were excellent. The teachers there were excellent. The damn students were excellent. And look where my son was from this little podunk town, got an excellent education. So, what I'm saying is, people who want to shit on small towns or call us backwards or whatever, they're wrong. You can be sophisticated culturally and have a good old time in a small town and maybe learn some stuff too. So that was my intent on showing it. Had nothing to do with race. It was more a culture argument, but be brave. Had to take it and just shit on it.
says these small towns are catching up with theaters and stuff like that. Has nothing to do. He now wants to move around white people because of the theaters.
He now wants to move around white people. He lives in the town where the University of Georgia is. He's lived there for like 10 years. He's already there. And his 3 children, now I think he goes overboard with the parenting. His 3 children, 2 of his 3 children are like 12 and under, and they hold state records in track. They play like violin and, these classical instruments. They're in a youth orchestra. He is, I think, a little bit too much of a helicopter parent. He takes parenting as a competitive sport. I don't want to be that kind of parent, but nowhere does he talk about race or encourage blacks. Now, there is a book called The Devil You Know by a guy named Charles Blow. He's a former columnist for the New York Times. He does touch on a reverse migration. That book doesn't, I've never even heard Irami talk about the book. He's basically saying small towns are not what they used to be. You can basically be kind of, like a snooty culture type and still have a great life in a small town, because you don't have to go to Atlanta to get books. You can just go to Amazon and get them. White never comes up. Black never comes up. Crime never comes up. In the whole damn video, crime does not come up.
And the culture that's developing has nothing to do with it. Fucking white, you black piece of shit. When he refers to the predations of cities, as in predators in the cities, yeah, he speaks of that.
What
also.
the fuck do predators? No, he does not
Amazing
speak
to me,
of it.
This human piece of shit.
Now, I want to point out that Be Brave is 12 minutes into this diatribe and has not played 1 second of Irami's video yet. He keeps saying, well, the guy talks about this. I haven't heard him say shit. And I played the first couple minutes before I started this Be Brave version of it. First 2 minutes, nothing about race, nothing about wealth. He doesn't mention it. He talks about culture.
Hey, Wicked. I think he's
Buenos días, señor.
Hey, buenos dias.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
Está, amigo?
Muy bien, muy bien.
Muy bien. Oh, very good, very good, very good. Sí,
Just
señor.
another day under the sun. Be brave.
Hey, you know, by the way, oh, go ahead. What was that, Wicked?
I said just another day under the sun.
I know it. It is. These fucking people make you sick. I'm going to play this video. It's only about 15 minutes long. I'm going to stop it and let you people hear what this motherfucker's saying.
Okay.
Did you hear the quotes when I was reading his quotes in 2019 that he said as a university as a professor?
They were not his
You hear what I
quotes.
read?
Yeah, I did hear you.
They, by the way, he keeps attributing these quotes to Irony. Irony is reading from a book called The Man Not by Tommy Curry. He keeps saying Irony wrote this. Irony did not write the words. He is quoting from Dr. Tommy Curry's book, The Man Not. This dude, and I will have a little bit to say because I'm not going to show much more of this, but I want him to play Irony's video and then insert his narrative, because the part I watched, Irony would basically Be Brave would stop the video every sentence and then insert his own context. And when I started commenting, he would skip right over what I was saying. At least, because I watched a few minutes of it. You'll see what I'm talking about. And again, I'm not going to, sit here and bitch, for an hour about this. I just want to give a little snippet. If anybody wants it, you can go to Be Brave show on YouTube and watch it from yesterday. And you can go back and watch yesterday's show that I did. And if anybody needs Irony's video, I can drop it into the chat.
I hear you. You know what? It's just another example of how low the bar is in hell for this demographic. How they could say any outlandish thing and nobody.
Okay, now Wicked just got up to the panel and he's off to the races. Nothing in this fucking video has been played yet, but Wicked comes up here and just goes off to the races too. I don't understand how these people operate, to be honest. It's kind of, they're a mystery to me.
Nobody bats an eye.
No, they don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I call them the 70%. And that's why I call them psychopaths. I think they bat an eye, Wicked. I think they close their eyes rather than bat them. They close them so they can just keep on their delusional speak.
You know,
there's something fucking wrong that isn't sinking in, that when they're chasing around Whitey, everything about their culture is coming undone at the seams. And basically all the other groups are now starting to hate them. Go ahead.
But Be Brave, when I say nobody bats an eye, I don't mean just some people. Everybody. I watch the news.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I see. All right.
Yeah, when I watch, I like watching the city council. And I hear the black aldermen say outrageous shit, racist shit. Nobody bats an eye.
No, they can't.
Right, they can't. But if another demographic said a percentage of what was said, it'd be a big fuck.
Once again, nothing to do with this video, nothing to do with my show, which if you see down in the corner here, there's my little audio avatar here. This is my show that Be Brave is talking about. I have no clue what Wicked is talking about. Nothing to do with my commentary, nothing to do with my show, nothing to do with Irony's video, nothing to do with anything, but yet they want to shit on shit that they're just pulling out of their racist asses. But yet people take them seriously.
Fucking deal.
It'd be a national news. It'd be national news.
yeah, the Black Caucus will talk about reminiscent of Jim Crow. I mean, but with that said, what this guy said here is another example of how the bar is in hell for these people. No expectations.
Notice how Wicked says, like this guy said, he has not seen the fucking video. He's already talking about what this guy said. The guy hasn't said anything yet. He is literally just going off of what Be Brave said about what this guy said, and neither of them have even watched the video. Now, Be Brave may have pre-watched the video, or he may have lurked into my chat and watched what I was playing. Race hasn't come up, crime hasn't come up, white hasn't come up, black hasn't come up. All Irami has done in the 2 minutes I just showed a few minutes ago, talked about how these small towns have culturally evolved. That's literally it. And that's pretty much what the whole video is about. I'm just curious to see how long it takes them to even start playing Irami's video.
Yeah, you have to hear. He also said, "Bring it, the migrants." He laughed about it. Stanley laughed about it too when he said it.
Okay, he basically makes a joke. Irami does about, hey, it's even better if there are immigrants in the town because it breaks up the whiteness. You know what? Yeah, it was a flippant joke. Yes, I chuckled because I thought it was funny. You know, what you get when the immigrants move in is like when my father-in-law comes into town, we go to this Mexican restaurant right up the road. They bring a little flavor to they bring a little flavor to the biscuit and grits restaurants around here. Flippant joke, but you know what? I thought it was funny. And anything racial, Be Brave will take advantage of it.
Folks, Stanley got a good chuckle out of it. You'll hear him chuckling when this Frimpong says this. He says the migrant situation in small towns is good because it's breaking up whiteness. Now he doesn't use the word white there. He says migrants are good because they're breaking up whiteness.
Morning, Stanley. Morning.
Like,
yeah, you know, it's odd.
Hey, what's up,
that
HB?
Stanley would chuckle, considering that he flees to whiteness. So if there's no more white, where's Stanley gonna go?
that's what they don't realize, Wicked. These black stupid bastards, these son of a bitch and 70%ers, these motherfucking filthy human beings think that there's something that they're building something to replace Whitey with. That's how they speak. It's like, if we got rid of Whitey, we got everything we need as far as professionals, occupations.
Man. Damn, I can't hear you, Stan.
Oh, I'm sorry, HB. Any comments so far? I'm shocked you didn't see this yesterday. Weren't you over there?
There we go.
Weren't you? You were over there yesterday, right? Or maybe you were here and we listened to a portion of it. But I'm like, I'm amazed so far. So, I titled the show, what is it? The Racist's Mission Creep. He basically took something so far out of context that I don't even recognize what Be Brave is talking about.
Occupations filled, service industries. No, the black fucking culture is nothing but a bunch of fucking moochers. Even the blacks that work are mooching off of white culture, and they don't understand that. That's why I say black culture owes white culture. Black people in America owe. owe the white culture reparations for the money we spent on cleanup, housing, food, crime cleanup, you name it, and we've been taking care of you, these black bastards, like babies.
Yeah, you know what, Be Brave. I'm not gonna be sarcastic because I know you don't like it sometimes, but these are the same people that claim that their ancestors built this country. So they probably do believe that they could sustain it, but reality begs the difference. You know, I think it seems that what happened is it'll degrade, and almost immediately it'll degrade.
Yeah. Oh, even if it doesn't, it just couldn't happen anyways. My point is, it's like, why are you?
Okay, nowhere in this video does Irami talk about black people building shit. He doesn't talk race. Other than that joke about the immigrants adding, breaking up the whiteness. And like I said, my father-in-law, when I first met my father-in-law eats his steaks well done.
Jesus Christ.
You got to understand, like, he got on a whim. We went to a Mexican restaurant. He fucking fell in love with the waitress practically. And every time he comes to town, we go to that Mexican restaurant. So, and he's white. So, they broke up his whiteness. He now loves tacos.
Yeah.
It was like the first time he'd ever eaten Mexican food, literally in my small town. So I'm going to just listen to a few more minutes of this, but all I'm saying is that I don't want to be, and you may have missed it. Be Brave is someone that I knew that we just vehemently disagree on the nature of race in America.
Yeah.
Like by a wide divergence. However, after listening to how he mangled up my show in this video, and you hear this invective, he's practically spitting. He's misquoting. He's taking things out of context. I honestly, his stock or his value as a human being literally went down after me watching this yesterday.
Ah, come on, Stanley.
No.
Really think so?
Dude,
Think so?
dude, I don't kid about shit like that.
Yeah.
Now, you could fuss at me for expecting too much, but at a modicum, I could say he was kind of like a jolly old man that you could hang out with on a panel and talk about something other than race.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even want to fucking be on a panel with him.
Yeah, but
This no. He went too far.
I guess you expect a lot more from white people than I do.
No. I expect a lot from people in general.
Yeah. And
if you want to know what my expectations are, one of these days talk to my son. I'm not gonna fucking accept second best out of him. Okay. I expect in 2025 that at a minimum, you might have weird views on race, but when you want to start calling people human pieces of shit and haven't even played 1 minute of their video, why would I want to be associated with that?
No, I get it. I always, when it comes to white
and I'm not just to cut you off right quick, I'm not one of these people who just goes, oh, hey, it's YouTube, it's content. There are limits to content, and I think Be Brave reached, and it wouldn't be so bad if he had just gone out and gotten the video. He has to review my show. He has to skip over what I'm saying. He has to shove his racist intent into my narrative. Okay. And I plan out my shows. If I wanted to talk race, I would talk race. Here, I'm talking small towns and small cities. And this happened to be kind of, what I was talking about or what I wanted to talk about. He mangled it. Okay. And he mangled my respect for him. And I'm not drunk. I'm not even that angry. I'm not even that disappointed because I guess I should have known better. But I don't need. If I have a choice, I don't need to be associated with this.
Well, I think you guys are intrinsically linked at this point.
Okay, and I think you are intrinsically, you have your own agenda. Okay, we are not intrinsically linked. We are not similar. I tend
not at all.
I
Not at
tend
all.
to listen to a video and try and form an opinion based on what that person says, not who that person is quoting. Okay, I don't play a character on my YouTube show. I play me. And if I'm fucked up, I'm fucked up, but I'm not playing a character who's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would expect a 70-year-old man could be himself. And if he's a cantankerous old guy, hey, then he's a cantankerous old guy. But be who you are. And if this is an act that he's putting on, he's convincing, and he's convinced me. So I want to.
I don't think it's an act. I don't think it's an act.
Well, then I don't need to be associated with it. So I'm going to play a little bit more because I want to see. I know he plays Irami's video, and the part that I saw where he lets a sentence play, then he stops it, injects his narrative. He just keeps on doing that. And Wicked, I'm like, what the fuck? Wicked just got to it, and he's already talking about what Irami has said. They haven't played the video, and I know Wicked hasn't seen the video, but he's already off talking about how fucked up black people are, how fucked up what this guy Irami is saying. Has not heard a word of it yet.
You're talking as if you could do it. That's what I'm puzzled about. It's like there's no possible way that you can replace Whitey because your black culture is so dysfunctional, and yet you're talking like you don't need white people. That's how spoiled they are. They don't even, they're delusional with their comfort zone. That's how spoiled they are. Stanley said, I don't care if blacks who lived in the, and also Stanley, you lying, you bastard, and I mean that kindly, you bastard. You said poverty and crime are linked, you son of a gun.
Yes, they are linked correlationally.
I got quotation marks around it. Poverty and crime are linked. I don't care what you went on to explain. That sentence came out of your mouth.
Okay, the sentence came out of my mouth, and I explained, but you're not going to take my explanation. You're going to take my sentence and insert your narrative into it. That's unacceptable. Either take my explanation, and if you're going to insert your narrative, why even fucking mention my name?
Yeah, you know, be brave. There is some kind of correlation, right?
Stop.
Be brave. Let me finish my sentence.
No.
See there? In Wicked, actually, with the job he has, and apparently he has a degree in criminal justice, as soon as somebody that's not Stanley tries to explain it, because that's what I said, as soon as he starts, what does Be Brave do?
No, stop. No.
See, kick him off the panel.
Poverty as an excuse at all whatsoever is banned on this channel. There's no poverty in America that.
Yep, there you go, folks. There you go. As soon as somebody starts.
I'm pretty sure Wicked was being like funny too. That's the thing.
No. I don't think I didn't get that impression. If you are in any sort of law enforcement or whatever Wicked does, yes, you know they're correlated.
Yeah. It's a very
okay. That's common. That's common knowledge. You know, it's correlation, not causation. Okay, but as soon as Wicked starts contradicting that racist narrative, even a little bit, no, it's not allowed on my show.
No. I think the thing is, it's because Wicked is. I know Wicked's humor. He's trying to be funny by saying it because there are a lot of, like the race hustlers that are in, like, they'll say that, oh, all of the issues in the black community are because there's no funding.
Okay, I don't know where you're going with this. They weren't talking about the black community at all. They're talking crime.
I know.
And by the way, The same thing applies in the white community. Poverty will correlate with crime.
Right, but I think with black people, well, not black people,
Okay,
some black
no.
people.
You know what? I don't even want to go there. What I'm trying to do, see, this is the thing that really annoys me. On this platform and other platforms, is you try and stick to a point and hash out a specific point, then people just want to bounce off the atmosphere and go somewhere else and never stick to the point and deal with the actual point. Okay, nowhere in
do the
the
same
video,
thing, though, Stanley.
let me
You do the
finish
same
here.
thing.
No, I actually don't.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
No, HB, maybe you think so, but
No,
I don't.
how many times have you said, "Oh, you're like a Thomas Sowell or something like that"? I didn't start reading
But
Thomas Sowell until
okay,
you brought him up.
see, when I say that, I mean Thomas Sowell makes the same point you're making. When
Right.
I say that you're like Thomas Sowell, what you're saying reminds me of something Thomas Sowell said. I'm not changing the
And
topic.
they're
I'm
saying
saying, well,
the same
gee,
thing. They're saying the same
no,
thing.
well, apparently you don't understand English in context either.
Uh,
Okay, when I
Here we
say
go.
you sound like Thomas Sowell, that's not changing the topic. It's saying you sound like Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell says something similar.
You're doing.
Thomas
They're doing
makes
the
a
same
point
thing.
that's okay. You know what? I understand that kids aren't taught reading and reading comprehension as well as they used to. I'm not kidding. I'm actually not kidding. When I make a comparison, that's not changing the point necessarily. If you say black people are fucked up, and I say, well, gee, you sound like Thomas Sowell, am I changing the point? Or am I saying, gee, Thomas Sowell thinks black people are fucked up too? That's not changing the topic. It's actually reinforcing your point.
Yeah, but you're going off, like you said, you're going off the stratosphere. You're bringing in other
No, I
points and
disagree
other
with that.
people into one.
Again, I will have to accept that, kids aren't as sophisticated as they used to be in these sorts of conversations.
And then you're not educated enough. It's the same.
Oh yeah,
it's the
no.
same thing.
Hey,
It's the same.
I am not shy about pointing that out.
Wait, Stanley, what I'm saying is, what you're complaining about, you do the same thing.
And I'm saying you're wrong. I do not.
No.
You're entitled to your opinion.
No.
Just like Be Brave is entitled to his.
I will give you one thing. You do it better. I'll give you that. You can take what somebody says and manipulate it way better than
Of
Brave
course
can.
I can.
Yeah, you can do it better, but you guys do the same shit, man.
No, I'm afraid that's not true. At least in my opinion. You have your opinion, and I'm not going to bat opinions. I'm not going to do dueling opinions. But I actually pride myself of being able to stick to a point. Now, I can take that point and I can twist it, but I never leave the point.
That causes any violent crime. I don't care about the link between poverty and stupid behavior. I'm saying this violent fucking crime that these black bastards are shooting up the streets with and killing other people, destroying homes and lives of decent low-income black people that have to live around them and are stuck. There's no poverty in America that causes them to act like that. So we can't even...
Okay, you dumb son of a bitch. Nobody's saying it's a cause. They're saying it's correlated. Okay, once again, he doesn't want to deal with the correlation. He wants to deal with the causes. No one says poverty causes crime. You will not find anybody left, right, or center who will make that claim. So he talk about moving the goalpost. Nobody was talking causes, but yet he kicks somebody off the panel and then goes straight into causes. Something they weren't talking about. The guy's a moron or a pretend moron. He must make his narrative. And again, it's his show, but why insert his narrative into reviewing my show? I didn't even talk race. And the way he's doing it is so toxic. I find it abhorrent.
Can't even swerve anywhere into it, Wicked. Because the minute you swerve slightly into it, these black dumb bastards, these son of a bitches, will grab onto your slight reference and say, see, poverty does cause crime. So you're not even going to, I don't even want to hear a slight, I don't want to hear nothing. First of all, there's no nothing, there's no poverty in this country. Everybody's taking care of feed, food, and housing, and the people.
Okay, see, that's where we swerve in to there's no poverty in this country. I think that's demonstrably false, and I don't want to debate with a lowbrow motherfucker like that. If he can't think, or he is so set in some of these ways, what is there to debate? I'm serious. If he is that entrenched in his ways, as a 70-year-old might be, I have nothing to debate with him on. His opinions are already formulated. Maybe we should not call it a debate. We should just call it an entertaining conversation.
Yeah.
And not be constrained by debates, because to be honest with you, I'm dead serious. I don't want to do any event with him.
Yeah.
Okay, it is just too toxic, and I don't want that bullshit, that virulent, toxic, racist stuff that he's talking to rub off on me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it's kind of rubbed off on you already, though, Stan. But
And you know what? I think you're the one who's taking B Brave's side. I'm going to argue that, he's your Svengali, not mine.
People that are intense are
I'm not
there because of their own goddamn filthy behavior.
Brave side. I'm not taking his side. I just think you guys, you and Brave, for some reason, you guys have very similar but very different points of views about things. And I do think both of you guys take each other out of context a lot of times.
No, I'm literally watching his show. When Wicked says correlation and then he kicks him off the panel and starts talking causation, how am I taking him out of context?
Well, because Brave is taking Wicked out of context. Wicked has this like dry humor where he has to tell.
Okay, I don't give a shit about his humor. I'm taking him at his word.
Yeah, but that's
okay. I'm sorry.
Matters,
I'm gonna use his words. I'm not gonna be brave and read intent into his words. And I know you know him better than I do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take him at his word. I'm gonna look at what just happened. I'm gonna look at what B Brave said afterwards. Okay. Wicked says correlation. Brave starts talking causation. And you know what? I don't want to deal with someone like that. I don't even want to have a conversation. And I see B Brave in the chat there. I'm not shy saying it. You proved something to me yesterday, Be Brave. You didn't go up in my estimation of you. So I will, and we are 19 minutes into this video, and not 1 minute of Irami's video has been played yet. That's not taking it out of context. That's looking at timestamps.
The people in tents are the ones that would be considered poor. I consider them needing institutions, but they're not causing the violent street crime. They may do a subway pushing here and there, but guess who's 3 kids shooting at 3 other kids at a gas station? Guess who's carjacking? Kids who go home, shower, eat, and have food off a debit card with their mammy so fat she's weighing 300 pounds from overeating. In the summertime, they have air conditioning. So no wicked. I don't want to hear anything. There's no. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen on this station. We're not. There's no refuge here. For these blacks need to be pointed out that these son of a bitches are destroying the goddamn country. There's.
And here he goes. None of that shit has anything to do with the unplayed Army video. None of that shit has anything to do with what I said about Army's video. And I don't even want to be associated with it. All this shit comes out of a video that hasn't even been played yet.
There's no excuse for it other than these fucking 70% of black in America are out of their fucking mind, and then 3% are violent psychopaths, with the 70% being non-violent psychopaths. Yeah. If it happened regular, you're right. Crime would cause poverty. I'm saying the crime isn't even causing poverty here. The crime is just tearing up a culture. That's almost worse than causing.
Yeah, crime and poverty aren't linked because there is no poverty, right? The dumb son of a bitch.
Poverty. It's tearing up the American culture. Black people are destroying the American culture. They're a fucking tumor on the American culture. It's a big ball of fucking rotten tissue that's drawing off a good normal tissue, and it's spreading across.
I'm still at a loss how my video, my show, or Army's video have anything to do with this virulently racist narrative. Can you help me out here, HB? There's nothing from yesterday's show that I did, nor anything in this video of Army's video that has anything to do with this racist bullshit.
Yeah, Stanley,
and I will remind you.
He's still going off what Wicked said. Like, it's not.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. What Wicked said has nothing to do with the video. Crime is not mentioned in Army's video, and crime is not something I even commented on or thought about. So even what Wicked said, and I already said this, what Wicked is talking about has nothing to do with my show yesterday, other than the crime and correlation.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, by the way, the crime and correlation, that was a totally different video. I made that comment on a totally different video. It wasn't Army's video that the topic came up at all. There was a video by a Thomas Sowell book, by the way, about American cultural divisions. And the comment was made about Italian and German immigrants back in, I guess it was the 1920s or maybe even before that, who lived in neighborhoods. I don't want Brave's comments put up at all.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay. If I see a comment, I'll put it up.
All right.
Italian immigrants, Irish immigrants, German immigrants lived in neighborhoods, these new immigrant type neighborhoods that were ridden with crime and poverty. During that Thomas Sowell video about American culture, I made the point that, see, even back then, poverty and crime were correlated. Okay. I wasn't even talking about black people. I was talking about Italian and German immigrants, and maybe the Irish came up. So crime and poverty are correlated, whether Be Brave likes it or not. He's entitled to his warped and delusional opinions. But in the real world, crime and poverty are correlated. And even if you go to a third world nation, crime and poverty are going to be correlated.
I think that's an obvious statement, right, Stanley? That's obvious.
Well, it's not obvious to Be Brave.
No. It's not that it's not obvious. It's that point is often abused a lot.
Okay, well, I wasn't the one doing the abusing.
No, obviously.
So I don't care about the abuse. What I care about is I brought it up for a specific reason, and I was pointing it out in a totally different video. Irony doesn't talk about crime.
Right, right. Yeah.
But why Irony's face is up here? And he's talking crime, he and Wicked talking crime? No idea.
Yeah. But it is
across the
something
American
that's
culture
abused.
poisoning it.
I'm sorry, what?
That ideology is abused a lot. And
So what?
especially-
How is that relevant? How is that relevant to the points I'm making right now?
It's not.
Okay, well then why bring
But
it up?
that's because that's what they're arguing.
Again, skipping off the point to something totally different. So
That's what
apparently,
they're arguing.
apparently you, me, and Brave do it.
That's what they're arguing, though. I'm trying to explain to you what they're
Okay,
arguing.
why do you need to explain them? They're on the video.
Because you're acting like aloof to what's going on here.
No, I'm describing what's going on. I am describing. No. I don't understand your need to explain this, but it's
You're
not
acting like
helping.
you don't understand, Stanley. You're acting
Well,
like
no,
you
I
don't-
don't understand. I don't understand how two grown men can be idiots.
I don't know either. I'm trying to figure it
Okay,
out.
well, why are you trying? You know what? If you can explain their idiocy, maybe I should be listening to you and debating you instead of be brave.
You can't, Stanley. You're not ready to debate me yet, man. You're not ready.
I will take you.
Nah,
What I
you're not
did to
ready.
what I did to Linwood yesterday, I will do to you.
You can't even
Son,
debate
you
Linwood.
give yourself
You're not even ready for
HB,
Linwood.
the only way you outcompete me intellectually is you turn your mic up higher.
No, I don't need to, Stanley. I do that.
Okay,
for comedic
dude,
effect, but I
you
really
give
don't need
yourself
to.
you
I
give
really don't need
yourself
to.
much. See, there you go.
I really don't need to.
Okay, son, all I have to tell you is you're not ready.
Stanley, you're not ready.
Don't give yourself that much credit.
I want you to win this thing.
I
man.
have done it before to you, and I can do it again.
I want you to win this thing, Stanley. But you're
Okay,
not, you're not
you know
ready
what?
yet.
There are no winners and losers. There's only Stanley kicking some rhetorical butt.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that don't want this to happen and want it to happen for whatever reason.
I have no idea what they want to happen, but I don't like this be brave level sloppiness.
But that's
what the black culture is.
Show that you have a higher intellect than that.
Okay, it's not dude, you don't need a high intellect to suss out this stuff.
Well, some of the stuff
Okay,
is
this is not a matter of intellect, it's a matter of logic. Okay, it's a matter of being able to figure out that, if a video is talking about how small towns are not as culturally backwards as they used to be, it doesn't take high intellect to understand that point and to stick to that point. Okay, it does not take high intellect to understand if you start talking about black and white and crime and all this stuff that has nothing to do with what the narrator is talking about. It does not take high intellect to figure out you are injecting a narrative into the video.
Yeah.
Okay, if the man is saying, hey, towns are great because of the internet, small towns are great because you can now order books. You don't have to live in a one stoplight town and fear it because there's nothing to do there. You don't have to do that anymore. They build cultural centers.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think Aramy is overlooking the racial makeup? of these small towns.
Oh, he talks plenty about race, just not in this video.
Right.
The dude, hey,
Why?
hold on a second. This
What I'm asking
dude
you, though,
has,
is why?
okay, I'm trying to tell you. He talks about race, just not in this video. Irami has been doing this for about 10. Irami has been doing this for about 10 years. If you want to know his views on race, why would he?
You know why he wouldn't.
No,
you know
I have
Stanley.
again.
You know
okay,
why.
let me tell you. You know what? I know you and Be Brave want to inject race into
there
it.
we go.
If you want to know his views on race, go back and look at his work over the past 10 years. God damn it! Why are you interrupting me?
This is why you're not
I'm
ready,
saying
Stanley.
if you want
can't
to
even
know
answer
his
a direct question.
okay, dude, what it is you want to do the same thing that Solid Snake does, that Be Brave does. You won't let a man finish a sentence because you might be fearing what I have to say. If you want to know Irami's views on race, there's 10 years worth of videos. He talks about everything from Tommy Curry to CRT to all kinds of things, just not in this video. I assume he doesn't talk race in this video because his point is not about race.
Why do you think he avoided
You're breaking up, HB. This isn't helping.
Said, why do you think he avoided that?
I don't think he's avoiding it.
He's clearly avoiding it. This man
Okay,
loves
and
talking
you
about
are
race.
clearly as racist as fucking Be Brave.
When talking about
Why does everything have to be about why does it have to be about race?
Why do you think he's avoiding it?
Okay, don't ask me a dumb question. I just gave you the answer because the topic is culture in small towns. You can talk about that without talking about race.
But I think that plays a huge part in it.
Okay, and dude, I am literally the son of someone who grew up knee deep in Jim Crow, and I don't think, and I live in a small Georgia town, and the only time I ever talk race is on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel.
Yeah. When you live in a majority white,
It's
small town.
and once again, you're doing a Be Brave. If you actually took the fucking time to look it up, and I have, by the way, it's roughly 50-50. Okay, you can laugh, but I've literally looked up the demographics.
There's no such
Of
thing as
my
50-50,
town, not necessarily the county. So I know
There's no
you and
such thing as
John.
50.
I know you and John have your narrative about what Carroll County is.
You
but
won't, just like Aramy, you won't acknowledge your actual town's racial makeup because that goes into a bigger.
What? How do you wait? Hold it. Do you know what town I live in?
No.
So do you expect me? Do you expect me to dox myself?
No, I expect.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. You can't answer the question.
Okay, I literally told you I have looked up the demographics of my town. See, this is why people like you, people like you, and Be Brave. And as a matter of fact, there is a video that I'm going to show in a few minutes that talks about people like you, people like you, people like Be Brave, people like you, people like Be Brave. Of course, you're going to keep interrupting me because you can't let me get a. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. The reason I'm not ready is because I'm not going to take the dastardly tactics you want to take.
Man, listen. You can use.
See, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you get the thought out. What your
Stanley,
problem is, your
what you're
problem
really
is
good at, Stanley, is
you in
you're
your
really good
very
at making a
racist
turd look very
attitude.
nice.
You
You're
in
good
your
at
very
you're
racist attitude.
you're
You in
good
your
at
very
shining
racist
up a really
attitude.
nice turd, Stanley. That's what you're good at. You can
Okay,
shine
you
up a
know
really
what?
nice
And
turd.
you know
It's
who's
still a
letting me
turd,
do it?
Stanley. It's still a
Hey,
turd.
hey, I
Let's get back
am
to it.
feeding you,
Because
I'm feeding
let's
you
get back
what
to
you're
it,
used to
Stanley.
eating. You are
Let's
used to
get back to
eating
it, Stanley.
shit. You're
Let's get back
eating,
to it. Let's
you're
get back
used
to
to
it.
eating shit.
What's the racial makeup of your small town, Stanley?
Fucking
Not the
guess.
county. Don't
I need
backtrack.
you've been guessing. You've been guessing all along. You have been guessing. You have been guessing for months. I'm gonna
Stanley,
leave it. I'm gonna leave it a mystery, HB.
and
You already
the
know,
reason
apparently.
the
You
reason
already
why
know.
won't
You
say
already
it,
know.
the
You
reason
already
why
know
you
the
won't
makeup.
say it is
Do
the
you
same
want to
reason
know how I
Aaron
know?
doesn't bring
Do
it
you
up.
want
That's
to
the
know?
same reason. It's the same reason because there's a bigger aspect to this that Be Brave touches
No.
on.
It's a
that
smaller aspect, and it's a small enough aspect. It's turd-sized, actually, bite-sized for people like you and Be Brave. You
This is
eat
why
the
you're not.
shit.
This is
You eat
why,
the shit, and you
Stanley.
talk
This
the
is why
shit.
you're afraid
You
to
are
have an
talking.
argument.
You are talking what you have been fed.
This is why you're afraid, though, because you can't be
Afraid
honest.
of what?
This is why you're afraid
I've literally
to
told you
debate
the
Brave.
makeup. I have literally told
No,
you the
you haven't.
makeup.
No, you haven't. No, you
Yeah, I
haven't.
have.
No, you haven't.
When I say
said the county.
50-50, oh no,
You said the
I told you
county.
my
You won't
I
say
told you
the
my
town.
no.
You won't say it because you know it's probably closer to like
Motherfucker,
what,
I don't know the
90,
county.
10,
I
90, 10?
literally just said I gave you the town because I don't know the county.
No, Stanley. Now you're
No,
switching it up. Now
Stanley.
you're switching it up.
You didn't say it, Stanley.
Yeah.
You
Look at
didn't
you.
say it, Stanley.
Now you're acting like a child.
Stanley, you're
This is why
old
you're
and you
not
don't
ready,
know what
Stanley.
you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dude,
Go ahead.
I
Mock
was
me.
born ready.
Show
I
how
was
mature
born
you are,
ready.
Stanley.
I was born
There we
ready
go.
for
Show your maturity.
I was born ready for the half-wits. You and
not
Be
ready,
Brave.
Stanley.
You and Be Brave. If you put your heads together, you might form half a brain.
Yeah, Stanley, all the jokes and shit, all of that stuff, it's not going to equal up to the reality. And that's where you can't stand on anything. You can't even be honest with yourself. So how you going to win a debate?
You know what?
It's honestly pathetic.
I think what you do, what you like to do, is you like to manipulate the audience into thinking you know what you're
listen,
talking
Stanley,
about.
I'm not even smart enough to manipulate the audience.
You
I'm
are
not even smart enough
literally
for that.
sitting here. You are literally sitting here telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what? I will let you. Hey, I know you're a showman. I know you are a showman. I know Be Brave is a showman. Y'all talking about polishing turds. You take that racial shit. You take that racial shit. You take that racial shit and shove it up your audiences down your.
To act like you don't know. You go deaf, dumb, and blind to the reality. You won't say it, Stanley. The same reason Aaron me won't say it.
What am I
is the
not
same
saying?
reason
You know what?
you won't say it.
Apparently, you know more than I do. Tell me what I say. Tell me what I mean, HB.
Stanley, I'm not gonna keep going back.
Tell me. You are the big man. You're the big old smart man on the panel. Tell me what I think. Tell me what I'm not saying.
You got to work on it, Stanley.
Tell me what I'm not saying.
You won't say.
Okay, see now you're going all silent. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
You won't say the reason why Aaron is uplifting small towns. There's a very all that bumpkin
I don't
bullshit.
do
You're
whatever
overlooking
conspiracy theory.
You're overlooking the elephant in the room, Stanley. There's a reason why a bunch of blacks like yourself would rather live in a small town than the major cities. There's a reason why.
I don't like big city.
It's not because of the Chick-fil-A.
I get you now. I get you now. You know what? You're a fucking racist too.
Stanley.
And
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
told you this.
And
I've told you
that's
this.
something I learned from Thomas
Everything
Sowell.
has to be
That's
black
something
and
I
white.
learned from
I
Thomas
know.
Sowell. Just
I
call
now
somebody a
know.
racist when you can't
See,
argue your
you
point.
want to take.
Just
You
call them a
want to take
racist
that.
if you can't argue
You
your point.
want to
Stanley,
serve
you
that
have no
be
point.
brave level racist
You have no
bullshit
point.
up on a
You're not even
platter
ready for
and
Stanley.
serve
You're
it.
not even
Dude,
ready. How are you going to debate Brave?
I'm
You're not
not
even ready
Hey,
for.
you know what? Let me give you. Let me
You're
give
not
you
even
your
ready for
flowers.
Linwood.
Can I give you?
You're
Can I
not even
give you
ready for
your
Linwood.
flowers?
And just
Let me
like
give you.
Jeremy,
Let me give you
you
your
have to
flowers. You and
deny
Linwood.
and
Let me
you have
give
to
you.
deny and go
Yeah.
blind,
I
dumb,
gotta
and
deny
blind to the
HB.
reality
I
of why
gotta
you live in
deny
those small
HB.
towns.
Yes,
You want to
HB.
get away
Can
from
I give you?
niggas,
Can I
just
give
like
you
the rest
your
of us.
flowers now?
You want to
Can
get
I
away
give
from
you?
niggas, Stanley.
Can
You
I
can't
give you
just
your
say that though.
flowers now?
You got to make it seem like it's all altruistic. Oh, small towns are
Altruistic? What the fuck are you
small
talking?
towns
Do you?
they're
I know you know what
small
altruistic
towns
means,
are not
right?
they're not bumpkin hillbillies anymore. They actually read now. Like small towns are getting, they have a 7-Eleven now. They're coming up. But the reality is niggas like yourself don't want to live in the small or in the big cities. You don't want to live around all those animals, those savages. You're getting up there in age, Stanley. You don't want some young nigga fucking knocking you over the head and you trying to get in your car? Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
You'd be
Okay.
crazy to want to live
Let
around
me
that.
know. Let me
You
know
would
when
be
you're done.
insane to want to live around that. But
Let me know when you're done.
you and Jeremy both, you can't just accept or even acknowledge the elephant in the room. So you try
Well,
to glorify these
let me go
towns.
ahead and get
You
a
try to
word in
glorify
edgewise.
these small towns
Okay,
instead of
motherfucker, you're gonna do
addressing
a be brave, and I'm just gonna have to shit all over you.
the reality. The reality.
Okay, the reality is that you, Be Brave, and Linwood
I'm
are
a racist.
fucking.
I'm an
Of course,
idiot.
I can't
I'm a
finish a
racist. I'm an
sentence.
idiot.
Of course, you're not going to let
I
me
already know
finish
what you're
my
gonna say,
sentence.
Stanley. You're too predictable.
Motherfucker, you have no clue what I'm going to
This
say.
is why, Stanley, and this is why you got to get better, man. You got to get ready for this. I don't want you to lose to Brave. He's already winning the culture war right
I'm not
now.
going to lose to
He's
Brave.
making you look like a fool, Stanley. A goddamn
You
fool.
know what? Well, let me put it to you this way.
You're better than this.
I am
Brave.
perfectly
Brave is
willing.
a 6th grade
If it means looking like a fool to people like you and Be Brave, I'm willing to do that because you literally between you, Be Brave, and Linwood, and let me lump in John, and let me lump in Universal as well.
Bring
Let me,
everybody.
I want to get
Bring
all
everybody in it.
the
Let's have
black
a,
racists I know. I
let's
want to
have a
make
gumbo.
sure.
Let's have a
I want to
gumbo
make
of
sure
racists.
that
We got a racist
all the
gumbo.
black racists I
We got
know
plates
are
for
lumped
everybody.
in.
Everybody get a
Y'all,
plate.
if I took y'all
Hey,
together
cool. You want
and
a plate
put you,
of racist gumbo?
if I took you all and formed you into one
Stanley,
big lump,
you can't even
if I
hang
took
on to
all
Brave.
you brown young
Brave is
men,
running circles
if I
around
took
you.
all you brown young men,
How you let this 6th grade dropout run circles
if
around
I,
you? Brave
you know
is a
what?
fucking loser, Stanley. He's a
Hey,
loser.
and you know what?
You
And
let
you
them
know what?
run circles around you.
You're absolutely
Stanley,
right.
I'm embarrassed for
Hey,
you, honestly. I'm
you know
embarrassed
what?
for you, man.
All I have to say is that
Honestly.
racists in America
You're better
always
than that,
win.
Stanley.
Oh, no,
Brave's
I'm
better.
not.
You went to school. You were in the Navy. You have so many accolades. Brave
And you
can't
know what
imagine
this
it.
means?
Brave
You
has
know what
never
this
left
means?
this town. He's never even left this town, but he understands culture and reality and accepts it for what it is. You want to deny it. That's why you're losing this.
HB, you sound like you are a 6th grade graduate.
Yeah. And
you are Be Brave. You are just a little bit taller. You're Be Brave and braids.
Everybody sees it, Stanley.
If Be Brave was a black man, he would be HB2N.
His name call and
oh yeah, motherfucker! I'm not shy calling an idiot an idiot.
Stanley, but it's immature.
Hey, let me call you a name. Let me call you a name. You are a Be Brave black man.
Ah, man. I've
You
heard it
are
all
a
before,
be
Stanley.
brave flunky.
I want you to win,
You are
Stanley.
a be
This
no
isn't about me.
motherfucker.
It's
I
about
don't need you.
you.
I don't
I
need
want you
you
to
to
win this,
want
man.
anything from me. Hey.
I
Don't
want you
want
to
for
win
me.
this, Stanley.
Don't want for I. You know what? I don't want to win it your way.
I told him I know,
I
man.
don't want to be brave to beat be brave.
Oh, Stanley.
I don't want to be HB
No,
to
no,
be brave.
no. I just want you to be Stanley.
All that racist bullshit
I just want you
y'all
to be
want to
Stanley.
pull. I'm not about that.
Stanley, it's not racist to acknowledge
It's
reality.
motherfucking racist to the core.
No, it's not. Even
It
Thomas
is
Sowell said that.
anti-black. You know what?
Racism. People
All
that
I
say
have to
racist
say
all
is
day,
I'm
all
not
it
the
is
one
to pretend like
licking the
you're on a
balls.
moral high
I'm
ground
not
than
the one
somebody
licking
else.
the balls of
It's
a
honestly
Jared
feminine.
Taylor. I'm
It's
not
honestly
inviting
feminine.
racists on for one-on-one interviews on Thursday.
Stanley, you're moving the goalposts, man. Who
Well,
cares about that?
motherfucker, you want to
Who
talk?
cares
You
about
want to
that?
talk about be brave? You want to
I
talk
don't give a
about
fuck
the
about that, nigga.
reality?
I don't give a fuck about that, nigga.
See,
I'm
hey,
not trying to
who's
do
the?
that interview.
Of
I don't
course,
give a fuck about that,
you're gonna
nigga.
use the N word. Of course you are. You're a racist.
You literally called me a nigger the other day, Stanley. You use it
Oh
too.
well, you know what? People
use it
probably.
too. And this is
Let
the
me tell
thing,
you.
Stanley.
Let me put something. Let me tell you something
You gotta
you
stop
don't
being such
realize.
a hypocrite,
You
man.
remember me saying it. You remember me saying it because
Man,
it's
Stanley,
not
man.
every other word out of my mouth.
Stanley, you gotta stop being a hypocrite, man.
No.
You gotta stop
What
it.
you got to stop doing is telling
gotta
me what
stop
to
it, shit,
do.
man.
You got to stop telling me how to be Stanley. I do it way better than you.
No. I'm not trying to tell you to be anything.
Well, it sounds like you are.
I'm just saying you gotta be better.
Okay, don't just say. I know what I'm doing.
You gotta be better than this.
Okay,
You gotta be
then
better.
you know what? If I don't meet your high standards, HB, I'm sorry for that.
Well, I appreciate that.
But
Stanley.
I have to say,
I appreciate that.
you aren't the sort of standard that I want to live up to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you can't
Deacon
reach
Dave,
my,
Deacon Dave, of course, racist birds
look,
of
hey,
the
Deacon Dave, watch him. He does this. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah,
over and
motherfucker,
over.
y'all are
All
racist.
he's gonna do is deflect the track.
Oh no.
And make
How
fun
am
of
I
everybody else. But
deflecting
he
when I say
acknowledge the reality.
HB,
And it's
HB,
pathetic.
I full
It's
the
pathetic.
reality.
This is
The
why
reality. The reality is you are the fruit of America.
like Be
You
Brave
are
can run
about as
circles around
American as it gets.
Oh,
It does not get more American than you, HB. You are America.
circles around.
Yeah, you run circles around me. Keep running them. Keep running them, and I will sit here and watch you run circles. See, what you think is you're scoring. You think you're scoring points. All you're doing is having the Deacon Dave say you're right. That's all you're getting out of this.
Stanley, that's the thing. I really don't care what these people
Yeah, you do.
think.
You eat it up when Deacon Dave, and Be Brave, all those guys look up to you and John. Hey, what does John? Hey, the last thing John Galt played before he.
I really don't care.
Yeah, you
I
care.
don't care.
Yeah, you care.
No, you care.
I'm
not even acknowledging him.
The last thing John Galt played before he left the panel yesterday. What was it that John Galt played? What was it that John Galt played last thing on the panel yesterday? Do you remember? That's right, motherfucker. I'm on. You forgot this. You forgot dismantle.
Afraid of brave. That's the new slogan. 2025.
Yeah, that's what I am.
This is why.
Anyway, speaking of Be Brave, I need to get back. I need to get back to this show.
Okay. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
What's up, CK? So
Hey, CK,
anyway,
you know
what?
Listen,
We gotta act like
we have some decorum around CKJ.
I think that I've pretty much made my point. I should probably play more, but there's other stuff I want to get to. And fooling around with HB, his obviously it was intentional to deflect me from my purpose.
Stanley, you know I
So,
love you though, man. I really do. I
oh yeah,
respect you more than anybody, man. I really do.
I could feel the love.
Sometimes you gotta spank your child, man. You're like a this internet shit. I'm used to it, man. You're like a baby to this stuff, Stanley.
And
I'm
you know
trying to.
what? I'm gonna continue. I don't want to lose my cherry to this racist
Nah,
bullshit.
nah, 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 nah. We gotta pop that cherry, Stanley. Pause. We gotta pop
No,
that cherry.
I'm not going to the dark side of the force like
Nah,
that.
you're already there, Stanley. You just gotta accept that. You know, Luke, I am your father. You gotta accept it, man.
Yeah, okay.
You just got your hand cut off. No.
You know what? And you know what? The weird thing about it, HB, is even if you think that, even if the chat thinks that, I don't expect better.
CKJ, what's going on, man? Good morning. I know you're on your way to work, man. What's going on? Oh, matter of fact, CKJ, bravo yesterday, man. It took you 60 seconds to prove Shenard was a fucking scammer fraud. Bro, bravo, man. That was oh man, that was beautiful, man. CKJ exposed Shenard in 60 seconds. I've never seen it done so swiftly like that.
Yeah, well, you know, he's not the brightest bulb on the tree, and even if he is, he's more a savant than anything.
Yeah. Like
Kind of
you
like
guys hear me?
Be Brave. Kind of like Be Brave is a racist savant.
yeah, we can hear you now, CKJ, man.
What was going on? What was you saying now?
Oh, I said yesterday, I just said bravo, man. It took you 60 seconds to expose Shenard for being a fraud scammer. That was beautiful, man. That was beautiful.
Oh, I don't think he's a scammer, but I just think I think he's lying though.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the scam.
Oh, I thought
you know.
thought he was scamming somebody else.
No. That's part of the fraud though. Because I mean, you got to ask yourself, like, why is he so concerned about John and Be Brave doing option trades and stuff? He wants those people to lose money, man, and it's really fucking sick.
I don't think it's
Right.
that.
Well,
he wants to lose money. I think he wants to feel like he's important, I guess.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But just to wrap up this Be Brave again, you know, the title of the show says it all, the racist's mission creep. Basically, what Be Brave did is took points that had nothing to do with his normal narrative, mangled them to a point to where I've lost respect for him as a person and as a thinker. Okay, the guy is not worthy, and I would just prefer not to even be on the same panel with him. And if you and Deacon Dave and John and all of y'all think that, you know, I'm kind of a babe in the woods, I'm okay with that. There are certain standards, and just people like Be Brave, and there are many others in this channel, cannot focus on a point, and as soon as you start getting your ass kicked on a point, you want to skip off. Just like you did earlier, HB. You wandered away from my point and wanted to turn. What you wanted to do was turn it back on me. I noticed.
Yeah, no, I'm focused.
And you know what you do. What you do is you perform for your audience, much like much like Be Brave does.
No. I'm talking to you, Stanley.
No, and I'm talking to you, HB.
I'm laser focused.
Who the fuck do you think I'm talking to?
I don't have to be as loquacious either as you are.
Oh, you know what? Like I said, I don't fucking change who I am, and I am who I am. If I lose as Stanley, if I win as Stanley, I will always be Stanley.
Now you're talking about yourself in third person. You know, Stanley.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm talking about myself in the third person. Why not?
Yeah, that's fucking sick. But anyway. Stanley has to.
You know, if I have to go out of body to make my point, then third person works.
Yeah, you're sick. Where did Deacon Dave go, man? I wonder.
He'll be back. He's probably at work or in the car or something.
Probably breastfeeding right now. Deacon Dave got that.
Hey, HB, why do y'all think Be Brave actually has a point?
I don't think this is the thing. This is my issue with Be Brave. Or not my issue. It's that it's not necessarily that he has a point. It's that nobody has been able to argue against it. You know, Be Brave. You know the thing about Be Brave?
It's obvious. Why you've never heard the term? It's hard to win against an intelligent person and practically impossible to win an argument with a stupid person. So if you think you're going to be able to move him off that 70% point, I have no illusion that I'm going to out argue something that's basic. No. Don't let me finish my point, please. Let me finish my point. You can't debate with a stupid person. Okay. You know how I basically fucked up B Brave's point without even being on a panel with him? Telling him to prove it, and I won't debate the point unless he can provide evidence. Okay. And the first thing he says, or one of the first things he says in this show I have up on the screen, is if I don't want to talk about the 70% point, we can talk about something else. Motherfucker, I've already won. I've already beat the 70% because we don't have to talk about it. So, see, you don't actually understand how I work. Okay. I'm a motherfucking military vet. Okay. I can win an argument without even arguing the point. It's how you prepare for the battle that determines whether you win it or not. I didn't even have to get up on a panel to debate 70% because I neutralized it before I got there. If you can't fucking provide me evidence, then we don't talk about it. That's a win.
Yeah, no, I can't argue that at all.
Of course you can't, and I don't have to argue 70%. Done deal.
Nobody, no, that was off the table.
Okay, so you said nobody's been able to out-argue him, then why argue?
Nobody has been able to argue.
Right, and you know what? I won't be the first because I've already shit on the point and said it's not worthy of me arguing.
But I think, though, and this is just my opinion.
And I see Be Brave in the audience. I want him to hear me say it again. I shit on your 70% point because I told you it wasn't worth arguing. And if we debate, and it is an if, we're not talking 70% bullshit. You keep that on your show. You keep it between your ears. Don't pollute Stanley's brain with that silliness.
Well, Stanley, we're moving past the 70% thing. That wasn't.
I don't give a shit about it. I don't care if we move past it. I don't care if we go back to it. We're not going to discuss it. That's a win.
Wait, CKJ, what'd you say?
I said that's how B Brave keeps going because he utilized that 70%. Y'all allow him to use that 70%.
Well, no. Well, this is the thing, CKJ. I've actually talked to Be Brave about that 70%, and he's already said to me he can't prove it.
Right.
Why talk about it?
Talk about his whole argument is the 70% allow this 3% to destroy America.
Right.
Once you knock out the 70%, there's no argument.
Wait. Say that one more time.
Once you knock out that 70%, he has no argument. There's nothing to argue with him about. But y'all allow him to keep saying it.
He would still have an argument. He would still have an argument.
Actually,
it's just like trying to quantify. Hold on.
No. You hold on. Okay, don't bring that bullshit up here that he has an argument. CK is right.
I'm not saying he has an argument to his point.
all his arguments are based on black crime in the 70% who make excuses. That's his whole argument. And everything is an offshoot from that argument. You neutralize the 70% or don't talk about it. CK's right. What can he talk about? He literally said we
It's
can
just
talk
like
about something else.
that's like
So
trying to quantify how many people believe in flat
you
Earth,
keep
Stanley. You don't have to prove the
okay.
percentage. You just have to know people do.
Okay, no, I don't.
Okay,
That's
D-Day,
for
ask you a
see.
question.
That's for people like you, Dave, who are inclined to, basically what you and HB are saying is, hey, he doesn't have to prove the point. Black people are fucked up, and that's good enough. Well, see, that's good enough for y'all. I don't think black people are fucked up, and that 70% I don't have to talk about. Once again, I have won before I even get up on a panel.
But I think that kind of proves Brave's point.
Okay, you will want to prove Brave's point whether I'm on a panel, whether we talk about the 70%. You think Brave has a point. I've heard you say it. I've heard John say it. Deacon Dave just said it. Y'all are inclined to accept that very virulent racist point of view. I've heard you say Brave isn't a racist, he's a culturalist. Brave is a goddamn racist.
No, he's
Of
just
the worst, of the worst sort.
He's just as racist as you are, Stanley.
You know what? The problem is even if you're right and you're not, but let's just take you up. Let's just take you up on it.
I know I'm right.
Don't be. You want to be a racist crab in a basket, pulling me back in with y'all. I'll play the game at least for a couple minutes.
Stanley, you're the one who said you don't have any experience with the hood.
Even if I'm racist, I basically don't want to be, and I work to try not to. Okay, Be Brave fucking embraces the dark side. I'm trying to outlive it, outrun it, outthink it.
Hey, HB.
Then that's not reality.
Okay, that's not. See, Dave, y'all motherfuckers are crabs in a basket. It is my reality.
Yeah. I mean, you could be.
Okay, and my reality is all that matters. I don't give a fuck about your reality.
Yeah, you could be they, them too. You can.
Hey, you know what? I told you who I am. And I'm not kidding. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say I want you to thrive. I want your family to do well. I care about you, but I don't give a fuck about your reality. You have to live your reality. I don't. So when people bring up what's happening, when people bring up what's happening in the hood, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say I don't give a fuck. I don't live there.
But the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
I'm sorry.
Because he can't quantify 70% does not mean that there's not a contingent of people who support it, who want everybody who condemns it to be quiet. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Is that what you're hearing, Dave?
No, you want your peaceful, you want your narrative. That's fine.
Okay, no. I want to correct your impression of my argument. Okay, of course there are people who would excuse it. I'm arguing against the 70%. I'm not saying there aren't people out there who will make excuses, but they're mostly white people, to be honest. They're mostly white liberals.
But CKJ3 just said that his whole argument is based on 70.
I need you. See, you're moving the goalpost. Address what I just said.
I'm not, because you stand on his points a lot, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, don't be on the panel then. If you can't address what the host responded to you, you want to move on to what CK said. I don't find that constructive or even worth listening to. Okay. I literally said it's mostly white liberals, because I buy into that. It's mostly white liberals who make excuses for the crime. Not many black people do it at all. And if you can't address that point that Thomas Sowell makes the point, all kinds of black conservatives make that point. You are a black conservative and you can't even listen to what your own peeps are saying.
No, that's 100% true, Stanley. But
Okay, well then why doesn't he go and quantify the people that are actually making the excuses? What percentage of white people make excuses for that black crime? I've never heard that motherfucker talk about that.
What percentage of black people?
Okay, don't distract from my point. I want Brave to talk about the percentage of white liberals. White liberals make up a percentage of the white population. See, you won't let me get out my point.
We have the numbers.
Okay, you must interrupt my good point, don't you? To defend B Brave's stupidity, HB is B Brave's keeper.
What percentage of black people vote?
I don't give a fuck. I'm talking about white people.
Who votes with those
as soon as I start talking about your precious white people, you want to go and defend them. You want to turn the.
What percentage of black people vote with those white liberals?
Motherfucker, we can get to that point. Don't advance the conversation past where I am. My question to you, HB, and to see as soon as I start hitting the mark, your ass wants to move on.
Just answer his question. Just answer his question, HB. And then get to the next point.
What percentage of white people are white liberals? I would say, what is it? Like 45, 50% of white people are white liberals.
Okay, now I want to hear B Brave say it. I want B Brave to do a whole show on the percentage of white, non-violent, demented liberals who fucking support that 3%.
CKJ, that's
all I want is B Brave, white ass B Brave, to talk about his white ass liberal kin and quantify it.
That's one of the reasons why, honestly, I feel like for especially black men, you don't want to be in.
Okay, all of a sudden it's back on black people. See how that works? Dave?
Because liberal whites are
we can't criticize white people. We can't criticize white people. We got to keep it on the blacks.
That's called two. That's like saying we're talking about us. We're gonna make it about something else.
Y'all are fucking sad.
This is recalcitrant, Stanley.
You are anti-black motherfuckers, and every time I nail your asses, you want to get all defensive.
Yeah.
You're being recalcitrant, Stanley.
Oh, no, motherfucker. I'm counseling you, okay? The people with the power and more representation in the U.S. government are the white liberals, which are the real downfall of America.
There we go.
And dumbass B Brave and dumbass HB and compliant Deacon Dave say y'all got your asses handed to you. That's what just happened. Dude, I will claim my victory. I will claim my victory as soon as I talk about the real problem. Y'all motherfuckers. Hey, Daddy B Brave, come and help us. Come and help us, be brave. Stanley just whipped my fucking ass. I need you.
Scratch it out. Look at Stanley. He's not ready.
I need your help.
He's scratching out. Look at him. He's scratching out.
Hey, dude, I am enjoying
We're
this.
sharpening iron right now. That's all we're doing.
As soon as I bring up white liberals, y'all get all the.
He's about to lose it.
Hey, I took two of y'all motherfuckers on
Stanley's
dismantled
gonna need
your
a
point.
Ambien
I
after
handed
this,
your
bro.
point. I oriented you in the right direction. Now, son, I can't make the journey with you. You might
Stanley,
make it up to the mountaintop.
go grab that towel, Stanley. You're over there sweating.
All I have to say,
You're sweating.
is when y'all get to the mountaintop and you can address your white brethren with the real problem, then America will move forward.
Well, clearly it's the real problem, Stanley. But black people,
Okay, well, motherfucker, stop
80%
concentrating on black people.
with these
Are
white
you scared of
liberal
Whitey?
rebels.
You're scared of Whitey, ain't you?
We gotta check. You gotta check what's in your own house, I guess.
Hey, you know what? It's not my house. It's your house.
It's easier.
My house,
and
my
you
house
go
is
right
just
along
fine.
with them. You go right along with them, with those evil.
All I have to say,
That's how I know.
Hey,
That's how I know
hey,
you're
look
just
at
as
you.
racist.
Look at you.
You're just
Now
as
you want to
racist
move
as,
that. Ooh,
you're just as racist
HB,
as
HB
B-Brave.
is struggling
You're
with that
just as
goalpost.
racist as
He gotta
B-Brave.
move. Ooh,
Yes,
he's
you're
just
even
as
worse.
racist. He's just
You're
as
even
racist,
worse, Stanley.
dude.
You're
Hey,
even
let me
worse.
ask you a question, HB.
Because when black people try to
HB,
confront the problem, you'll call them racist for trying to
HB.
confront it. You'll call
You're
them
not
racist.
confronting
You'll
it.
say
I
they're
don't think.
anti-black.
I think all you're
for
doing
saying
is
is white liberals
you're
are fucking evil
joining
and
your
ruining
white
the major
racist
cities.
masters.
So
Yeah.
you
Deflect,
think blacks is
deny,
you think blacks is ruining?
derail. Deflect, deny, derail. That's all you do.
Oh,
Stanley.
hey, HB, is your back
Deflect,
hurting from all that goalpost
deny,
moving?
derail.
Your
Yep.
back is aching, isn't it?
Let's get CKJ in here real quick.
I said you agree with Be Brave that blacks are destroying America.
That are what?
That blacks are the ones that is destroying America. You agree
No.
with him?
I don't believe with that narrative. I think, I don't believe with that. I don't believe in
So
that.
he doesn't have a point. What point does he have then?
That's his point. I don't
But
believe
y'all agree with that point though.
You said what?
Y'all are agreeing with him. That's his
No,
only
I'm not
point.
agreeing. I'm not agreeing with him on that. He's basically saying that blacks are ruining.
Blacks
the
are
culture.
destroying America. He says it every day.
Right. The fabric and culture of America. I don't think blacks are doing it. I think they are the face of a lot of it, but they're not doing it by themselves.
Of destroying America, HB? Do y'all know what that considers?
You said what?
Do y'all know what goes on into destroying America? And it's just blacks?
Wait. Say that one more time. Do you know what goes on in America? And it's just blacks?
Every day he says that blacks is destroying America, right? That's it. And he said 70% is whatever the 70% is. It's making an excuse for this 3% of destroying America. You believe that?
Yeah.
You believe that?
I think I don't believe it necessarily. I think though, when you look at who black people, because the only way that I can quantify that is looking at the voting patterns. Now, most black people don't even fucking vote. So we got to look at the ones that do vote. So the ones that do vote, majority vote with these blue-haired white liberals that pass all these laws in major cities that cause a lot of this strife and
right. So it's liberals who are destroying America, not black people.
Well, the liberals by way, the blacks are being used to destroy it with the liberals. And when I say liberals, I don't mean people that are Democrats. I mean the liberal agendas where it's oh, we need to get rid of bail because people who commit crimes are they're so poor, we gotta get rid of that. So, people that have committed 20 crimes, they can get out of jail and commit more crimes, which just
That's reality. That's how it's really happening, right?
Yeah, that's exactly how it's happening.
Let me take the reins back. Bottom line
exactly how
is
it's happening.
no, I disagree with that. I think Be Brave has yet to do a show that I'm aware of. I haven't seen every show. What I'm saying is, when Be Brave can quantify the percentage of white people that are the ones that are making excuses for black people, I will take him a bit more seriously. Um, what he needs to do is turn his super smart brain onto his own kinfolk and come up with a percentage. And I see something about 80%. I don't give a fuck what he's saying in the chat. When he does a show on the white liberals are destroying America, then I will, at least think he's a little bit more fair and balanced. Otherwise, that 70% bullshit, he can take that back to his show. Like I said, until he can back it up, it is a non-issue, not something I'm interested in talking, and I will take my victory lap now. You say it can't be argued, and I agree. You can't argue with stupidity, but what you can do is just not argue it at all for the win.
Hey, CKJ, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you think like liberal policies are softer or harder on crime?
Moving the goalpost, I bet your back is hurting, isn't it?
Go ahead, CKJ.
Say it again.
And see, dumbass here.
I said, do you think
whoa, hold on
liberal
before you move on.
policies-
Let's see what Mr. Be Brave and Be Stupid says. The white liberals are not killing people. They're bub. A little bit of a difference. No, there's not. If anything, though, the white liberals are aiding and abetting. If they're making excuses, they are co-conspirators, aiding and abetting. And in my opinion, there are some states, if you are driving the getaway car, but you don't commit the murder, you still face a life sentence. Motherfucker, how about pull your head out of that narrow white ass and apply your brain? Not the same problem. There are very substantive arguments that will take that stupid point and shove it up like that corn cob up your ass. If you aid and abet, I think you're still a problem. Maybe not the same problem, but you're still a problem. And if it were an actual murder and you made excuses or drove the car, you don't even have to be in the same place. If you somehow or another associated with that murder in some states, you will face a similar, if not the same, penalty. Be brave. Try that last word in your little handle there. It says think. How about you think?
Hey, CKJ.
Yeah, I'm
so,
here.
All right, so
Say it again.
Do you think liberals, like liberal policies, are softer or harder on crime overall?
It's probably softer.
Softer.
But
okay. So with that,
what
go
does
ahead.
that have to do with?
Hey, Helen. Hey, Garen.
What now? You say what does that have to do with what?
With
the 70%? The 70%?
No.
What fucking 70% are you talking about? That's not a real number.
Wait. What were you saying, CKJ?
I said, what does that have to do with black people?
Well, the problem with that is that when black people majority vote for those soft laws that affect them the most,
but
it's almost like they're advocating for it.
You think it affects them the most?
It does. Trust me, it does. It does.
No, I'm not trusting you any more than you use the word 70%. Therefore, I don't trust you.
Per capita, it does.
That's not based on shit.
Yeah.
But look, see, this what I don't like. But this what I don't like about the per capita, because you can use per capita with anything, with any crime, but we don't. We only use it with homicides within the black community.
Right.
Yep.
You don't use it.
Yep.
You don't use it on grade. You don't use it on all these.
Oh, well,
other
wait,
crimes.
hold on. Let me.
You don't only use it on that particular topic.
But
Now,
even that,
now
when you're talking about
here's
violent
the
crimes,
reason for that. I just
most of those
happen.
people are most of the people that commit violent crimes have committed way more crimes before that.
Yeah, irrelevant to the point. That's just moving a
all considered
goalpost.
a violent crime?
You said say that one more time, CKJ.
What is all considered a violent crime?
I mean, you stick somebody up, you rob someplace, you pull a gun out on somebody, like all of those are considered violent crimes.
And black people do not lead in all those categories. HB.
No, I didn't say they led in them. I didn't say they led in them.
But Be Brave makes it out to seem like we lead in all those categories, and we don't.
No,
Well, here's the deal, because I actually have looked at these stats in the past couple days. There is a problem. The per capita is actually relevant. In 2024, or this is 2023, whites committed more murders or more violent crime. I can't remember which it is. Right here in 2023, there's whites right here, there's black, there's unknown. So whites commit more murders. The problem is when you compare populations, 45,000 versus, I can't remember how many whites there are, but the per capita is a problem. And the other thing is if you factor in geography, excuse me, it becomes a bigger problem. All those murders are happening in very tight geographic locations. So it is a problem. Yep. However, it does depend on perspective because whites commit more murders. So, it depends on perspective, but per capita, and I have theories as to why per capita matters versus just the plain numbers. But the bottom line is everybody, liberal, conservative, black, white, it doesn't matter. That per capita plus geography is a big problem.
Yeah, Stanley, because I think.
But I think it's appropriate to say whites commit more crime, more murders.
Definitely, but I think per capita matters because a lot of. Wait, this is the reason why per capita matters because it can be like narratives can be spent if you don't.
Well, that's now the per capita is a narrative.
No. The per capita puts things in perspective. Like if you just look at the news, you would think Chicago is the most dangerous city, but in reality, Detroit, St. Louis, per capita, you're more likely to get killed in one of those cities than Chicago.
Well, yeah, that's if you are, not avoiding neighborhoods. I mean, there are ways to mitigate that risk.
Right. But that's why per capita matters because I mean,
I didn't say it didn't matter. I said it's important.
But when you like just say the raw numbers, you're Chicago had 600 murders this year, but you're not taking into consideration there's like 10 million people in metro Chicago area. So if it's really not that many people when you really break it down, and it's not even that many historically when you look at it. 70s and 80s had way more people.
How do you mitigate that risk, Stanley?
By not going places where you're more likely to be killed.
What are those places?
Okay, literally, don't fucking go there. I just answered your question. If you avoid the high risk areas, you lessen your risk. You don't need to go farther than that. That is a complete answer.
But unfortunately, the places with
and see, this is what these fucking these be brave type blacks. You answer their question, then they want to move on instead of just dealing with the answer.
But the places with the per capita, the highest numbers are majority black places: St. Louis, Detroit, Memphis.
That's a problem. That's what, when I say geography, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Nobody's avoiding the problem, but it does need a little bit more of a 30,000 foot view. The problem is there. It's the narrative, like that 70% narrative, like black people, are making excuses. The bottom line, what you and Deacon Dave, and maybe not Deacon Dave so much, I've never really talked to him about it, but that whole, where the racism comes in is you expect black people to go into the ghetto, even if they don't live there, and shake their finger like, hey, fellow black man, stop killing people. That's
no,
bullshit.
no.
No.
As
I'm
long
not talking about you specifically. I'm
yeah.
talking about the B Braves of the world. And I'm not taking you off the hook, but I'm sure that Be Brave expects this. People who are talking about Obama not doing shit for black people, that is racist. What did you expect him to do? Go into the ghetto and fix it? Okay, I expect the cops to do their job. And I have literally talked to Be Brave about this when I say it is an American problem. He wants to go, nope, it's a black problem. Okay. And that is the racist narrative that he wants to propagate. He's saying that the 70% or whatever that fictitious number is, they're making excuses because they're not getting up out of off their asses, and that 70% going and forming like their own police department, apparently, and cleaning up the black neighborhood. That's what he really means. And
I
maybe
think it's a
he
lot
said it
simpler than
before.
that. I think it's a lot simpler.
Okay,
than
well,
that.
no. Be Brave expects black people to take care of his quote black problem. If it's a black man's problem, black man needs to fix it because it's a black problem. White people, we have our own culture that will police. It is racist. It is racist to the core. And motherfucker, I'm not afraid to call it out and out racist.
That's why I believe people that vote liberal and are soft on crime.
I don't give a
actually
fuck about
want
voting.
the shit
I'm
to
talking
happen.
about Be Brave. Look at you moving that goalpost. Your back must be aching.
Yeah.
You said it
You
was.
don't
I
know.
want to concentrate on shitting on Be Brave with him in the chat.
That's fine, but you said it was an American
Oh
problem.
no, I
then you
know
said
it's
it was
fine. I don't need your approval to do it.
I'm not trying to listen. You said it was an American problem. Then you said that white people.
It is
would
an
handle
American problem.
handle
Be
within their own
Brave thinks
culture.
it's a black problem.
Well, aren't blacks Americans?
He wants to racialize it.
Aren't blacks Americans though?
Yeah,
Aren't whites Americans?
It's not separated. It's not a separate.
Yeah. What they want to do is they want to racialize it. That way, white people can wipe their hands of it. Okay. And what I say is that white liberals making excuses makes them just as culpable as that fictitious pulled out of his corncob laden ass. That 70%. I want to know who are their partners in the white community. The argument is white liberals are their partners and therefore just as culpable.
Yeah.
And the
That's the
70%,
argument.
the
That's the
70%,
argument.
I've never heard Be Brave make that point.
That's not. But
So
that's
now I have
literally
to
made the argument for him.
Now I literally have to help that fucking racist out with his own argument.
God is God is good, man. God is good, man. Stanley just made the argument for Brave. Jesus, you just proved this. Jesus Christ.
Oh no,
Stanley.
I didn't prove his point.
Yeah,
I made his point.
You might have moved it up from 70 to about 80%.
Okay, no. The 70% is non-existent if unproven. No proof. You know what I used to say? No picture, no proof. No numbers, no proof. Okay. I'm just saying that 70%, it is a percentage, but I would almost say there are more white people making those excuses than there are black people.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So
But
why
blacks,
isn't Mr. Be Brave and Race fucking talking about the whiteys?
because I think even Brave knows that
He's afraid
instinct.
to.
Because
No,
he's
no,
a
no, no. I think he
HB
knows
stop.
instinctually.
Shitting
No, no,
on
no.
blacks
I
brings in
think he
more.
know.
Shitting
HB
on blacks brings in more views.
know why he's not doing it.
CKJ, I think
Come on, HB.
instinctually,
Come
CKJ,
on,
let me say this.
HB.
Let me say this. CKJ, I think
Come on.
instinctually, Be
Come on.
Brave knows how evil most white people are.
You said
He
what?
knows.
Oh,
Be
stop
Brave knows.
talking for Be Brave. He can
No.
Be
talk
Brave
on his
knows.
own show.
Be Brave knows how evil most white people are.
Okay, I think Be Brave.
He knows.
I
He
think
knows.
the argument is smarter than Be Brave. He probably read it somewhere.
I think he knows how evil these
I
white
think
people
Be
that try
Brave
to
doesn't
make
know
excuses
much.
for black people. He knows
I'm
how
waiting.
evil these
I'm.
people
So why
are.
not?
Somebody tell me, has Be Brave started alive yet? I'm expecting him to be starting the show soon.
Why
What were you
not?
about to
with
say?
my
What were you
name
about
in,
to say?
with my name in the title.
Why
CKJ,
do
what
you
were you about
think
to
he
say?
doesn't talk about that?
Why doesn't he talk about that?
Yeah. Why does he just focus just on that?
Because he's a
I don't know.
racist.
I don't know. You have
You
to
know,
ask him.
HB. You know why? Come on now. You smarter than that. You know why?
You know,
You know why?
I think that's just built into the fabric of America. I mean,
Oh my.
when you saw when
Look.
all those
Okay.
fucking,
And Stanley always says America is a racist country.
there's no denying that. There's no denying that. And anybody that tries to act like it's not or just try to ignore race and racism, they're fucking.
But people do it. People come on this panel every day and they deny it.
No,
Every
no,
time
and I don't
Stanley
agree
says
with
it,
they
you.
y'all go
do.
back at it.
I don't
Every time
agree with.
Stanley says it, y'all, oh no, it's not Stanley. No, it's not.
Well,
Y'all do it
I
every
don't.
day.
I don't think it's. I don't do it. I don't think it's everything.
You do,
though,
HB.
but
You do,
no,
HB.
no. I don't
You
think it's
do.
everything. I think Stanley denies racism more than anything.
How?
Oh, really?
Stanley,
You must
anytime,
be kidding.
anytime,
Stanley,
listen,
You must be kidding.
CKJ,
Oh,
anytime,
look at him.
anytime we
Talk
bring race
about
into something,
deflecting. Talk
anytime we bring
about
up race,
deflecting.
anytime we talk
Talk
about race, Stanley is
about
not everything is racist.
deflection.
Why do you have to bring race
Deflection.
into everything? Why? Why do you have to bring race into everything?
Oh,
He does that all the
CKJ3,
time.
you hear
It's
this
race
shit?
in everything. This is a
Dude,
racist country.
how many times have I literally said America is racist from the
Yeah,
floor
when
up?
it fits your narrative, you'll say
Of
it.
course
Yeah, when
I
it fits
do,
your
but
narrative.
it's racist when it even. Hey,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
it does.
But when a
What
black
is it?
boy
Hey,
kills a
HB,
white boy,
HB.
oh,
Since
that
you're
doesn't
so
fit your narrative,
smart,
though.
since
That
you're
doesn't
so
fit your
smart,
narrative, though.
when it
Why do
doesn't
you
fit
guys
my.
bring up race and everything?
Okay,
Why?
look at you. Okay, now my
Why?
question to you, I'm sorry, almost called you Be Brave. When it
Yeah,
doesn't fit
so
my narrative, what is
Yeah.
America? Not racist? Of course not. It is fucking racist whether it fits my narrative or not.
I think what it is you just don't like when black people acknowledge the differences and the races.
No, I don't like anti-black blacks.
Man, that doesn't mean anything though, Stanley.
Yeah,
How
it
do you
does.
quantify that?
Hey,
How do you
have
what
you
percentage
ever
what percentage of black people are
hey,
anti-black?
who is John Galt having an interview with tomorrow? A one-on-one
Yeah,
tete-a-tete.
how many black people
A
have John Galt
motherfucking
killed?
white nationalist.
How many black people have John Galt killed? You talking about anti-black?
Okay, so you have
having
to
a
kill.
conversation
Oh,
make-
that
having a
CKJ. Do you
conversation-
hear this shit? So
having a
you have to
conversation
kill
makes you
somebody to be a
anti-black?
racist?
But
That's
HB,
immature.
Oh my
Having a
God.
conversation with
not
someone
racist,
makes you
anti-black.
anti-black.
HB,
Yeah.
Oh my God. You have to kill
does-
somebody to be a racist?
No, to be anti-black, yeah. If you kill only black people, you're anti-black.
Oh, you know what? That is Be Brave level.
Wait, what are you about to say, CKJ?
I don't get what you. I don't say that. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say.
Oh, there
I'm
he
trying to
is.
say-
Be Brave just went live.
What I'm trying to say, CKJ, is the people that are terrorizing black communities, killing black people, robbing black people, those are the anti-blacks.
Okay, not first that and use that as in the white community as the whites terrorized. You could say it with anybody, HB.
You can say it with anybody. Yeah. No, the white people that go around terrorizing their communities, killing other white people, they're anti-white too.
And both of them put together is an American culture. It's an American.
Clearly, yeah. But
So
with American culture,
it's
though,
an American problem.
right? No, it's 100% American problem. This
So
is
why
why
do we-
I don't like argue.
Why do we act
Brave's
like it's
points.
one set of
I don't.
people?
Yeah, you do, and you defend them too.
I don't. No,
Not
no,
only
no,
not only
no,
do you
no.
argue them, you defend them.
No. I just laugh at you for getting so butthurt about him. I don't defend him.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Brave
You
says. I don't give a
butthurt or
fuck.
disgusted? Do you know the difference?
Yeah, no, you get butthurt about it.
I don't think you know the difference between butthurt.
You're afraid to actually just have a civil conversation with him because you can't.
Okay, you know what? You don't negotiate with terrorists, and you don't have a
not a
civil
fucking terrorist.
conversation
Stop.
over race with a
Man, you should
racist.
be ashamed of yourself. He's not a
Oh
goddamn
no,
terrorist, man.
I am very ashamed of myself. I swear I am ashamed of myself for entertaining the thought of having a discussion with a racist.
Use words have meanings. Don't say
They
somebody's a
absolutely do.
terrorist.
You know what? When I say racist, I mean
white guy.
racist.
He's a retired old white guy that sparks up a YouTube stream.
Oh, I
Stop it.
called him a racist, not a terrorist. I just compared him to a terrorist.
Stop.
I made the comparison.
And that's the problem. You guys give these white people way too much power.
Oh yeah,
mental.
you know
Like, I
what?
don't give a fuck
You know what, HB?
That's a fact, HB.
You know what?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Y'all are just making that shit up in your little. Y'all
that's
making
sick, man.
y'all
That's
are
sick.
making
That's
shit
a
up
mental
in your
illness.
silly little heads.
That's a
I think you put more energy into defending the skin suit than condemning the issue.
No, what I put my energy into is defeating the stupidity.
Yep. Deflect, deny.
Be Brave
betrayal.
makes a very stupid argument, and the people who buy into that argument are stupid too.
You blurred the lines of culture in America.
Oh, absolutely, I blurred it. You want to know why? Because it's fun.
But then you used it when you
It
wanted
is
to make
literally
a point.
fun to take you and HB and just fucking spin y'all around like little black tops.
Yeah,
I already know how you roll. I know how you roll, Stanley.
Look at your spin.
I know how you roll. It didn't get me.
can't
It
do it
didn't
with
shake
Brave,
me off
though.
my base.
Yeah, you
Hey,
can't do it with Brave.
Hey, all I have to say is Be Brave just
Look at you.
started
Look
a
at you.
Hey, look at Be Brave's look at the
you
show
care
Be
about
Brave
Brave's
just started.
lives. Of course you care about Be Brave's lives. That's all you care about.
Of course
Stanley.
I do.
That's all
I
you
think
care
it's
about.
hilarious.
You're a white supremacist. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a
man.
white Hey,
You worship him.
hey, let me put it to
Put
you
a
this way.
sixth grade. You actually use a sixth grade dropout.
I have
as a point
literally
of contention.
I
Listen,
have literally given him much more attention than I should have. So
goddamn right.
maybe you're right. I am a
goddamn
white
right.
supremacist. I am a white supremacist because I've given that little leprechaun too much attention.
Yo, Stanley, you're literally the reason why Brave is going live. You've literally
Yeah, you know what?
You're gonna
Be
make
Brave.
this because,
I'm sorry.
because you
HB,
focus on the white man so much.
HB,
Be Brave.
I take
Brave should be thinking about hospice right now. But because of you, Stanley, this motherfucker is gonna blow up on
take full responsibility for that.
HB,
I'm sorry.
Brave was like this before, Stanley. Stop it.
No. But he didn't have Brave. Brave did. Brave. Yeah, no, he was, but he didn't want him to start his own channel. Stanley gave him that spark to want to start his own channel.
No, he had a channel way before.
Yeah, but he wasn't taking it serious. He started taking it serious because of you, Stanley.
HB, no,
Not really.
Yes, no, Stanley.
John God is the reason why Be Brave is what he's doing.
Well,
John is giving him the confidence. It's not Stanley. It's
No.
I mean,
No, it was Stanley.
we talked education once. Hey, I had a good time talking education with him.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is John is putting that battery in his back. When he get up
No,
in
I think John just did a change out. You know
who,
what?
Yeah.
who do he call? Who
I put a
does he
double
call?
A, and then John
Who does he?
upgraded him to like a lantern battery.
Thank you, Stanley. Stanley, you got to take the credit. You got to take the credit. You're the one that really made Brave take it to the next level, to like start streaming consistently. He literally listens to your show every morning just to go live about it.
Hey, John is fucking with me already.
This is and Stanley, this is because you, unfortunately, you give too much credence to what the white people say, man. Who cares what
You
they
know
think,
what?
man?
Hey, you know what? I give them credence and I give them hope.
You do.
Look,
You're
I might.
emboldened.
Look, the name of the show is Response. That motherfucker didn't even have the balls to put my name in the title. It's just called Response.
Yeah, but I think when somebody of your character, your accomplishments, your stature in society can still be frazzled by somebody like Brave.
Okay, well, see, this is where you and Deacon Dave and all y'all, I don't get frazzled just because I raise my voice a little bit.
No.
I'm frazzled.
But you even take it into consideration. That's like me.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
No,
Right.
I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to be 100% honest here. It's people like Be Brave that are fucking up America. Not the black people, not the white liberals. It's people like Be Brave that are the downfall of America.
Well, we all have a part in it, Stanley. I think we could all.
No, I think if
but
you had 45 million Be Braves, substitute all the black people with Be Braves, this shit would already be sunk.
Yeah. And Jihad, and listen, Jihad's one of the most pro-black niggas you'll ever meet, man. And he sees it, Stanley. Like when you acknowledge somebody like Brave like that, you do
Okay,
validate
you know
them,
what?
man.
You can't ignore that shit.
No, you can't. You
don't
actually
solve
can't.
problems by ignoring them.
Yeah, but you have to also look at the messenger.
Okay, I'm sorry, HB, but I'm not going to take your advice over here. I'm 60
I'm not
years
telling
old.
you. I'm not telling you to take my advice. I'm not
I
telling
have faced like adversaries. Okay,
that's what makes it even
don't
more.
solve problems by ignoring them.
That's what makes it even more like startling. It's like, bro, you've seen real
Okay,
action.
well, all I have to say is maybe it's the military experience. You don't solve problems by sweeping them under a rug or avoiding them. No, you solve problems by solving problems.
Yeah. No, I get it. But I think this is probably a problem that you don't really understand. A lot of with people on the internet, the more you feed it,
That's
the
true.
more you like,
Yeah.
the more you
I agree.
Yeah, like, and that's just the reality, especially like.
Well,
can't
it's
just have,
also
like,
the price you pay.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. I don't disagree with that point at all. I know I'm giving him a little bit of juice, but you know what? I'm willing to pay that price if I can get my point across, which is be brave. Be brave is the dangerous one.
You're both pretty dangerous, man. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? I am perfectly willing to sit here and read a book and hang out with my friends on the internet. You know what? Race is only a problem if you're a racist.
Yeah, that's like saying murder is only a problem if you're a murderer.
Well, I mean, is that not true?
No, I think. Wait, what? I don't even know where I am anymore. What the hell? CKJ, man, can you bring us back to reality for a second? CKJ, man, where you at, man? Deacon Dave, what the hell's going on, man? Come on, guys. What you guys got to say about this?
Be brave. He can't live without talking about black people.
You know, Jihad makes an excellent point. When has a black man been able to talk a racist out of being racist? Well, there's Daryl Davis. Supposedly, he's that black guy, like former jazz musician, who apparently is like declanned some Klan members. He's kind of famous for that. So, Jihad Bell, look up a guy named Daryl Davis.
But why would
You
you,
know what
even
I'm
want to
talking
waste
about,
your
right,
time
HB?
doing that? Yeah, but
Hey,
still,
I have
Stanley.
no idea why.
Yeah, why would you even? That's
Apparently, it
like
was
sick.
apparently it was important to him to attempt, and he's been. As a matter of fact, if you've ever seen him on like Oprah, like these Klan members like give him their robes, like here. So he's got a closet full of Klan trophies, Klan robe trophies.
Deacon Dave, you still there? Did Deacon leave?
No, he's here. He dialed into another phone, and CK probably got to work.
Yeah. Nah, because I really do like talking to CKJ, man. He's like really fucking logical about shit.
Is he? Is that the impression you get?
With CKJ? Yeah, nah. He gets...
See, I understand. CKJ is actually logical.
That's what I said. I said he's really logical.
Oh, I'm sorry.
about
I thought you said Deacon Dave. My bad.
No, I'm talking about
No,
CKJ.
You know what?
Yeah.
When CKJ argues a point, it is very easy to follow his point, and you can. He has had to solve problems. He's very methodical about how he breaks down, these things we discuss online. I love hearing him talk. I can follow him. He leaves an intellectual breadcrumb trail.
Yeah, CKJ doesn't make you feel like a dumbass for being wrong either.
Well, see, no, now you know what? I understand. I understand why you would rather CKJ make the points rather than me. I'm shameless about that. And you know why? Because I look at like the demographics on my channel. It's generally like 35 to like 60 in that age range. I don't have any young people in their 20s that follow my channel. Okay, so I'm talking to grown ass men, and I have expectations. If I'm talking to a bunch of adults and experienced adults, I expect a certain level of knowledge or experience or both.
I agree.
So I'm not going to go and treat people like children. If I think you are substandard, you know what? Don't have your feelings hurt. Don't be like the children that Ron DeSantis doesn't want her feelings from.
Oh. I get it. And I think I feel the same way. I do think there's a certain standard that I expect from people.
Hey, I don't always meet that standard. I'm willing to admit.
No,
you don't want to move around us. No, because there's a difference between whites killing domestically and black.
Yeah. He wants to do comparison of murders.
Yeah. All right, Brett. I mean, Stanley. Jesus Christ. All right, Stanley. We got to get ready for the morning roast. So
yeah, it's at 10:30, right? So it's 9.
I think 9:30. Yeah, I think 9:30.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's have a look here. If it's 9:30, that's even better.
Yeah, well, no. I think it is 10:30 because it's Eastern. I'm in Central Time right now, so it's only
okay. Yeah, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm assuming that's Eastern. So it will be 9:30. And like I said, I'm at 5 hours. I did have one more thing. And Ghetto isn't here, so I'm going to save this for when he's back. Because the Ghetto's been like kicking my butt from the chat, and I finally got him to come up and drop this Nancy Pelosi thing. But there's a black conservative who fancies himself a philosopher, and I'm going to save the Nancy Pelosi. I've actually talked to this guy. His name's Christian. What is his last name? I've actually been on his show years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Streamception. What the hell is Garion talking about? Garion, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, Garion, you know what's going on, man. Stop it, Garion. This is partly your fault, Garion. This is partly your fault. You know what you did, Garion. Man. Well, I'm gonna let you get to it, Stanley. I'm gonna let you get to it.
All right. Well, I actually wanted. If you got to go, that's fine. Listen to this though, because this guy, I would definitely want to hear your impression.
All right. Well,
thought I saved this
Let me
video.
hear this guy.
Damn it.
Yeah, Gary, and this is all your fault.
Well, that's fine. I'll have to go to my history. Or did I save him in the Slack?
Yeti Life, salute. I don't know what the stat said, Yeti Life. I don't know what stats you're talking about either. You have to be a little bit more specific. You're talking about the
Oh, there it is.
talking about the Dodgers stats? What are you talking about?
Okay.
Is that Linda?
This is a guy named Christian. What is his last name? Christian Watson. That's his name. He is a guy, conservative guy, who is fancies himself a philosopher. I know he was going back and working on a bachelor's degree or something.
Yeah.
And he has a take on the Austin Metcalf murder or killing. We'll just call it a killing for now.
Well, first
okay,
I gotta say this.
Let me deal with this dude who calls himself after a cold cup. We're not talking statistics, and I don't deny statistics. My point is more rhetorical. If you want to come up here and talk about it, the link's at the top. But let me put it to you this way. I'm not going to go easy on you. If you come up here with that be brave bullshit, I'm going to treat you like be brave. Or you can stay in the chat. Nobody denies the statistics. If you had been listening for any portion of the show, you would know this.
Well, Stanley, the first thing I want to say about this guy, before you even press play, he's sitting in front of a green screen of a bunch of books. So I'm already assuming whatever he has to say, he probably has an agenda.
Well, if it is, it's a conservative agenda.
Yeah, even that's an agenda.
Well, actually, no, but let me just play the last few minutes because I actually took the time, and he has a point, but it's if I'm pie in the sky, this dude pretty much considers himself an Enlightenment sort of classical liberal. He's into Locke and all these guys, and wants to live his life by them, and I think he's just weird. But this will be the last 3 minutes of it.
Biases, and then most importantly, to create one of the most egregious things, to assume that in your infinite wisdom, you know everything without even a full consideration of the facts. Before the facts even fully came out, people were already jumping towards this conclusion. They were already so professed in their wisdom, right? What's that one line from scripture? Thinking themselves wise, they became fools. That is precisely what we're having. We have a culture of fools that believe themselves to be enlightened. And so another thing is very important as well. As I mentioned, if we're going to be against speculation, if we're going to go towards observation, then we also have to understand that in terms of general truths, It is not young black men stabbing or killing young white men at record rates. It is in fact young black men stabbing and killing or shooting most times young black men at record rates. And I really wished that phenomenon got as much attention as this one got. And I really wished those extreme camps on both the far identitarian left and the far identitarian right will look at that situation and ask themselves what the question is beyond their preconceived notions and actually dig deep into it and come together to try to find some kind of solution. But when your entire worldview revolves around antagonism and causing problems, when your entire worldview revolves around a narrow social view that does not conceive man outside of society but conceives man as simply a product of society, when your narrow worldview revolves around these kinds of things, you're not incentivized to find anything except that which justifies your propositions. And that's the problem here, my friends. I am exhausted. I'm tired. I'm upset. I'm bothered. I'm disturbed to great lengths because I understand the potential that we still have as a country to achieve enlightenment on these very important areas. And I understand that the problems facing us are not the problems that are popularly talked about like race or whatever, but they are instead problems that transcend identity and go towards the core of the human experience. And I also understand that no conversation about society or morality or any kind of social progress is complete without considering the human experience and human nature. And I also understand that many people in this debate outright reject the complexity of human nature and have a caricature of human nature that they seek to forcibly impose upon the particular situation.
Is that Linwood?
Justify their wretched worldviews. My
Yeah,
friends,
yeah.
we do not
Before
achieve
you bring it
enlightenment
up,
this
bring
way.
him up.
We do
I
not
want
achieve
to
better country
respond
this way.
first
And
before
we
you bring him up. Well, I'll bring him up, but I'll
Well, this guy?
because I got the because I got the gist of what he's saying, and
Well, what is the gist of what he's saying?
basically and I hate to say it like this, but he wants the left and the right to be just as concerned with black on black killing as they are
No,
with.
that's not where he ends up. I've already watched it.
Okay, well that was one of his points, and
Well, it is one of his points, but
Yeah.
he basically resolves this down to a moral issue, which is what he he basically wants to put everything into religion and metaphysics. And one of his points, or I think his main point, is actually a point that John has brought up before: a trust society. The kids, this guy brought a knife because he did not trust that the other guy. He's basically saying these teens did not trust each other, and I think that's kind of pie in the sky. He calls the race stuff identitarian. He says both the right and the left at the extremes are identitarian, and they want to basically look at race because they look at everything as identitarians. He's saying this is more a core moral issue. We need to do better as a country. We need to be able to trust each other, et cetera, et cetera. And essentially what he almost sounds like Coleman Hughes. And I think he's full. I think he's full of shit.
The views expressed by the views expressed by the gentleman that is currently speaking are not those of the two sellouts or anybody else for that matter. Thank you very much. Now,
are you going to come up here and say hello? Or are you going to pretend
fucking
like you're the host?
Yeah, jerk. You're going to call us a You're not even going to say good morning first?
Hello.
You call us a sellout? You jerk.
Hello.
Fucking
now,
asshole.
there you go. Hello.
Jesus
there you go.
Christ, Linwood.
Now, I will say
an
this.
Asshole. It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
It's kind of funny. I'm kind of brusque and direct, and even I'm offended.
Yeah, right? You fucking douchebag. Come on, man.
Okay. I will repeat my disclaimer. The views expressed by a victim of non-justice is not those of the sellouts.
What you have for breakfast this morning, Linwood?
I don't even understand what that means. You're more confusing than Christian Watson.
frosted mini wheat. Now,
Of
back what I
course you
said.
did.
Yeah, of course you did. You like that
Yeah,
white frosted
yeah, frosted
on
mini
that
wheat.
that wheat. So you like the white oppressing
Now,
that wheat, don't you? White
now
man
the
Did you
views.
oppressing your
leave some of that
cereal.
white powder on your lips?
No, the views
Did you
expressed.
at least use
You
chocolate
sucked
milk?
those mini wheats like a dick, didn't you?
The
Did you
views expressed.
did you at least
The
use
views
chocolate milk?
He sucked the
expressed.
powder off those mini wheats.
Did you at least use chocolate milk, Glenwood? You
No,
sellout? Yeah, I
no.
bet you did.
The
Sipping on
views
that white milk. Yeah,
expressed.
you loved it, didn't you?
The
You
views
loved it.
expressed by the victim of non-justice are not those of the two gentlemen on the panel.
All right, yeah,
Now,
we can let him go now. Go ahead.
now, I would like to say this for the record. What this gentleman is saying is, he said what he said. Personally,
Okay, you didn't watch the whole video. See, this is the
no, no,
other
no. I've
thing.
seen actually, I've
I'm
seen this
talking
guy
about
before.
the left, the far, the Linwood left, and the Be Brave right. Y'all didn't watch the whole video. Y'all heard about 2 minutes of it, and you want to make a whole narrative.
Well,
It's because y'all are used to thinking in sound bites. I prefer to play the whole video and then listen, then make a comment so everything's in context. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to start it from the beginning since HB has to run. I'm going to
well,
start it from the beginning because we started it towards the end. Since you're here and you want to make these grand narratives, let's
well,
listen to the whole thing.
I was gonna make a comment about what he said, and I'm just gonna say he said what he said. Now, as far as trying to produce a quality relationship in this part of the world, known as the United States, it's functionally impossible when the leadership in this country does not produce the quality relationship amongst itself. So how do you expect the people to function in a quality relationship with each other when the people who run this country are not quality people?
Well,
I think
that's
it's
kind
insane.
of, I don't disagree with that. And that's kind of what he's saying. He's saying it's not so much an identitarian thing as much as a moral core issue.
Well, most of our views, quote unquote, came from the people who classify themselves as white. So how can we possibly produce quality relationships when we have been brain trashed into not functioning as human beings? When it's okay for me to
You're
kill.
not going to get, well, let me give you the answer I think they would give, but let me preface that by saying I agree with you. What they're going to say is basically what they've been saying for at a minimum 61 years, if not longer than that. And many Black conservatives say it today. There's no law holding you back. Essentially, with the Civil Rights Act of, what was it, 57 or 58 or something like that, 64, 66, etc. They're saying, hey, the law, changing the law should have been enough. Why aren't y'all thriving? And
Well, the answer I
well,
would
that
respond
would
to
be
that.
their answer. Their answer would be there's no law holding you back.
Well,
That's their answer.
One person said this to me: because laws change, don't mean that the people themselves
That's
change.
obvious. I'm telling you what their answer would be. Okay, they don't seem to understand that. Blacks from the very beginning, they didn't want them to think. They didn't want them to read. They didn't want the families together, etc. Basically, they did textbook. Let's make them good slaves for centuries. And then comes 64. And as I've said in the past, slavery was one thing. I think the real damage was done post Reconstruction, post 1876, 77. Okay, the problem was when you reinstituted a form of social control that was akin to slavery. That's what did the real damage. So you don't make up for 100 years of literal oppression. And conservatives Black conservatives in particular want to pretend that, hey, They were thriving in their own communities. There were well-off people in that Jim Crow black bubble. So we know what excellence is when we were in a bubble. We weren't exposed to the larger American society. There were forces that were happening outside of the bubble. We had our own forces with a little bit of back and forth in our own bubble. All of a sudden in 1964, the gates are wide open and they're going, hey, the gates are wide open. Why aren't you running neck to neck with everybody else? And
Well, I'll give you the
that's where
correct answer to that question.
I'm saying, that's where I'm agreeing with you.
I'm gonna give you the correct answer because most of us do not. Put it like this: when you have been compared to a savage and an animal, but then you watch movies, you watch things, and you watch TV series and docuseries where these same people that called you a savage exercise that same barbarian behavior, but you're the savage. It's a bit hypocritical to say to me, you're not even a
Well, they're
human
not
being.
smart enough to be hypocrites.
And for me personally,
Let me-
like, well, go ahead.
Let me give you a better example. I've been watching Wolf Hall, which is basically Thomas. Oh, damn it. Thomas More is a minor character. Henry VIII is like, the character the show is about. But the main character is, damn it. I can't even think of his name now. It's Thomas Cromwell, Thomas Cromwell, who winds up being like, the main advisor to Henry VIII. Well, I had somebody on a show yesterday basically talk about it. I think it was CT actually on Be Brave's show, basically say how uncivilized Africans were during the times when there were English and European kings and all that stuff going on. Africans were still hunters, hunting and gathering. Basically, they were uncivilized. And the first thing I thought was, I'm literally watching a whole series of shows about Henry VIII, a man who beheaded his first wife, namely because she couldn't give him a male heir, basically ditched the Pope, started his own church just to get a divorce, and because his wife put up a big fuss, eventually beheaded her. How the fuck is that called civilized? I would argue that the hunter-gatherer, who may or may not know any better, but they're out gathering berries and killing an antelope or two. They're not beheading their wives. So how the fuck is hunting and gathering less civilized than a king who will behead his wife because she couldn't give him a male heir and wouldn't give him a divorce so he could find another wife?
Well,
how is that civilized?
Well, see, that sort of thing.
Okay, but
Violence-
let me make this last comment. Only a fucking idiot like CT would think that's civilized. People like CT depend on their audiences not knowing shit and not being able to think critically. Okay. First
Well,
thing I
that's the
heard
grip.
when he's calling
That's the grip.
berry gatherers and antelope hunters uncivilized, talking about how civilized European royalty was. Motherfuckers, they're intermarrying, they're interbreeding, and beheading their wives. And then if they really fuck up, their subjects come and kill them and form a French Revolution.
Well,
I think civilized sometimes in the mind of CT is just either, I know he knows, but he will just make these,
CT's a very smart person.
these arguments, okay, and his audience can't critically think past that hypocrisy.
It's not supposed to. That's the point of the grift. The grift is to get money and abstract money from people who have these ahistorical views about world history and people relations. When you,
Ahistorical or just plain old non-historical?
well,
These
it's really
people.
non-historical, or it's really made. It's basically made up. I would call it pseudoscientific nonsense. Here's what I would say about that: violence that white people conduct to each other is more entertaining. It's broadcast, and people make money off of it. Violence that black people conduct to each other, they're savages. We need to build more prison. So really, what it really looks down to, when white people kill each other, we entertain that. We put it on the news. We make documentaries out of it. We write whole books and chapters about how that killing is. Oh, how did it happen? And they sensationalize the killing. Killing is killing. But in CT's, I will call it white supremacist supported mindset. It is a belief that everything that white people do is good. Everything that non-white people who are, particularly if they're black, are negative. And even if I have dark brown skin, I really hate myself. I would rather put a gun to my head and kill my own self, but I can't do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to produce offspring with my black wife. I'm just going to basically try to make sure that this race is extinct. And if I can do that and make money off of it, so be it.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
have
not.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean,
I
well,
don't know that much about CT. I just know what I see
well, the
in what
fact,
he
well, this
presents.
is a man who is married to a black woman, and I believe that black woman is in danger every time.
Really?
Yeah, I believe she's in danger, absolutely, because anybody who can have that sort of dislike for that population of people, and you're a part of that population, you have some mental health issues going on upstairs that really is really based
Well,
around
let
a lot
me
of
let me
self
ask you the
disrespect.
same question I would ask HB, and I ask a lot of people, why do you give a fuck? I mean, I
Well,
literally, when
mm,
I watch it, I go, and I'll give it a little bit of thought, but um, it constantly astounds me how knee deep into other people's business people like to get in these YouTube streets. I mean, other than what he says, other than what CT says on a panel or on his show, I don't ask so much why. Now, I've kind of gotten deeper than I ever wanted to get with this whole be brave racist stuff. But I don't, other than, gee, I can't believe he said that, and his audience can't think through that mental paper bag that CT wants to put his points in. I don't really care about why. I don't care why CT is that way. Um, None of my business, and I don't have to live with it other than, when I come on shows, we cross paths every now and again. You know what, Mo Love, they might be acting, but they're mighty consistent. I would think every now and again over the months or the years, there'd be chinks in the armor. I'm more inclined, and HB called me kind of naive, and he might be right. You might be right, but man, they're real good actors. They're real consistent with this stuff. And uh, speak speak radio. Linwood is he drifted in. He had comments on this video that I'm showing. No, Virgo, I think CT's for real. So anyway, morning roast, folks, is going to start at 10:30 or so. I see people are drifting from here over to Be Brave show. They need their morning heaping helping of racist Cheerios with some very white milk. And more power to them. They'll nothing like a well balanced breakfast. Yeti, I'm not sure what your point is. That might be, and that percentage might go up because the graduates, if you got 7% of a student body that's black, but all the blacks are qualified to be there, then of course they're going to have high graduation rates. So I'm not that, surprised, but do you have an overall point? Yes, it's from Forbes. Do you have an overall point? I'm trying to figure out what your narrative is. Not that I'm for it or against it. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just curious to know, are you saying that, are you making an like the Asians sued to get rid of affirmative action? Are you saying, is that what you're referring to? I assume if you get into Harvard, you have a fighting chance of graduating. I just assume that. Let's see. So where are we going to go? I don't know. We have an option of listening to Be Brave or watching this tragedy of Austin Metcalf. I've watched the video. We'll watch a little bit of it because I don't really feel
The
like
tragic death of Austin Metcalf has set off a
I don't really feel like re-engaging with Be Brave. I've made my points. So
nationwide firestorm, a debate of many sorts surrounding race and surrounding culture and surrounding really the facts of the event itself. And this debate is causing respective factions on both sides, the extreme respective factions on both sides, to try to make apologism for the indefensible, to defend the indefensible, and also to try to draw conclusions that, in my opinion, this situation does not warrant. So in this video, my friends, we're going to cover this tragedy. I'm going to go over the facts, but then I'm going to explore the various reactions to it. And I'm going to give my take on what we should be looking at as thinking people and as good, moral, and prudent people, what we should be looking at when it comes to this kind of issue in similar instances of youth violence. But before we explore this, my friends, hope all of you are doing well. I'm Christian Watt. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy political and social commentary from a philosophical bent, then I must implore you, please like, share, comment, subscribe, and do whatever you can, my friends, to ensure our channel is successful. Thank you guys so much for being here. Now, please enjoy the video. So, in Frisco, Texas, at a track meet, two high school kids, Austin Metcalf and Carmela Anthony, unfortunately.
By the way, I don't know if everybody's real familiar with Christian Watson. I've actually been on his show maybe 3 years ago. I've talked to him a couple times about, he fancies himself some sort of philosopher. Like he's real into the Enlightenment, like John Locke, the classical liberal stuff. A little bit more enlightenment than than I've ever thought of. Most people aren't that much into John Locke these days. Let alone, applying, the Enlightenment to life in 2025. To me, that's a tad strange. I'm not even sure that I agree. The other thing he is fairly religious. So he wants to basically take what all the other people are making racial and boil it down to a moral problem. Not sure that I disagree with him, but it is an odd and unusual point of view. Now, he is a conservative. He is he's being a little bit more balanced about this than I'm used to him being. But if you listen carefully, you'll discern his bias. But this is probably the first time that I've played him on the show. He hasn't been doing many shows, but if he does something interesting, I'll bring a Christian conservative up here to make a point. And this isn't a bad point. So I figured I forgot to make a brief introduction like that. So here we go.
Fortunately had an encounter that led to the death of one of them. This is the timeline of that encounter. So Carmelo Anthony was in a tent that did not belong to his particular track team. He was in the wrong tent. Austin Metcalf, the victim, went up to him and asked him to leave. This is according to the police report. Carmelo Anthony immediately puts his hands into his bag, which contained a knife, and he said, "If you touch me, see what happens." Austin Metcalf, not really taking him seriously, again, according to the police report, and his friends not taking him seriously, not believing he would actually have any kind of weapon, walks up to him and tries to move him gently, according to the police report, from the spot. At that point, Anthony Carmelo takes the knife, stabs it in Metcalf's heart, runs away, tells a local police officer that eventually encounters him that it's not alleged that he stabbed anyone, that he actually did stab him, so he admits to the crime. And Austin Metcalf dies in his brother's arms. This is an absolutely tragic story of horrendous proportions. No one should have to lose a son like this. No one should have to lose a brother, a friend, a track team member like this. It is just absolutely stunning, and it's an absolute tragedy as well. But what's just as great of a tragedy as this is how so many different people are taking these set of facts that I just explained to you and using them and siphoning them into fodder for their own worldviews. Indeed, my friends, folks on both the far extreme left who have been race obsessed, identity obsessed for a very long time, and this goes all the way back, as I mentioned before, to the emergence of the new left over the old left in the early 20th century. I have other videos on that if you wish to see that kind of genealogy there. But also the identity-based and race-obsessed right, which has also been using this as a means of driving a wedge within American society. So on the identity-obsessed left, there have been numerous figures, such as Tariq Nasheed and others, trying to defend Anthony Carmelo by saying that he was simply defending himself, which is also the position, by the way, of the Carmelo family, who have a Give, Send, Go page that has generated over a $250,000 so far, and his legal defense fund. But they also are claiming that that Austin Metcalf was acting as a Jim Crow instigator by trying to get Anthony Carmelo to move to a different spot. Now, trying to liken this to Jim Crow is not only a massive logical leap, which is saying the very least, it's also a fallacy by historical analogy. It is an attempt to liken two things that are similar to be the same, right? Similarity does not confer sameness. And anyone that says otherwise, who claims to be an analyst of any kind, should not be listened to any more than Stevie Wonder should be listened to when it comes to driving lessons. Different story, different day. So that's a lot of what's going on the far left. And they're trying to make this into some broader racial justice issue. On the far right, they are trying to use this as a means of driving Black Americans from the rightward coalitions, from the more conservative coalitions. They're trying to use this to talk about segregation, bringing back segregation. And they're also trying to use this to talk about how they believe that Black youth cannot safely interact with Asian or white youth by ginning up an old article from a now fired National Review author called John Derbyshire, who's basically talked about in that article that all white and Asian parents should give their kids the talk about Black people and how to avoid Black people. And you have other people on the right as well saying that there should never have been Blacks let into conservative circles because this prevents us from actually talking about the problem of Black violence, what so have you. So on the far left, you have this identity-based apologism, this defense of the indefensible on the basis of identity. And on the far right, you have this call for segregation and this call for exclusion of Black people and this call for, as well, just blatant collective guilt and racial sentiment. This concerns me both as a citizen and as a philosopher. And as a citizen, I understand that any commonwealth, any society, the key to solving issues is by beginning from the premise of goodwill. Goodwill is the sort of social lubricant that allows us to not just see the good in other people, but to will the good into their lives and then try to pursue that. Now, it doesn't always work out. And in cases where it does not always work out, we are free to associate with whom we wish or whom we wish not to. And that's a very different situation. But as a default, as a citizen in a country, goodwill must be the starting premise. When you lack goodwill, you get antagonism. When you get antagonism, you no longer have a society if the antagonism is universalized, as Kant would say, in its broadest extent. You instead have a bunch of warring tribes clashing against each other that are operating under an image.
Okay, I basically think that he is describing a utopia that has never existed in the United States, or even, the pre-United States. This high trust society, that's essentially what he's saying should exist. It's a purely philosophical point. It has never existed. You might as well be reading Thomas More. Utopia means nowhere. The society he's describing has never existed. So, in my opinion, he's just kind of churning his wheels. And this is the weirdest thing. Sometimes I tend to be prone to, kind of the theoretical. However, having been in the Navy and having had to solve real world problems in real time, I have at least sometimes been able to counterbalance, the flights of philosophical fantasy or fancy into, it's counterbalanced by a pragmatism. Okay. As I said earlier, you don't solve problems, but to solve problems, you have to solve problems. Okay. Ignoring problems, they most times won't go away. Pretending that it's one type of problem, but not another, again, doesn't solve a problem. So, the coulda, woulda, shoulda, highbrow philosophy argument is what he's making. And, I'll play a little bit more of it, but I'm already getting bored. Of course, I've watched it already, but I figured I would expose you to this and see if there are any thoughts.
Imitation of a society. And in some cases, it seems like we've had that for a very long time, but we really haven't. But unfortunately, this could be the outcome of an attempt to reckon with this issue in this very odd, in this very narrow way. As a philosopher, it worries me because people are allowing their confirmation biases and their totalizing worldviews to dominate their ability to objectively consider a set of facts about a tragic situation. In some senses, my friends, Austin Metcalf and Anthony Carmelo are not two individuals who may have been dictated and moved by particular variables that had nothing to do with either race or identity or any kind of broader social cause, but more so has to do with some kind of
I don't think he looks
hidden
like Bob
desires
Virgo.
within them, or maybe environmental
Doesn't Bob
things that are
have
happening
hair?
within that particular track field. No, they're not that. They can't possibly be that. They're not measurable individuals. They are avatars for these broad, abstract social causes that we then therefore must use this unfortunate situation to further. So there's also a problem here, my friends, of speculation. Speculation being the attempt of seeing things that happen within the society, not through an observable and calculable lens, but through a lens that encourages abstract thinking and also encourages the imagination to take over and supplant reason. This is a tragedy of massive philosophical importance, my friends. So we have to really ask ourselves the question, why in the world is this becoming a debate about race? Why in the world, out of every single other factor, so much I want to explore in a second, that could be talked about in relation to this tragedy, why in the world is this a debate about race? My friends, every moral person, every rational person should be concerned about one thing, and that one thing is stopping and fighting evil.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop this foolishness at least briefly here. Okay, he literally is talking about what rational people should do. Rational people meet problems where they are. Okay, if your question is why are we talking about race in this tragedy, it's because America is not a high trust society. It never has been, not as a whole country, a contiguous country. He again is talking about a utopia. A rational person asking that question will go back and look at the actual history of America. The reason it's racial is because we are a racial country. Okay. What we should be is for a textbook, not for solving real world problems or asking hard questions. So, Mr. Watson, John, I don't know if you know who Christian Watson is, but this is what happens if you are a MAGA type conservative and you read a book. You turn into Christian Watson, asking dumb questions because you want to apply Kant. You want to apply Kant to two teenage boys, one of them murdered. Kant can't help you here. So he's a conservative. He is one of y'all.
Sally, I'll be right back. You want?
Okay. I'll play a little bit more of this because it's actually more amusing than I thought it would be, because I get to make jokes about it.
And the moment, my friends, that we are not concerned about addressing acts of evil,
hey Roz, how you
as
doing?
acts of evil, and
Good morning.
instead addressing acts of evil as acts born of some kind of immutable characteristic, or rather acts born of some kind of social status, is the moment we demote human behavior from being that of a willful action that therefore.
If Martin Luther King were a Trump voting MAGA black, he would be Christian Watson.
Produces the circumstances for moral responsibility to being that of some deterministic, predetermined action
Hey T, how
by
you
which
doing?
no one can be held responsible for their actions whatsoever. The moment you allow some factor, some immeasurable factor, whether it be race, whether it be status, whether it be anything beyond the will of the individual, which is free and is capable of acting towards a particular conclusion, bad or good, the moment you allow those other factors to supplant that is the moment you get rid of not just personal responsibility, which is on one level, simply you take responsibility for your own actions, but moral responsibility, which is a much greater version of personal responsibility, which simply says you're not just responsible for your own actions. You're responsible for how your actions accord with right reason. You're responsible for how your actions accord with first principles. You're responsible for how your actions accord with virtue. You're responsible for how your actions accord with X, Y, Z. And this, my friends, is the issue here. This is not a race issue. This is a moral issue. This is not just a moral issue. This is an issue of fidelity. This is not just an issue of fidelity. This is an issue of perception. There are three stages, my friends. It's going to get a little bit deep, so if that's not your thing, click off if you want to, but I encourage you to stay tuned because we need to really understand what's going on here if I'm going to.
Okay, well, you know what? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to watch the rest of this. I get where he's going. Okay, he wants to basically, this is his way of of ignoring America as it actually is. There's a whole strain of thought. I don't know if you guys have heard of a guy named Coleman Hughes. There's a whole strain of Black conservatism that is Thomas Sowell inspired. Shelby Steele is their godfather. One of these days we'll have to talk about Shelby Steele. It's been years since I've read him, but basically Shelby Steele, Booker T. Washington, if they had a baby, they would name him Coleman Hughes. Christian Watson, who is on the screen here, is part of that ilk of people who basically say, if you want America to become post-racial, you ignore race. You stop talking about race. And I think that horse has already left the barn about round about the time there was a civil war. So, and actually, really, round about the time the Constitution, the ink dried on the Constitution, is when the horse was out of the barn. So Virgo says she wants to see the rest of it. So Virgo, you have a high tolerance for pain. You must be bored at work. Anyway, I don't buy the argument that this isn't racial. He's dead wrong on this, in that, wanting to apply Enlightenment values to 2025 America, that horse is out of the barn. So, but, he's a good guy.
Yeah, make any sense to speak to these insanities going on. There are 3 levels of moral engagement. There's understanding, there's perception, then there's action. In order to have the right kind of moral perceptions, you must understand what morality is, what ethics are, and how to act within the parameters laid forth by a robust account of both of those things within society. That understanding them influences your perception. This is one of the reasons why, if you go out to a tribe in the Amazon, or you go out to the North Central Malese people off the coast of India who have no moral education, they will kill you just for being there, because they have a primitive mind. They're primitive minded, so to speak. They are not educated in the ways of civilized society. So we must all educate ourselves in the ways of civilized society, in a way that's going to bind our sort of primal activities as a human being. So once your perception is all right, then your behavior now has a basis within perception to actually be acted out, because a lot of us will act on the basis of our perception, for good or for ill. This is simply how things work. And so, if we evaluate the circumstances of this case, it becomes very obvious that Anthony Carmelo had no robust moral education, or if he did, his perceptions did not afford it the force it should have had over his actions. The first thing he does, according to the police report, is threaten to hurt somebody who is rightfully asserting that he should not be in a place where he ought not to be. That's the first thing he does. He does not think to himself, well, I am invading a space that I shouldn't be invading, and therefore I should then remove myself. No, he thinks, oh, if you try to remove me, even if it's rightful, you try to evict me from some place I have no right to be, it's going to be your life. This demonstrates an extreme lack of moral education. This demonstrates an extreme lack of goodwill. And most importantly, this demonstrates a complete lack of fidelity. And that's my first thing here. This is not a race issue. This issue, in my opinion, if it's going to be derivative of any broader thing, and by the way, I'm not convinced that you have to assume that that particular events that happen on a particular area are a result of some broader phenomenon. This is the fallacy that idealism has wrought upon all of us as Americans. Idealism, which is a European import, comes straight from Germany, comes straight from France, or comes straight from those sort of Enlightenment schools, those sort of anti-Enlightenment schools rather, because it's really an anti-Enlightenment idea, comes straight from the sort of postmodern schools. And idealism convinces all of us that we can perceive of the world as our imagination constructs it, not as the world.
Fucking dude. Nothing to do with what you're talking about. Going into postmodernism, the race issue is not a postmodern problem. It is a product of the Enlightenment, and actually pre-Enlightenment. Modernism, it wants to talk about power, and then race fits into that power dynamic. Race is not the only type of power. He has gone off the track here. This is why if you take a MAGA black and you give them Kant, this is what you get. Something totally unusable when he's trying to explain current events. Nothing to do with 2025 Christian. We're gonna maybe I could reach out to you and bring you over here so you can deal with some of your fellow MAGA blacks, and maybe they can school you.
world actually is. Some folks think this is just denying reality. It's a little bit more than that. It's remaking a reality in your own image according to a particular worldview that is false. So the moment you perceive the world in a way that it's not actually is, and you reframe it, you can then therefore reframe our tools of engagement with the world. That means you can throw out all reason, all logic, you can throw out all consideration, all fidelity towards truth, because it's no longer about the truth of what's going on in the world. It's the truth of upholding your ideology. This is what's called a totalizing belief system. So we're having a significant fidelity crisis here. And if we're going to view anything in a broader sense, we have to look at that as well. But I'm also open to the possibility that maybe this is just an unfortunate case of passion, impulse, and ignorance on the case of Anthony Carmelo, overtaking his behavior, causing him to commit an egregious wrong, one which he must be duly punished for. I'm not convinced that.
By the way, you're gonna notice Mr. Philosopher here starts referring to the perp, for want of a better word, as Anthony Carmelo. You know, first thing you want to do if you're going to start making all these highfalutin analyses is get the guy's name right. It's not Anthony Carmelo. He does this several times, but you know, just too bad it's not Friday night. Every time he says Anthony Carmelo, I'd say take a drink, but it's a little early in the morning and still kind of middle of the week, so.
That everything has to be some grandiose issue tied to some grand idealistic construct. And this form of thinking has to be eradicated from the American psyche. Or what's going to happen is very simple. It's actually very disgusting what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that we're not going to be able to conceptualize events that occur due to circumstances that are not immediately evident, and events that occur due to things that are evident to us, but are a product of our confirmation bias. And therefore, whenever this kind of stuff happens, we're going to be trapped in a loop, perpetual loop of infinite regression in our ability to deal with them. But the people who want clicks online, to the abstract minded, the speculative minds, none of this matters, of course.
Hey, yeah, it's hump day, like that hump in the middle of his head.
Sensationalize everything. You have to just take everything out of context. Anyway, if we're going to assign a general cause, it ought to be a few things. Number one, the fidelity crisis. Fidelity, trust, is the glue of society. It is one thing to have a society where respect is held to be very important. But you have to have some level of credibility in terms of that respect. And this is where fidelity comes in. We've been having a fidelity crisis in the West for a very long time. There are people who are abandoning their homes and their towns and whatever just to get a quick buck. There are people that are abandoning.
You know what? I hate to keep stopping this, but Solid Snake would be proud of me. He is acting like we were ever a high fidelity or like there was ever a high level of trust in American society. There never has been. There has been enough trust. Dude, this goes all the way back to the founding and the framing. Okay, the first reason there parties developed in the United States was because the Federalists didn't trust the Anti-Federalists. America unanimously elected George Washington to office. That was the last time there was high fidelity in American society. Immediately after Washington was elected, we broke off into Federalists and well, actually it was slightly before that, but America's never had that high level of trust. That's why there are checks and balances in the very form of our government. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, to be honest. I wish you were here so I could start bursting bubbles.
Their promises with wanton disregard just because they wish to pursue their own interest over the promises they had previously established. There are people who are going and desecrating the graves of the dead, the people that already should be resting and should have a peaceful non-existence, so to speak. They can't even rest because there are folks that have no respect for life, and they are willing to just completely and utterly violate those areas. There are just so many different things happening that is a flagrant disregard for fidelity. There are people who are chasing social media clicks and sensationalism, rather, over attempting to build authentic relationships with people. There are people that are willing to backstab others just to get a little bit of fame and a little bit of currency in this digital world, because in the digital world, dishonesty, unfortunately, pays. The fidelity crisis, a society without fidelity, is not just a bad society, because it's one thing to have a society that is bad but functional, but it is also a society that cannot possibly function. Distrust breeds aggression and breeds, frankly, antagonism, and antagonism breeds the dissolution of bonds, and the dissolution of bonds breeds all kinds of unfortunate ills. So fidelity is an important issue here. There was no fidelity on Anthony Carmelo's part towards the life, or even towards the basic issue of respecting the place he was in. There was no fidelity towards place, which is also a very big problem in our society today as well. Place is just seen as entirely coincidental and entirely discarded for other kinds of aims. But as I also mentioned, there's a crisis of moral education. There was no exercise of principles when it comes to this incident. There was just a use of passion and this sort of conceited, wholly self-absorbed, I should probably say, notion that Anthony Carmelo's ability to feel as if he is comfortable and as if he is right overrides any possibility of him being wrong. But there's also something else that is very important. There is a desensitization and also a lionization of violence within youth culture, whether it be, for example, in some more popular examples, a very popular singer, Sabrina Carpenter, had a music video that came out where the whole music video is basically just a gore fest where she and another girl are just trying to kill each other. That's one thing. You have, for example, in popular music amongst Gen Z, a lot of rap music, a lot of talks of antagonism and aggression and enmity, a lot of talks of having random sex with people and shooting people and taking their women or doing other kinds of egregious things, so on and so forth. Violence is not something that is seen as a kind of moral horror or something to be avoided. It is rather either something to be treated as coy, something that should be treated as just an everyday fact of life, or something to be lionized as a kind of strength. And lionized is a kind of sign of strength. That is something that is very prominent right now. And when you lionize a clearly bad action, a clearly antisocial and a clearly anti-moral action as a sign of strength, even if there is a understanding that's not actually a good thing in reality, there are people who will internalize that and whose behavior may be implicitly guided by that. We have to understand that willful action can always be implicitly guided. It's not always a clean shot between willful action and willful intent. Sometimes there is no clean break there. These are three very important issues. That deserve a lot of conversation, that go beyond the Anthony Carmelo situation, that go beyond the Alison Metcalf situation, and instead speak to deep truths that we need to reckon with as people within Western civilization. But instead of focusing on these issues, this angle, so many people want to focus on race. So many people want to focus on these kind of low quality conversations. So many people want to make this an issue about race as opposed to being an issue about the worst parts of our humanity creeping out due to bad cultural influences, the worst parts of our humanity creeping out due to lack of moral education, the worst parts of our humanity creeping out because of lack of understanding of fidelity, the worst parts of our humanity creeping out because of a total placement of self over anything else, and unbounded by any kind of principles. That is what this should be about. I won't deny that there is an importance to talk about the issue of anti-white racism. There absolutely is. It's been a cultural phenomenon that's been happening in our country for a very long time. And there are many people who have addressed that, who should keep addressing that problem, because it's going to continue to be a problem unless it is countered as forcibly as racism towards any other group should be countered. However, to assume that every incident involving a black person and a white person, or a black person and anyone else, or any race involving, or a white person involving a black person, is a case of racism on either side, is once again to collapse complex issues to pre-assumed biases.
I get what he's saying. It took him a whole show to basically say, just don't make assumptions that it was a racial incident. I think what people do is they look at American history or instinctively know American history because they're taught it in high school. These are high schoolers. That there's a high chance that race played into it. I think this pretend neutrality, I won't say it's all about race, but this is Texas and it is America, and I'm sure it had something to do with it. And I was in high school back in the day, there'd be a pretty racy or racist joke. I'm questioning his use of the term racism. I was going to say, hey, I know you've read, or he should read Racecraft, but I'm kind of on the fence. Racist behavior versus racism. I'm not sure that he's using the right terminology there. And Mr. Philosopher, I'm sure, is a stickler for words. But anyway, everybody make sure you hit the like button, please, and subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. And if you would, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. You too, Mayo Monkey. If you haven't, I think you might have already. And if you have, I'd appreciate it. Make sure you support the show, Stanley versus the World, and its erstwhile host. I'm working on gathering up some beer money for the weekend, so help a brother out. And Portia J, the originator of the Stanley versus the World phenomenon, the Stanley versus the World juggernaut. It is all Portia J's fault. Make sure you reward her accordingly. Not with coal, not with lumps of coal, but make sure you hit her Cash App. I thought it was in this crawl. I know it's in the chat. If it's not in the crawl, it's because she took it out, I would imagine. So just when you see her in the chat, just hit her up. Make sure you keep her engaged and rewarded for all her hard work. I appreciate that, Yeti Life. Morning roast starts at 10:30. I don't know that we need to listen anymore to and I'm gonna also say this. If I can ever get him over here, I've only talked to him a couple times, but it would be nice if we could get him over here. He would be a nice counterpoint to Linwood, having him and Linwood in a conversation. I'd pay for that. So that is that. So let's look in on. Let's spend these a couple minutes seeing what's going on over, because I see John Galt is over on B Brave's channel. Let's hear what
The
virulent.
calling thing, John. I just don't like holding my phone. John,
Yeah.
I don't like talking on this damn thing, man. I don't trust it. I don't care about the electromagnetic frequencies. I don't trust it.
I gotta take this call break. I gotta get out of here. I'll hop up on your account a little bit later if you on.
Thanks, John.
All right.
Talk to you later, buddy. Hey,
Oh,
Ryan.
there's Ryan. So anyway,
How's it going?
we'll spend a couple minutes seeing what B Brave is up
What's the
to.
word?
As you can see,
Oh,
he
pretty
was
good.
listening to my lovely show.
What are you covering today?
Stanley and CK3 were over there seeking refuge in the facts that whites kill more fucking people than blacks. And I told him, I said, if whites are the ones that are doing more homicides, and they are, and
He didn't
I
tell
don't care
me
about the 200
anything.
million and the 40 million and the percentage. I'm giving them the fact. I'm giving them this.
Let me
I'm giving
type
them
in
this.
his little chat here.
God damn it. Whites kill more than blacks. Now, why do you want to be around white people? Because the killing whites do, if you can say this, and I can't hold on.
Whites do kill
the killing
whites
that the
more
whites
than
do
blacks
are
kill
domestic.
whites.
They're not hurting anybody but their family, and it's done. The killing that the blacks are doing are fucking everything up around them and killing strangers upon strangers upon strangers that have nothing to do with any of them. That's why the difference is.
But why is nobody talking about the rate? Like, why wouldn't you talk about the rate? Doesn't make much sense.
It doesn't, because that's not sinking in. My point is, it's more important for me to prove which is more damaging, domestic murder or street murder. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's what I'm after. Hey, Mayo, first time over here. What you doing, bub?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey,
Oh,
I'm gonna put a link in the back.
Okay.
And this is
Now
the new
Mayo
FBI
Bunky
crime
is
data.
just over here, so
Could you
he's
send
gone.
it to my-
He's
could you
gone
send it
to
to
his
my
racist
email, Mayo?
roots.
Yeah. If you give me your email, if you put
Yeah.
your email in the back, I can. Send
No,
it to you.
I'm giving it to you right now. I don't care who has it. Be
The problem
brave.
with the
Shit.
Be brave and think at gmail.com.
We'll fuck
get
with
it?
Be Brave a few more minutes here.
Yeah, send that to my email. I'd be very interested in it. What is it now? What are you saying it is?
Remember the old FBI crime data table?
Somewhat. Table
Yes.
43.
Yeah, that, and notice, and something I'll give you about table 43, right? That nobody ever points out. It's not convictions, it's just arrests.
Okay. Yeah, there's a difference.
That's what table 43 covers, right? That is right. So that's not murders, actual murders, homicides, robberies, and so on, right?
Okay. So that arrest, it includes a lot of. Are you saying it's arrests that aren't convicted, or is it arrests in a lot of different crimes? In other words, arrests aren't.
It's arrests in a lot of different crimes, not just violent.
Okay, and these people have not yet been convicted.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just arrests. That's right.
Very
Yeah.
good.
See,
Yes,
that
sir.
everybody likes to pull up 43, FBI 43, and it's just not a relevant source.
Well, why do you say that?
Because it has to do with arrests and not convictions, sir.
Oh, what
Okay, but
bullshit!
It's so. I
Okay,
don't
the
think that you can use
FBI
one
is
that-
not in charge
The
of
problem with 43
convictions, you moron.
Excuse me. Hold on, Ryan. I'm sorry. Hey, we got a celebrity in here. Stanley, he's in my chat. Thank you for watching from your panel. I appreciate it, Stanley. I'm getting some views from Stanley's show. Go ahead, fellas. I'm sorry.
So Mayo, here's the problem, and I agree with what you're saying. So, here's the issue, right? The issue is he's making a specific statement, which is that the whites are committing murders, committing deletions in their homes and not on the street, and that
He's
the
also
blacks
saying that whites are doing it more, and that is patently false.
well, hold on, it's not false in overall numbers, but it is rate wise. You follow me?
Yeah, that's what you're saying, right, Mayo? You're talking about blacks do a larger percentage, right?
No, I'm talking about overall numbers and percentage.
Okay,
What
let
they
me
don't
ask this then. Okay,
understand
hold on.
is I looked at the
I put that
Bureau
in the
of
back, sir.
Prison
This is the new
Statistics.
FBI data. This is
These
the new way that
guys
they
think
publish
I'm an
those.
idiot
Wow,
because
that's
they're
new information.
idiots.
So forget the 200 million whites and the 40 million blacks. We're saying that if it comes to murders, blacks do more murders than whites. Period. No percent, no rate, nothing.
You're saying overall?
Yes.
Okay.
And I put a link in the back for you, Ryan. This is called the FBI Crime Data Explorer page.
Yeah, I know the FBI. I mean, I've looked at it before.
This is not the old Table 43 you're used to.
No, I know. You looked at Leonza, law enforcement, blah blah blah. Right?
No.
I've been on the Explorer before.
The DJIS.gov. CDE.UCR.
By the way,
I put the link
looked for folks
you
to
gave it
listen
to me on my
at.
email,
I
right?
looked
Yes, sir.
at the Bureau of Prison Data. I looked at the FBI CBE, which is like a flip table. And I think I might have looked at the Table 43 that, as a matter of fact, I didn't look at the Table 43. This is what I looked at. The FBI has this huge site with all kinds of stuff in it. There are numbers there's crime data, there's law enforcement data, there's a shitload of stuff. So the Table 43 that Mayo Monkey's looking at, he's right. It's an easy go-to, but if you really want not only law enforcement and crime data, I think they also include methods. So it's the Crime Data Explorer, and it's got all kinds of stuff. The other thing I looked at is where is it? I must be on the other set. I also looked at the Federal Bureau of Prisons data. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me show this to you. This is the Federal Bureau of Prisons data, which is basically going to give you, who's actually in jail. And I assume if they're in jail, they've been convicted. So Mayo Monkey is right. You have to be a little bit more comprehensive about the data you're looking at. And then there's a third source that I looked at, and I'm not that familiar with it, but I haven't even gone through this stuff. It's just I'm setting up if there is a debate with Be Brave, and I'm not absolutely sure there will be. I don't think he's up to it. What I did is this Statista data. That's number of murder offenders in 2023 by race. The murder offenders are the people that have actually committed murders. This number right here is white. This number here is black. This number here is unknown. And then there's a way smaller category called other. Okay. These folks think I'm not capable. And I want to say it's because they're racists and they don't think black people can think. But anyway, this isn't FBI data. This is Statista. And if anybody's familiar with statistics, this is a very trusted source of statistics. I looked at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I haven't really gone in and dug in deep, but this is Bureau of Prisons. Everybody in prison has been convicted, we hope. And then this is the Crime Data Explorer, which is like a compendium of FBI data. So I don't know what more they could want. They can talk all the bullshit they want, but I ain't chopped liver, and these guys don't know who they're dealing with. But I don't want to. I don't want to come off as all arrogant and shit. But when you're dealing with folks like this, you have to cover your bases, at least the best you can. And Yeti, now as I said earlier, the per capita measurements actually tell you there is a problem in the community, but saying that whites commit more murders is not an invalid or a fact that's to be totally ignored. Anybody who thinks that, like a Mayo monkey, is basically wanting to stick their head in the sand, and that is a fact. Give me one sec here. My earbuds just died. So, the bottom line is I like to cover my bases. I don't even like to have these sorts of debates, but, when the B-Brays of the world want to talk numbers, you pretty much have to be prepared. So, with that, we are winding down.
Imports, exports, all that kind of stuff. You
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah,
believe
I'm
any
going
of
to
it, right?
type
You
in
know
the
what I mean?
chat.
talking about they don't show us the race
used
doing the street crime.
F
Oh, that's FBI. That's different.
Right. Well, whatever. I'm saying I said that's not available. Now it sounds like it is. Hopefully. We need what
And
race
it'll get,
doing what street crime.
Right now we're working off the old way they used to
Bureau
collect.
Yes.
Which is very limited because the specifics weren't noted.
And
what they actually need to do is make it a law that all
stuff.
police departments have to submit this information to the FBI. They especially if they want to get some kind of grant. But the problem is a lot of people are afraid that this information will come out because it's just like the reason how come they don't include drug crimes in mass shootings statistics.
They do now. Biden changed it. They do.
No, I don't
four
believe
more. Yeah, he did. 4 more people shot at once is automatically a mass shooting. It was
by who's?
So
Biden
anyway,
changed
folks,
it because his whole goal was to bump up the number of mass shootings, so that because it's against guns, right? He wants to get rid of guns.
Who now would
the other thing,
with that new stat? Who now?
let me go ahead and
what
mute these
group
fools.
would commit the most mass?
So anyway, this is winding down, and me, I like to go in and see things through till the bitter end. And this is I've been shitting on Be Brave all morning, and I'm gonna kind of miss doing it. Maybe I'll go over there into his chat and shit on him. Yeti Life, you need to hang out more often, and next time you come over, come up to the chat. We can chat back and forth. Your stuff about the elite universities, I definitely like talking education. I happen to have a son who's in an elite university, so anytime I can talk education and how to get Black people into those universities and successful, just of any sort, come on up. And I think what I'm going to do is just go ahead and wrap this up because it is about breakfast time, and I am getting hungry and a little tired and old man level cranky. So I will be on at 3 tomorrow morning. I don't know. I may hop in for a little bit of the morning roast until it just goes totally anti-Black. Then I have to meter my listening. I can only take so much of that. So I will see everybody in the morning. Yeah, it wasn't the best talk, but I try, and and eventually I'll get good at it. So y'all have a good day, And I will either see you throughout the day, or I will be back probably around 3:30 in the morning. And we'll catch up and look at the news that's happened today, etc. So have a good day, folks.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.